Hello and welcome to Potato Can. I'm Doogie, and it is our pre-4th of July celebration of Super Geek Hangout time. And so now you can join us live. You can go to doogielabs.com. If you click on the welcome button, there is a live stream player there, and there is information on how to join this Hangout. There's also a pop-up player, so you don't have to necessarily watch on YouTube. And here in a moment, I will be joining from a computer that is not a potato. So we're going to have everybody on. We're going to take shit apart. We're going to discuss things. We might get drunk. We should get some beer. I forgot the beer. I drank all the beer. We need more beer. We have a beer emergency.
But it's hard.
So, yes, if you want to chat with us live, I'm not going to be watching the comments box because that's a headache. I am on a very broken, old, crappy laptop. This is an Inspiron 1520. It is a 1.5 Core 2 Duo. Ugh. And at least it has dedicated graphics, but this is a potato camera, and this is just unacceptable. But this is what I got to work with. I got a couple of laptops that are going to be sent to me, and I am ever so slowly saving up to buy a MacBook Pro, which will be nice because I need to edit videos. You haven't seen very many videos from me lately because I have a bunch of video footage that I just haven't edited. So anyway, we're here, we're hanging back, or we're hanging out. So kick back, relax, and enjoy Super Geek Hangout time. And so, hello everybody.
Hello. Good to see you this fine night.
Hello. Greetings from Mother Russia.
So, regarding the Pentium mobile MMXs, do they have L2 cache or not?
They do not. They have zero L2 cache according to CPU World.
I thought there was an offboard. It's not on the same die. I thght there was like an offboard cache.
No, they have offboard cache. I'm too lazy to reboot right now because I've got the gateway up and running right now, and I'm trying to figure out the proper regex to remove the 686 PAE kernels. But you know what? I'm just gonna sudo reboot. Oops. Okay, we are going down. I'll just reboot into that. Let's see how hot the That's not getting very hot at all compared to the other one.
Alright, we have jump shift and abandoned the old Hangout, and Google finally fixed the thing. When I started the last Hangout, I didn't want to do a broadcast, and that's why that never started. But Google didn't give me the option to start a Hangout that wasn't a broadcast for whatever reason, but they fixed that. And so now, if for some reason I have to ban somebody, I have to reset the Hangout, it's not as much of a PETA as it used to be.
Is this thing just like ignoring my keyboard commands now? Is the keyboard completely plugged in? No, it's plugged in. Wow, something's really wrong. I have to shut down. Unplug. Back in. There we go.
Hey, that looks better.
There it goes.
Where the hell did I put Steam CMD? None of you will know.
Well, I guess I might actually be able to watch the YouTube comments with this one.
Yeah, you actually can.
This one's gonna fill up fast.
Diskette controller disabled. Parallel port disabled. Serial port on. Onboard stereo sound.
Oh, great. You've got freaking neighbors that have fireworks.
Fun. That is some very loud clicking. It's awesome.
And you're not getting it from me because I didn't put Sudos's reg hack in.
You might be getting it from me.
We're both on Model M's, is what I'm saying.
Oh.
Process disabled.
Yes, this is a broadcast, an official broadcast, so in an attempt to not destroy people's headphones and make people angry, we do have to have a bit of proper etiquette on here.
I will mute.
There's like rules and shit. It's weird. It's
Whoa!
unfamiliar. I'm unfamiliar to this. Yes.
Oh my god.
My camera doesn't suck on the iPad, so I'm joined from the iPad. But the broadcast works from here, and I'm afraid that if I close this, it'll stop the broadcast.
It will.
It will?
It will.
It will. So, we don't want to do that. That's bad.
Have you taken that 1520 apart yet and gotten all the gunk out of it and crap? So I'm sure it had here.
I did things like remove AOL.
No. I'm saying heatsink-wise.
Oh, I'm not going to use it that long. My time is valuable, and it's a lot more valuable than this laptop.
You know what? I'm with Doogie here. I know how much you like your heat sinks.
The problem is that if that thing overheats, you're going to lose your broadcast.
It's not going to overheat. It's actually fairly well kept.
Laptopception. Oh.
Or let's see, hold on. For this to be legit, I gotta click
Gotta be legit,
on.
yo.
I gotta click on myself. That. Anyway, it's not terrible, but it's not all that great either.
When is it ever?
A MacBook would be pretty good.
You're starting to sound like one of those people.
One of those people.
One of those people.
One of those people.
I should probably invest in a quieter keyboard.
Make sure he's okay.
Oh.
I just want to make sure he's okay.
For those of you who are watching this and you haven't been in the chat or anything else because that's not your normal thing, a bit of unusualness, we're actually doing a fundraiser this evening because our good friend Rocco has a dog that he had to take to the emergency room, and Rocco doesn't have much of a budget to work with, so we're doing a $350 fundraiser, and we are at, I gotta look, $265 of $350. So we're actually really far along there, and we're not sure how much it's actually going to cost, but we know that $350 is a pretty good starting point. Yeah, because usually how this goes is you have something wrong with your pet, you take them in, they take a bunch of x-rays and whatever else, and then they're like, well, we could do nothing, or we can do surgery, and it's like thousands of dollars, but at least he gets to take his dog in and figure out what's going on, and hopefully they can better. I guess the puppy has a little bit of a problem not making bowel movements, so
It's doggy poop week.
So yeah, I chipped in $100, and a lot of other people have donated to help make that possible. And because it was an emergency, I actually I gave Rocco $100, but I also loaned him some money. I actually directly wire transferred him some money, and so people can donate to PayPal, and that whole thing can continue on. And then he can give me. I gave him $300, so he can just send me back $200 later. You know, I donated $100, so he gets to keep $100 of it. But yeah, that gets him and his puppy into the clinic a lot faster than having to wait for PayPal to do its thing and the world to go around and the 4th of July weekend. So yeah, if it was Pepper, I would free it. My pets are members of the family, and so I completely understand. Oh, so what are you all doing tonight?
Well, I'm doing. Just got done playing some Guild Wars 2. Now I'm just.
I'm not a fan.
Let's see, I decided that I'm going to update my Gary's Mod Linux server and get that back going because it just had a couple of big updates. So we're going to see how that works. So I got chooching along here.
It's chooching.
Friggin' rights it is.
It's choo-choo.
Alright.
That is a fantastic channel.
I agree. I have so much more I need to watch of it, and then I have to watch all of his friends' channels too.
Oh, One Plug Life?
No.
Davey, Adreno, something versus something else. But it shows a Blue Magic Smoke Wheel chip guy. And he has a lot of colorful dialogue.
Yeah. That helps. It keeps the entertainment
Definitely keeps
factor in there.
Okay. Got that going. Now let's it back up.
Apparently, I haven't signed into my eBay in so long that if I don't do it within 30 days,
Wow, eBay actually closes your account if you don't use it.
that's what it says.
Wow.
I haven't used my eBay account in maybe
What?
6.5 years.
You have to poop.
We already went over this.
If I still think I used to be locally.
Are you gonna eat me?
It looks like Ed will be joining us here in a moment. Hopefully.
Hooray.
I'm here, Doogie.
You're always here.
This is your first Super Geek Hangout.
Yeah, this is the very first one.
Mine too.
You've done it before.
Mine too.
That's true. I've seen you in the Hangouts before, but never.
I've just got the audio for the Hangout turned down.
Never a live one.
Yeah.
You're so quiet.
I'm watching the weather right now. Oh shit.
You've noticed.
But if you live here, you have to give me more money. I will go get.
My boss said he'd buy the next 12 pack, but he's gone. He's not here. Hold on, I gotta see how much money I have left. Can I afford beer? Yes, I can afford beer. Yes, I can feed us for the next week and a half. Okay, then we don't need to spend money on anything else other than beer.
Beer's good. Beer's good. Alright.
Okay.
I got you. I always get you enough. I have cash in my cooler, but
I was wondering about that. You should still have your cash.
sure, the cash is really good.
Let's see. I think that makes 10 of everybody.
And if everyone
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh, okay, we got one more slot. Cool.
What else?
If somebody else wants in, I can switch back to potato mode if we're full. What else do I want? Well,
Monkey just joined in here to bring it up onto the stream, or
yes, yeah, Monkey's in here because he actually currently has control of the encoder because I'm not at home, and so if you go to UgiLabs.com and you click on the welcome page, there's a live stream player there. There's also a link to a pop-out live stream player, so you can resize your window to heart's content and click it off in the corner somewhere, and you can listen to clicky keyboards and us rambling about nonsense. And I think a couple of people had some things they wanted to take apart this evening too, so.
I've got something. Take apart.
I guess I got something too. But
I
John's
don't have
supposed
too
to do
terribly much to
something.
take apart, though I can show you what I've been working on.
Oh,
What?
What else do you want?
Oh, I don't. Give me some candy or something.
yes, do show us what you've been working on.
Get me 3 musketeers
Ah, Doogie, don't look at IRC. You'll be sad.
and a bag of Cheetos.
Don't look at IRC. You'll be sad.
Oh no.
Oh. That's not.
Ah.
Rocco had to put his dog down.
shit.
Had a uterus infection.
Which dog was this?
His miniature pincher. That is.
What was the name?
I don't remember.
Was this Karma or the other one? I think Karma's the older dog, though.
That's sad.
That's not.
Gee, I
One of
hope I
those-
spelled that right.
It's
Piercing
one of
has no
those really
spell check.
difficult things with life. It's like you just can't.
Yeah.
It's so incredibly hard to deal with. It's because it's like, well, you're losing a family member, and he's got kids and stuff too, so it's that much more difficult. I'm gonna be a wreck when that time comes for Pepper.
We had to put ours down about a month ago. He was getting on 17.
Wow, that's a long life for a dog.
Yeah, he was getting on 17, and he some random pancreatic or what was it, spleen cancer or something that just popped up out of nowhere. And they couldn't really, and it didn't give him any problem until the last day. So that's not weird.
Well, it's like the best possible outcome for a pretty bad situation.
Yeah, he didn't give us, it was fine the night before, he just kind of shut down the next day, and we were glad that it was just that day. So.
You're a good boy.
That really hurts.
Yeah.
Our two oldest cats. That's gonna be really a pain when they pass away. The one we think is between. We're not exactly sure how old he is. The vet said that he was older than 4. We know that for a fact that he had to be like an older cat. But when we got him from the shelter, they said that he was 4 years old. However, we don't believe that for a fact at all. We think he was more along the lines of 7 or 8 when we got him. That was 2008. It's now 2015, so 7 years. So he might be well into his tens.
Yeah.
He might be a 14 or 15-year-old cat, and he's still very like loving and everything, and energetic and stuff when he wants to be. I'm just not sure exactly how old he is.
Cats can live a really long time.
Oh hell yeah, they can. There was one cat that was around here. They actually had a newspaper article about it. There was a cat around here that was 20-something years old. I don't know exactly what happened to him, but they had an article about it. And he was like 26. He was 26 years old. He was an outdoor cat, and when school got out from middle school over here, the kids that passed by while he was sitting out grazing on the lawn would come by and pet him and stuff. He was like 20-something years old.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
it was like the cat.
We've had actually really good luck with cats and pets in general in my family. Our dog lasted until he was 18, and most of our cats make it to 20 or further. As far as our birds, we already had one die last year. He was 37.
Bird?
Yeah, really. And we've got a yellow nape who's 41 now. I'm going to be a complete mess when she passes. And then the youngest of our parrots is still 35, I think. You know, it's just amazing when you have...
My grandma had a white dove from my aunt's wedding when I was 4 years old, 1996. It lasted... It lived to about 12 or 13 years old. It passed away about 2007, 2008.
And my sister had a blue budgie rigger and a little parakeet. He lasted until he was 10 and a half, which is pretty good for them.
That really sucks, though. And then she had a cat that my mom had originally found. When my mom and my dad were dating, they found it under the porch of the one house over by the family printing company that they now own. And it was the mom cat. The mom cat went to somebody, and the kittens all got distributed between a couple of the employees. And the one kitten went with my grandma, my grandpa. His name was Pookie, and he lived to be about 17.
Most other people.
The cat was older than me by like 2 years. So I was 15 when he died. 23 now, so 2007.
Alright. My yellow nape has, as you know, let's see. Basically.
So the front clip is back on. We actually had the hood on this thing earlier, but it's kind of hard to work on it with the hood on. So
yeah,
put that back off. And there's a little bit of wires there, and there's a little bit more wires in here now.
Yeah, I can see that. It looks like a mess.
It looks good.
Looks good to me.
It's
just make sure. Can I make a suggestion to you? And you're probably gonna do this already.
It depends on what the suggestion is. Let's hear it.
When you do finally have this together and everything's together, please have the sense to draw out wiring diagrams for this thing, because you're not going to be the only person to work on this car.
Well, actually,
that's a kit.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I am presently looking for a plotter, because I want to make like legit giant wiring diagram.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Okay.
I got tomorrow.
Look for. I don't know exactly if they need licensing or anything, but if you can get your hands on an old ass Eggfish Sherpa-matic.
You know, if you really
They
want
also make parts for those.
I want one that also can cut vinyl, so I can make my own stickers.
So you want a pen plotter, is what you're saying?
Pen plotter, yes.
I
Check
have.
out comp units. You can generally store those for pretty cheap. They're serial based, and at least AutoCAD still supports them, believe it or not.
Send me, PM me the name of that in the IRC so I can research it later.
Okay, Doogie, I'll tell you, I don't know if mine would cut vinyl, but I've got a couple HP plotters laying around that if you want them, you can have them, even if you want to tear them apart if they don't do what you want them to do.
I think I'll take you up on that.
I can't guarantee they work, I can't guarantee they're good, and I can't guarantee they'll work with modern software, but if you want them, you can have them.
Are they two of the same model?
I don't know. I haven't seen the other one for a while.
Oh,
They're like
I used to have, and I wish I would have not taken it apart to get it out of my basement because it got ruined when I took it apart. I used to have a design jet which stood like 4 feet tall and was about 5 feet long.
You remember the model number?
I'm going to be installing this battery switch here in the next couple of days.
It's been ages since I saw it, and I took it apart. I have it.
Another thing. And then you can kind of see the windshield wiper motor tucked away back in here. This is actually a custom. Oops. This is actually a custom or universal windshield wiper motor kit. It's kind of neat. It's got this steel cable with this spring coiled around it, and on one end there's this arm here, and that block with a hole in it attaches to this linkage, which actually the other end of that linkage is attached to the motor. It's got like a gear drive, like a worm gear with a big gear, and then there's a hole in it so the linkage goes around, kind of like a old train, and that moves this back and forth like this, and then that cable is fed through, oh, it's not sitting in here, but it's fed through this aluminum tubing, and so there's actually a curvy one that goes like this, and then the shaft is attached to a little gear that you can just barely see in there.
I can see it.
And so as the coiled spring steel cable moves across that gear back and forth, it moves the wiper arm back and forth. And so they send you these two mounting pieces, the motor, and a bunch of this tubing, and you bend the tubing to make it fit to your car, and then you cut the steel cable to length, and you can configure it in a bunch of different ways. Like, you'll notice that on this one, the tubing goes in and out the top side, and then on that one, it goes in and out the bottom side. So the wiper arms actually move opposite ways. They go...
Oh, I see what you're saying.
There's...
Uh-oh. As opposed to...
Never mind that. So, but yeah, they start in the center of the glass, and one goes this way, and the other goes this way.
So I'm curious, are you using like a painless harness or someone else's?
My personal preference would have been painless. This one is actually a quick wire.
Oh God. I had one of those for a Mustang. It was awful.
It's well, and here's the thing about wiring harnesses like this. People like to make, or when you buy a harness, a universal harness for a car, some assumptions are made, like where you're going to mount the fuse block in the car. And so in the instructions, they say that that you should mount the fuse block here. Well, if this were my Corrado, I'd be screwed because I don't want to mount the fuse block there. But this is where it ended up in this particular vehicle. But the other thing is that the lengths of the wires that go to certain places, they assume the lengths. So since the fuse block is on this side of the car, logically speaking, you would run the wires like through the firewall right here, and it would go up to the front, and that's the headlights. And so the left headlight would have slightly shorter wires than the right headlight, because the wires for the right headlight will go out to where the left headlight is, and then it cuts across the radiator support and all that good stuff. Well, in this particular situation, we're hiding all the wiring. We went through the trouble of actually shaving the firewall. So the only thing that you see on the firewall is the brake master cylinder.
Oh, that's beautiful.
And so, I don't want a wiring grommet sticking through the firewall right here and all that good stuff. And since the starter is on that side of the engine, I do want to keep the wires together as much as possible. So the engine harness and the light harness actually ends up going across the firewall inside here, pops through that grommet over there, and then it's very creatively, sneakily going to hide right here
And
behind.
the result is the driver's side headlight doesn't make it, so you have to extend it.
That's correct. And so...
And the turn signal, too, for that matter.
Right, the turn signals will be the wrong way around. So I'm going to have this much extra for this light.
Actually, dumb
I'm going to have
question.
not enough to go
Dumb question. If you have a pin extractor, you go back to the fuse block, can you swap the colors of the left and right?
For the fuse block, yes. But you have to remember that a lot of these don't just go from the fuse block because there's the column harness.
Oh, speaking of assumptions, let's get back to the column harness. Do they assume that you're using a Chevy column plug? I hate those.
Well, okay. They didn't put any plugs on this to begin with, which was a smart thing to do.
I agree.
But you are right in that there was a bit of an assumption made. Oh, that's the other thing. Is it under here? But yes, they did send some Packard-style connectors. Neither connector fits the steering column we got, and that is because steering column is... Oh, it's wrapped up. Because the steering column is a chrome-plated, brand-new unit of awesomeness that is actually like a kind of a universal thing.
That actually looks like the... can I see that other connector again? That actually kind of looks like the Chevy, not that one, but the other one.
Not the Molex connector.
That's a Molex, but I'm talking about that one is the one of doom that came on the Mustang harness that I had. I don't like those.
Do you still have that connector?
No, because this was years ago that I wired up that car.
Yeah, so that's okay. I'm just going to cut this off and rework it, and it'll all be good at that point. But yeah, that's like that column. I think was $700. He said.
Holy crap!
So that's already been fitted in the vehicle and tested and all that, and so the steering linkage has already been worked out. And that's the thing, like there's no steering box in this. There's a rack and pinion. That is definitely not stock.
Right.
But yeah, so it was pretty funny without the front end on it. This big block looked all giant in here, but now that the front end's on, it's just a tiny little motor.
Oh wait, it has its cowl, and it's gonna only help a little bit.
And then, for those of you who haven't seen, this is not a carburetor.
No, that's a fuel injection.
Yep, there's two injectors there, and there's two more injectors on this side, and then you can see the idle air control valve over here. The linkage is not progressive. All four blades, well, it is not adjusted, but all four blades should open the same amount at the same time.
But
this is going to be so cool when it's done.
Well, it's so nice because it looks like a carb.
It does. It looks like a carb. It accepts the standard air cleaners that you would normally put on a carbureted vehicle. And it has all the sensors. Like you saw the idle air control. Here's the map sensor. here's the TPS, and here's the intake air temp sensor. And
Now,
so,
here's my question to you. Once you do you plan on at least getting the engine? Well, is the engine going to be last, or are you going to try to get most of the interior done before you get to the engine tuning and everything?
okay, engine tuning.
You want to have it
Yeah,
all together
but
at the final week
when-
before you tune
Because
it.
you have to get the engine tuned and stuff because EFI and shit. You have the
Right.
the mega split.
Yeah, I have to tune it. But and this is how you normally build a car. You do fabrication first, and then you do the aesthetic stuff last. And so this whole thing gets assembled and driven, and it'll look like shit because it's not going to be painted any particular color yet, and all of the finishing touches are not going to be done because if we were to like paint this stuff and then we go back and we work on it, we're like, oh fuck, I forgot this bracket or this wire for whatever we were supposed
Or
to
the
add that we didn't
drivetrain
think of.
breaks in the first 3 miles.
Right. You have to go back and there's like a bunch of fabrication and you fuck up the fit and finish that you worked so hard to create. So you do all of the grunt stuff first, and then you do the finishing work last. So this will actually probably get somewhat of a tune on it before it actually gets disassembled and painted and stuff. And we do have like seats and stuff to go in it, so it will get driven. We still have to order the accessories for the front. So this had a bunch of V-belt shit on it before, and it's
You're going to go with serpentine, right?
yes. The $2,000 serpentine belt drive system that includes like the chrome alternator and AC compressor and the correct water pump and all that. That's what's going on here. And so I got to account for all that. And then, of course, this didn't have air conditioning stock, and we didn't have a heater box for it. So thanks to our friends at Vintage Air.
Yeah, I was going to say Vintage Air is just bomb.
Yeah, this is the Super, or what is it? The Gen 2 Super heater box. So it is heating and air conditioning, and it doesn't have the Spall type fan in it, but that's okay. It moves a shitload of air. I've already tried the fan out, but it's got electronic servos that control all of the ducts and the flaps and everything, and then this box that I opened actually. I can't
You
really
just
show
love
you.
the controls they make for them, too. They look so awesome.
Yeah, you gotta.
You had the control box for it, just show everybody, because you do a killer job.
Here, I'll put you down while I open this. That's funny, you can see the reflection. That's POR 15 that you can see my reflection on.
It's beautiful.
Alright. Oh, this is just porn.
Isn't that
not.
gorgeous? I mean, Vintage Air really goes that extra mile to just make things look a little nicer.
And the switches are high quality. They got proper detents in them.
Well, the thing I can tell you is those systems survive here in Arizona because pretty much every vintage car out here has one of those fitted.
And the knobs actually have lights around them, so the ring around where the knob punches through the panel will have light coming through it. And I thought that was a nice touch. So there's the back.
The question is it all just LEDs, or can you make it do like red for hot?
No. This is just. This is supposed to be stock.
Yeah, and a lot of, because it's for vintage cars, a lot of these people are older gentlemen, and they like their stuff simple. They don't want multiple colors and a million different adjustment settings. They just want to put it on a setting, and it works. And so that's kind of how this will be set up, really. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's not my personal preference. So.
But yeah, I like their systems because there isn't a lot to go wrong with them.
No, there isn't. It's a very simple system, and that is one other thing you're going to see on this firewall is the bulkhead connections for the heating and the air conditioning lines.
And
Can't get away with eliminating everything in this case, but I mean we got pretty close. There isn't all the recesses and indents in the firewall. There's no harness. There's no wiper shit out here. So it's...
And also, you can
coming
do a
along pretty
hell of
good.
a lot worse than the piping system Vintage Air gives you.
So the other thing that's been going on is that Optima Red Top is actually the vehicle battery. So that's the battery that's going to start and run the engine. And that's what this battery selector switch is for. One is the Optima, and two is the two deep cycle batteries that are back here. And so if I come back here, you'll notice I'm plugged into shore power right now, which is cool. I got
Shore power with a big
working.
puddle. That's totally safe. You got it right in a big puddle.
Oh, that's that's not a puddle.
I know.
Oh, come on, it's low voltage.
So the AC to DC converter is actually working right now to charge the batteries, and I don't know if you can see it. Oh yeah, you can. There's a green light here on this guy. This is the solar controller. And so the 315 watt panel of doom is actually working right now, and this is all working right now. So this functionally is actually doing really well. And so here's the 2 kilowatt inverter. I got to get the remote installed for this and stuff, and we're actually doing the remote monitoring and control panel for this stuff and like the tanks and all that here very soon. And
When does he have to take it out again?
well, a lot of that stuff doesn't have to come back out. Mostly the drivetrain and the cab and all that has to get disassembled again. Where is my shop light? Oh, this will work, I guess. Let's see.
The inside of that shelving, is there any sort of like coating on them for like fire resistance or anything, or no?
It's called formaldehyde, and it's not fire resistance as much as it is fire helping agent.
The inside of these cabinets and everything are mostly like treated lumber for moisture
Not
protection.
those. I mean outside where the charge stuff is.
Oh, no, it is not exactly fireproof.
I'm not saying fireproof.
Fire
I'm
resistant.
saying fire resistant
I
or
don't-
fire
he used-
retardant.
He used automotive carpet on it, so
Okay.
I'm not completely sure if it's how long. Just a few days. We either need to eat it or get rid of it. It was in the freezer in the RV, and then the fridge didn't refrigerate for a few days.
Yay, ammonia.
And yeah. I don't know. He said, do you have a crock pot? I was like, no.
Hey, hello, Ed.
You know what? We should do that and just feed it to the dog.
I'm gonna
Okay. So
I'm gonna bug out for a sec while we get this QoS, Clear OS box plugged in and everything back up and running. I'll be back shortly and then join in.
okay, sounds good. Good to see you, Julian.
You do. We shall return.
Yep. No auto trains tear down today either.
Oh yeah.
Harley-
By the way, before you guys get off, Julian, I don't know if you're familiar with the Tomato firmware for like old Linksys and like Broadcom-based devices. Take a look into it if you take a look into it if you haven't. There's supposedly something in the advanced WAN settings, I guess, the advanced network settings regarding DSL stuff. So you guys may want to take a look into that. Just do some research into that to see if it'll help anybody.
Okay.
Because
Well, I
stuff.
fixed the DSL.
I
It
think
is
ClearOS will have,
working fine
I think ClearOS will have the same stuff, but have fun.
Yeah.
Go.
We fixed the
Great.
phone line and everything. The dropouts are gone. It was just dodgy, twisted together, corroded wiring and stuff that Telstra should have tested. Yeah, there was some nasty mojo going on under the house. Like they said, they tested both ends of the system and they came up fine, and just blamed my hardware. So it was their approved wiring that was the problem. So we've done a little bit of under the house modification and replacement of approved wiring with some unapproved wiring that works. So that's all done now, and we're just going to get the new box installed, so we've got proper quas and all that sort of stuff.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I'll be offline for a little bit. Harley's not coming, his starter motor blew up, and by the time he gets here, he'll probably have an hour to play around, then have to drive all the way home again and get ready for work, because he does night shift.
Not fun.
Yeah, it'll come down next weekend or something like that, and I'll fire up. By then, I should have a big bundle of new cables, like powered or boosted Ethernet, boosted USB cables, and a very long HDMI cable, so I can get the door, PC monitor, and a wireless keyboard and everything working, and actually run Hangouts down on the autopsy table.
Cool.
So if we want to do an auto trans teardown on Friday night or Saturday, something like that, that's going to be on the cards. If not this Hangout, I might start my own. Like if this one's tied up in another discussion or something like that, I might run my own.
Excellent. Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely look forward to that.
Same with maybe get a flight recorder back on the table when some people are on who know what's inside them, and do a bit more information on how they work, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I would really like to do a hangout where we have like a panel of people who know a lot of things about different things, and then we have like a group teardown where you're tearing it apart and we're going through it, and like Kevin's on here and he's explaining some pieces of it, and I'm on here explaining some pieces of it. Yeah.
I want to know about that graphite that was
You're all
lubing
taking it in turns with pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, Google Hangouts doesn't have very good picture quality, so it might be a little bit hard getting people to see what's on screen, but if you just read out the numbers and things, it's pretty easy.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
doable.
I think that could be really
Not the same
entertaining.
as having a full HD streaming system, but that's sort of out of our league at the moment.
Yeah.
I think we could possibly manage it if we could get a VPS that would ignore bandwidth and whatever we were doing with it badly.
Probably.
US side it's probably okay, but Australia side we're going to suffer.
I think we could do something with JTV perhaps if we deploy it correctly, but
Maybe.
that underground cable's a pain in the butt.
Yeah. All right, I'll let you get back to your work, and we'll get this Clear OS box installed and running and everything back online. I'll see you when I see you.
Cool.
Yeah,
No
good
worries.
times.
We'll catch you on the flip side. It'll be cool to see once it's set up. Once he's got all that set up.
I still like the idea of doing this teardowns. We could actually maybe we could make that like a regularly organized video.
Uh-oh.
I want to. I really want to get a regular thing. So, this is the transfer switching. I've done it with 2 relays. I think I actually showed this before. This is mostly done. It just defaults to shore power, which is why the shore power works right now. I haven't hooked up any of the coils to switch the relays between different sources, but it's pretty much there. What I have left to do in this box is this hot wire is the AC to DC converter, and I need to add a fuse in here because it's not fused right now. And yeah, I need a fuse.
A fuse or a breaker?
Well, it really just needs to be a fuse because I don't expect it to ever exceed a certain load. Maybe I can get one of those self-resetting breakers and put it in here, but I can't tie it into any of the other breakers because these breakers could be potentially powered by the inverter, and I don't want the AC to DC converter on when the inverter is on because free energy might happen. So we don't want to do that. And so the reason why this comes in here is it goes back out into this box. And so if the generator's running or shore power is running, the output of those is hooked not only to the breaker box, but it's also hooked directly to the AC to DC converter. And then if the inverter switches on, which is over here, the contacts won't complete the circuit for the converter to run, so the converter will stay off. And so that actually worked out pretty good. I got 4 of these. They're not really contactors; they're just big relays. But I got 4 of these relays for like $79 or whatever. and an automatic transfer switching system that switches between all 3 power sources for 40 amps and is capable of doing the things that I'm doing here. You have to pay like $500 for it. It's ridiculous. So I managed to do the same thing for a lot less money, and it seems like it's going to work really well. And so I haven't anchored this box down yet. I'm just kind of waiting until everything's in there, but it's working really good. I mean, that's what this light's plugged into, is the shit running from that box. And since the AC to DC converter is working and the batteries are connected right now, we got
Play fan. Oh, fan.
fancy fan.
Is that your that's your bathroom exhaust?
No, actually, that's this right here. This is the fart fan.
Oh.
It goes in this little tube up this wall, and then
I feel so sorry for that flex tube. That's going to smell like farts forever.
and then there's this little vent, and so you lift up this, and it's quiet.
You should have that facing like diagonally towards the bathroom, though. Towards the
That wouldn't
toilet.
make any difference.
It's good. It's at the highest point here, so all the fart fumes should travel out. And he had to replace the shower pan while I was gone, I guess. So this is all set up. It's got a new toilet in it, and the shower head is ready to be put on. So we got to do the bathroom light. So that's going to be a thing, and then after that, you can shower and shave at the same time.
Shower efficiency.
Just make sure you don't put the wrong liquids the wrong places.
Yes, in an industrial setting, you should not route a soap line into a drinking fountain, because they did that accidentally at GM one time.
Well, that beats Honeywell. They, I don't want to tell you what they did at Honeywell.
Yes, you do.
They ran a sewage line into a compressor line, and then the tank burst.
He said he tested the microwave. I guess he popped some popcorn in the microwave.
It's an interesting microwave.
It's a higher.
Here.
I hate those.
Here.
Well,
Here.
the thing about the microwave was we were basically dictated by the space that we had allocated for the microwave. So this microwave was pretty much the only one that exactly fit in here, and he wanted to fit like a regular sized plate in it or whatever. So this is
so you you could not go for a sharp half pint?
I guess not.
Seriously. They go for like $175 on eBay, fully restored and cleaned out and everything. And they come in all sorts of different colors, and they're like 650 watt.
What is your obsession with eBay and expensive like collector's items?
Well, no, they go for like $179 fully restored. You can get one on eBay for much less.
Yeah, I know
I picked mine up for $20.
That was nice.
But yeah, I picked mine up for like $20, and the thing is amazing.
Hey, dude, you got a full house fan there.
Yeah, they're like the camper vehicle choice microwaves.
And
this
the last time everybody saw it was a square hole. It's now a rectangular hole to accept the rectangular TVs that.
Well, yeah. Now it's going. Now you're actually going to have something worth stealing.
And this guy. I don't know if you guys know who King Controls is, but
is that your DTV tuner?
Not DTV. Well, I guess it's digital TV of sorts.
DTV thingy.
This is the satellite controller. On the roof, there's a motorized satellite dish and a dome, and this allows it to track.
That's automatically tracking one, isn't it?
Yeah, so you can watch satellite while you're driving. Here's the control interface for it.
some of you might recognize this because this is when I started modifying my Sears battery charger, which I haven't finished yet. This is the control for it. I actually had one of these just laying around in my parts bin. I actually brought it. Well, the display and the buttons out of it. But yeah, so this fits perfectly here inside this section of the wall. So he's going to cover this, and then the TV will go in here. And then we ordered a DirecTV satellite receiver that has an RF remote. And so the satellite receiver is going to get tucked in here somewhere. This is going to be a busy-ass wall because there's all this shit already in the wall. Like there's the plumbing, and then there's electrical, and then there's entertainment, and all this other stuff. Like if he gets a plumbing leak of any kind, that's going to be really funny.
Hey, I'm going to be idle for just a little bit. If you need the slot, just holler and I'll drop out.
Okay, well, we're doing good for now on slots, so that'll work. We're finally almost to the point where I can put the hot water heater in, and once the hot water heater is installed, we can paint in here, and then after we paint, we can set the countertop in. The countertop's done. It's cut out and everything, so they're cut out, laminated, and everything, so that's going to be neat and finished. I really want to put the air conditioning back in here for no reason, but the battery installation still has to happen. The water pump has to go in that area. We still got to work on sizing tanks and all that. Or we have the sizes of the tanks. We need to verify that and then order the tanks. We got this LED reverse light, which is actually going to be a porch light. And we even got a cheese ball plastic chrome trim ring to go with.
Cheese ball.
And then I told him, I'm going to start assembling Megasquirt 2. And we got into the discussion, and he decided that instead of paying me for the time to assemble Megasquirt 2, he just wanted to order Megasquirt 3 pre-assembled. So here you go. Here's Megasquirt 3. It's the 3.57 revision of the PC board, which means that everything in here is surface mount. And it says, CAN enabled, not for use on pollution-controlled vehicles, not for use on public roads. Well, we're just not going to worry about that little detail. So Megasquirt 3 is now the chosen ECU to run this engine, which is way overkill. It really is.
What about the Megasquirt 2? What's going to happen to that?
He didn't want me to spend hours putting it together and whatever. So
don't you still have that there then?
Yeah, it's right here.
So is it for something else then?
Yes, I bought it. It's now mine.
Ha!
It's going to be going in my van.
So now you have 2 Megasquirts.
Yep.
Congratulations.
So, Megasquirt 3 for the Corrado, Megasquirt 2 for the van, which means that if I want a more common Subaru 6-cylinder engine, I can just sell my existing Subaru wiring harness, ECU, and cylinder heads, and polished intake manifold, and I can buy a different 6-cylinder that I can actually reasonably find parts for. So that'll be cool. And I modded this satellite receiver, but we're not going to use this anymore.
Hi. Excuse me for a moment.
So that's the Sharp half pint?
Yeah, I'm just screwing around.
That's a funny looking microwave.
I think they look ugly as shit.
Yeah, he basically went to the store with a tape measure and
Well,
like,
the door.
does this fit? Does this fit?
You gotta give him
He
credit.
got the biggest one that he could fit in a hole.
Gear 30. No, it's gear clock. That's not here, is it? That's not
And
here.
the Corvette's back here now. I've been trying to assemble the Corvette. This thing. The more I try to assemble this, the less I want one.
Well, they also haven't you
That's
noticed
true.
when you try and put them back together, they resist being put back together.
Incredibly well too.
You ever wonder why the other guy quit?
Well, and here's the thing, like, sitting on the dash here, that is the GM assembly manual. You would think that with an entire assembly manual from the factory for the car, you would have a rough idea of how things are supposed to go together.
Okay, Doogie, I'm going to help you a ton here. You ready? They assembled half of the car upside down. I'm not making this up. They put
They're
it
like
on
Jeeps.
history, and they put half of your car together upside down. That's how they got into those places. So if you can just imagine a car being upside down, then you can get into the position that you need to be to put things back together.
It's not even that so much as finding the parts and the what in the fuck were they thinking for some of this? Like, okay.
No. Thinking Corvette? No.
No. Here's a good example of this. This heater duct assembly, pretty harmless, right? It's supposed to sit. No. It's supposed to sit in here like this. And then there's this one tab with one screw that holds this whole damn thing on. And I thought to myself, okay, I get it. It sits in there. There's a screw that holds it on. You know, that pretty harmless, I guess. It all fits together nicely. But when you look at the front of this, besides the fact that it's old busted plastic, there's a metal bar here with some rivets that have busted the plastic. But anyway, this metal bar with these two holes are screw holes.
Yeah.
And those screw holes attach to this motherfucker. And this thing, I should really stop cussing so much. But
yeah, is what holds.
No, continue. It's okay.
So these two screws go into this, and this sits on here. This is made of die-cast something. I'm not. It's pot metal.
It's either magnesium or aluminum.
So it's made of die-cast something, and you see that there's 3 screw holes here. Well, to the best of my ability, and it shouldn't be rocket science, the only screw hole that is underneath the dashboard here is this one. And this thing weighs like 2.5 pounds. So you're telling me that 2.5 pounds of die-cast BS is held up by one screw here, and the 2 screws that go into the broken plastic bit that acts as a heater duct, which is held on by one screw at the far end. It is no wonder that this crap sounds like a rattle trap after 50,000.
Yeah, I was about to mention that, but there's another thing too, and that's the fact that everything is about order of operations on that car.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and you'll notice that the dash pad is in, but there's no, like, front structure of the dash, and that is because these fiberglass panels, like this is for the instruments, these make up the front structure of the dashboard. This is ridiculous. And they're supposedly, according to Manuel, there are these cross beams that are supposed to bolt in here. They're kind of like, it's like if you took a piece of pipe and you smashed each end of it flat and drilled a hole in it. And that's their bracing. And I can't find them. We actually had to order the defrost duct, which this is a C3 Corvette. It is a C3 defrost duct, but it came out of a Corvette that was 3 years newer, and as a result of whatever stupid design revision, the duct was over 1.5 inches too short this way. So thanks to a little fiberglass, I was able to rectify that situation. But it's just ridiculous. And my buddy Dave, when he sold this car to my boss, he basically piled all the parts were not in here. They were in boxes, and they were all individually wrapped. And then there was like this. Doesn't even belong to this car. But yet it was in here.
Looks like a vacuum attachment.
No, actually, that looks like an air intake.
Yeah, it is.
This is a defrost duct for Eagle Talon or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but it is in there anyway.
Doesn't go to this car. And I can't find a lot of pieces to this car. So
You better find an Eagle Talon then.
This thing is just turning into a cluster. And oh, you'll get a kick out of this. So here is another giant heavy die-cast aluminum thing. This is the center stack. The radio used to be a twisty knob radio, and it got cut out for a single DIN hole. And so all the gauges go here. But that's not the funny part. Here is the gauge pack that goes in here. So you'll notice that this, and this look like they belong in here, and they do. They were the original gauges. But this gauge, okay, ignoring that for a moment.
Why is it -40 +40 for a battery?
Ignore that.
That's an ammeter.
Oh.
So
Yeah, that's actually a funny thing. If the ammeter breaks, the car doesn't work. True
this
story.
used to go here. A clock used to go here, and I have no, or maybe this used to go here. But either way, oil pressure went here. This went here, and a clock went here. And I found this with this here, this oil pressure gauge, which actually is out of an Eagle Talon. I can unmistakably identify this. Didn't even have to look it up. I've seen this gauge hundreds of times in my life. And it goes there. And then this bullshit. This is one of those cheesy Sun Pro gauges that you buy from the auto parts store.
Yep.
It's smaller than the standard 2-inch gauge hole. And so I'm pretty sure that is a bottom of an aluminum can. I'm pretty sure.
Now, what I do...
Yeah, if you look on this side...
It is.
So, as you can see, Mr. Jerry Riggs has been in here installing gauges.
Now, I have a question for you.
I'll tell you what, it looks really snazzy with the aluminum can bottom, though. It really looks pretty cool. Honestly.
Sudas, I got a thing to ask him. So the owner of the Corvette has money. So would he be at all adverse to buying a parts car?
Well, okay. As far as the instrumentation goes, he said that he wanted to sell this car. And so I'm kind of like thinking about this from a money conscious standpoint. And I was like, I don't know what to do. And he's like, well, what would you do if it was your car? I was like, I'd go buy like a full set of autometer gauges. He's like, okay, tell me what ones you want. And he's like, well, what about digital gauges? And this company got bought out by Dakota Digital. If you've heard of Nordscog before. Nordscog made some really neat digital gauges a long time ago. And, well, I guess they aren't really neat now. They're just some 7-segment LED readouts.
All right. Well, anyway.
But they made a complete factory fit replacement digital gauge set for the C3 Corvette. And I would love to have it for this car, but now they're gone. And bought, sold, gone. And now I can't get them anymore, long story short. So probably going to buy a set of autometer gauges and put it in here. It's really depressing because the guy that owned this car was a really good friend of mine. Like, I've known him for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he builds things to an extensive detail. Like, you can look at the motor in this thing for 2 seconds and understand that. And yet I don't understand maybe, or let's see, can I get this off? Ugh. Oh, it's empty again. Where did it all go?
Where did the soda go?
So, when I first got here, I had to get this running. I had to replace the fuel pump. And so I did my usual fluids check. And I went to check the coolant. And I actually no, it wasn't that I had to check the coolant. I had to pull the lower radiator hose to get to the fuel pump. Here is the coolant that I took out of it. Ready for this?
I bet it gets really good at the end.
Yummy. It's like a full gallon of poop.
No, poop smells better.
I'm pretty sure that's just water. I think he just put straight water in it, and it sat for years like that. I don't know. It almost looks like there was oil in it. So I don't know if it's got a blown head gasket or what's the deal, but
So we need to do a perspective on this.
it's pretty rank, whatever it is. Oh, oops. I forgot this hose is like nicely rolled up and all that, and I'm going to drag it out for relatively pointless use. So yeah, that's how terrible this is. So yeah, this car is just the more the time goes on, the more of a pain in the ass it becomes, and it's going to take a long time to get this car finished because we're just finding more and more stuff as time goes on.
Don't media blast it.
Oh no, that's funny. It's actually already painted. It's just that it was never color sanded and buffed. So if you look right here, they've started to sand the paint. And now you can see the reflection of my hand in it. So the paint job in this is actually a brand new paint job. And it just needs to be sanded and buffed. And so the guy who's supposed to do that is actually going to be coming over on Monday. And he's going to start buffing the car down and getting it ready. And so it's going to be very nicely done once he's here and he buffs it out. It'll look like a new car again. But it's like a minor step in the ridiculous amount of work that still has to go into this thing. So I kind of have my doubts right now, but I'm gonna keep chugging away at until I get there.
If you keep chugging away, eventually it will be what's the word for it? Presentable.
Yeah. So that's pretty much what I've been up to. Oh, and we've been cutting this. This is a piece of the core support out of the Cadillac. We're starting to make room for a larger radiator. This is going to be an interesting engineering challenge. We've got to fit in this area. Here's my hand for scale comparison. We got to fit a giant radiator big enough to cool a big block, a giant AC condenser, a trans cooler, an oil cooler, and a fan with a shroud in this area. And it kind of curves all kinds of funky, and because of the way this front end is shaped, it's not horribly tight, but it does get tight pretty fast. So that ought to be interesting. Oh,
This isn't going very well.
the air conditioning that's cooling the shop.
Yes, but with that fan, is it working very well?
I used a brake to make this little duct which kicks the air up at this fan that's very noisy.
Yes, but the question is, does the air conditioner with that fan work well?
Yeah, on a 95-degree day outside, it's 78 in here.
There you go.
And considering this building considering this is about 6,000 square feet, and that's at best a 1-ton air conditioner, it's pretty good. Especially since the central air that's in the that's up in that unit right there is 7.5 ton. So technically 7.5 tons is supposed to cool this building, and it doesn't because I don't have 3-phase power. Which is dumb. I have a 3-phase breaker box, I have a 3-phase AC unit, and I have no 3-phase power.
Gee. Did you guys talk to the power company about that?
No, we didn't really, because we know that it's going to cost a lot, and it's going to cost a lot more than what it would cost to just get some AC units. I am still looking for a pair of 3.5-ton condenser units that are single-phase 240, and I will actually hook those in parallel, so they'll run in tandem, and I'm going to leave the existing condenser in there, or evaporator coil in there, and I'm going to hook them both to that. This system, nearest I can tell, was installed in about 1975. The R22 system, it is still charged.
Gotta love it.
Hasn't worked in like 10 years at least.
You could probably make it work.
Well, I could make it work if I had a rotary phase converter or a 3-phase power to the building.
Hey, if you come down my way, we got a reclaim unit for R22. You could bottle that crap up and sell it.
How many pounds does it hold?
Doesn't say.
It doesn't say.
Because people pay a pretty penny for R22, at least like people that aren't HVAC guys, because otherwise you can't get a hold of it.
Well, I can get a hold of it. I got a license, but it costs an arm and a leg. It's not as bad as trying to get R11 or R12, though.
Still.
Well, and it's interesting, we're not going to be able to really get R22 without paying an arm and a leg for us. You know what I'm going to use? Propane.
Oh, God.
So propane and propane accessories?
Propane is pretty much a drop-in replacement for R22. The difference is it's flammable, which isn't a big deal as long as you don't have a leak, right?
Just don't tell the insurance company.
It's
No,
like
you don't tell the insurance company anything.
it's like isobutane. That's a good refrigerant too. That's a pretty good replacement for R12.
You know,
You
just
know,
trying to remember.
If it's still charged, why bother?
Well, I would have to, if it's still charged, I could recover the R22 that's in it, and
Then put it back in.
theoretically, yeah.
Okay.
We
like
do
I
need to
said.
buy a recovery machine anyway because I've been wanting to do AC stuff. Actually, so that coach that I've been working on, I forgot how long that thing is. It's 47 feet or 52 feet or whatever, the Bluebird bus. The rooftop AC units all work now because obviously I fixed the generator and that's all happy again. But somewhere out in the Midwest, he had an exhaust problem with the bus, and he took it somewhere to have some monkeys fix it. And these monkeys with wrenches decided to break the lines off of the receiver dryer and AC compressor
Hold it.
for the car air conditioning portion of this coach. And so...
Wait, I don't think they were monkeys. I think they qualify as 200-pound gorillas at this point.
Okay, Diggy, check out Hangout's chat. I just sent you the link for what we have. This is the recovery unit we have at work.
Okay, I'll walk back that way in a moment. So yeah, they broke the lines off this thing, and we went and bought some crimps, or crimp-on ends, and I got it all ready to be crimped, and then a guy came over with a crimper. And a crimper for air conditioning lines is actually pretty neat to work with.
Mm-hmm.
But got that all set up, and we were thinking about charging it ourselves, and then I read the tag. It takes 8 pounds of R134.
Oh, God.
That's a lot of refrigerant.
Yes, it is.
So he took it to this place, and they pulled a vacuum on it and charged it up, and it's all good now. For now, they put some dye in it too to see if it leaks. I imagine it'll probably leak.
We also have vacuum pumps if you need those as well.
Now, is that recovery machine for sale?
Yes, it is. It's $60. And it's
Oh,
both
I
units.
wish I could buy it.
It's both units. It doesn't say it supports R134, but it's probably just because it's old. I'm pretty sure it'll support 134. I mean, it's just a compressor and some valves and some gauges.
Is it a Robinair or someone else?
A Pinnacle is the recovery unit, but we have some Robinair vacuum pumps.
Oh yeah, the pawn shop. Okay, I remember now.
Yeah.
No. Clicked on things when I wasn't supposed to. New activity on my video.
Which video?
Some Sasquatch wrote, "Seriously? Talking about fucking cats on the internet? Really? As if there is nothing else to discuss. Electronics, life, the Greek debt crisis, and the effect on international banking." Okay. I guess you joined in a little bit late, and that's okay. We had a friend who had a dog that passed away this evening. Well, he had to put him down, and we were doing a fundraiser and all of that, and it just, yeah. So, yeah, we ended up talking about animals for a little bit. But obviously, the meat and potatoes of this hangout has been discussing things other than animals.
Don't worry, he'll catch up in about an hour. Actually, I think meat and potatoes is other thing, but
Me
What
too, okay? And if you
are
have
you messing with? Are you just slamming a space bar again and again and again?
VFD. I wonder if you were talking about my three-phase power problem. A VFD is not a bad idea, but
You need
the
to pull a lot of single-phase power to do that.
right, and it wants 35 amps of three-phase.
You might be able to do it with split phase.
208?
Just maybe.
Or is it 208 though?
I don't think it's 208. Isn't 208 European power?
No. I'm talking about 208 three-phase.
Yeah, there's two different. There's 483 phase and 208 3-phase.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It's 208 three-phase, not 480 three-phase.
Okay, good, because 30 amps, 480, fuck that.
Yeah,
It's
that would be
with
insane.
30 amps of three-phase to try and draw that from a single-phase supply. I mean, it's doable. We got 200 amp service to the building,
But that's about all your service.
Hey, Suda.
That's a lot, yeah.
That's what I can do.
I mean, if you look at well, what's your service for split phase, or is that including your split phase?
We don't have any 3-phase service whatsoever.
Right,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna
talking about 3-phase. I'm talking about split phase.
We got 200 amps of split phase.
Okay.
Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some coffee, and so I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Okay.
So with that, I mean, honestly, the split phase is higher voltages than the 3-phase, so you could totally do it with split phase. I mean, it'd pull 60 amps, but that's not too bad. So how many horsepower are the current compressors?
Patiently or patently, I am either too old or thinking too deeply for this feed. I don't need the fucking obvious shown to me. Guess I should unsubscribe? Comments, please. Yeah, unsubscribe, because obviously you're being a cockmunch. I mean, really, this Super Geek Hangout time is not only about the most advanced of topics, it's also about basic topics, and we cover a wide variety of things. And I can't make everyone happy. I try to cover what people want to hear and listen to, and we haven't done one of these in a while. And we don't have the usual crowd of people to discuss extremely in-depth things. So, yeah, it's
Also, if you want to bring up something that's in depth, go ahead and we'll try.
right. You can definitely suggest some things, and the Greek debt and other financial crisis. That is a very real issue, and I actually
Before I head off here and just go get stuff, Sideways Stereon says Sam's Club has 30-pound R134A bottles for $100.
That's not bad.
You have a Sam's Club near you?
Yes.
Okay, then you're good. And if Boss Man has a Sam's Club membership, which I'm guessing he probably does because he's rich enough for it, you should be good. Alright, I'm going to go get some coffee, and so I'll be right back.
Okay, we'll see in a few.
Okay, so does this ad need anything else done to it? I don't know why I did this.
Doogie, did you see the link?
I'm looking for it right now. That's really funny.
The Hangouts chat.
Oh, it's in the Hangouts chat? That would be why I can't see the link.
You want me to put it in IRC for you?
Yeah. People should really refrain from using the Hangouts chat because of two reasons. I can't see it with the iPad, and when you put things in the Hangouts chat, anybody that's ever joined the Hangout, even if they're not in the Hangout at that particular time, seems to receive it as an instant message. And so if they have notifications turned on, I guess if you don't want to receive notifications, then turn them off. But, yeah.
And yes, C-Pro, that was my my half pint. I have the blue one.
I just try to avoid spamming random links to IRC whenever most people don't realize that we're on talking on the Hangout.
They'll figure it out.
Let us export this. That's good enough. By the way, I do want to ask you a question, which I think is funny, but I gotta find where I put it.
Is that the kind of recovery unit you're looking for?
Does it say what, or does it specify what refrigerants they're compatible with?
Let me look it up real quick. I've had to look it up before. Unfortunately, Craigslist turns my nice DSLR photos into potato phone pics.
So, Sudos, why did they take something that looks so nice and then make it look so horrible? That's the question I have for you. Or is he gone?
Alright, so the CA model does R22 and R502, and its little cousin, the other one that plugs into it, does R12, R22, R500, and R502. I guess the other one's just used for filtering or something. I don't know. But they go together. That has that special multi-pin connector. But I can already tell you that we just can't find anyone who wants it. But we're actually, at this point, selling it for a loss. Because I know that they, especially when they complete units like that, people do want them. And I'm sure you could put 134 through it. Because I don't see why you wouldn't be able to.
I'll have to think about that. I'll let him know. Interestingly enough, he's not somebody who is like, he doesn't always look for the least expensive thing, or
I'm sure.
You know, he's not afraid to buy a new piece of equipment, which is kind of nice. And it's actually honestly been something that's been a bit of an adjustment to get used to, because I have never worked in a place really before where anything less than the best wasn't acceptable. I constantly had to have a budget-conscious mind when it came to making modifications and doing things with cars. And as much as I try to avoid being a tight ass on my own projects, you know, it's just inevitable. But for him, there isn't really much of a limit.
So it must have been weird for you, like when he just said, "All right, let's go get both parts of the generator done."
Right. Yeah, and that's a good point. He could have paid $300 to rewind it, but he's like, well, I can just give $600 to PowerTech and have the part I need tomorrow, and then the diodes and the I lost my train of thought. But anyway, the exciter rotor is something that wasn't necessarily bad, but it had parts on it that could potentially go bad or had a little bit of wear on them. So he decided, fuck it, it's another $700. It was a hell of a time getting to this point, so swap it all out, and good to go. So yeah, I mean, it was really cool that was done. Oh, and we ordered a bearing and threw it in at the same time. So, yeah, don't have to worry about stuff when it comes to that. And if I spend $500 more and it saves me, you know, like 10 or 20 hours worth of time, then go for it. It's kind of weird too. At the same time, it's like I've seen money get spent on things that is just unfathomable to me. I've never spent that much on anything in my entire life. And I was not afraid to do that. And then there's the flip side of it, like, well, fuck, I'm only making how much? You spent you spent an entire 2 weeks pay for me on what? But, I mean, there's two sides to every point, I guess.
But hey, that's what lets him do that.
Hey, I've got a customer who's probably going to drop $20,000 on hard drives in the next year. So you ready for this? So he can have all his movies in one place. No, I'm not making that up.
How is he spending that much in hard drives? Is he buying SSDs?
No, he's let me put it this way. The last array I put together was 5 4-terabyte hard drives. He's filled it up.
Okay, that's reasonable. But that doesn't explain 20,000.
Because it's going to need a Synology unit to go with it. And it's going to need to hold that plus whatever he's going to add to it. I haven't told him he can dump Blu-rays, and I'm never going to, because then things will really get out of hand.
Server?
This guy does not believe in lower quality rips. Otherwise, that amount of space would last him forever. But you know what? You don't argue with people who pay you good money. That's all I can tell you. They ask you if something's possible. You say, well, gee, it's possible if you spend this buttload of money on it. And they're like, okay, done. And you're like, you know, in that case, it was just a basic Windows Media Center that turned out to be not very basic. I mean, he initially started out, and I only had the array being, 3 2-terabyte hard drives. Because I figured, all right, he's not going to be dedicated enough to fill these up. Wrong. He went through his entire DVD collection, filled those drives up, and I had to come up with something else. So I came up with something else, and I thought it was reasonable. He's filled it up too.
What's the eventual goal?
It's really interesting the data requirements that some people have.
I
do a lot with computers, right? But I don't require, I feel, nearly as much data as like what a lot of other people use. I mean, realistically, I have maybe 6 terabytes of total storage, 4 of which is used. And I hear about what other people have stored for things and whatever, and it's just ridiculous, the difference. There are people that have like 20, 30 terabytes worth of stuff. And I guess that's mostly media, when you think about it. That's the single biggest thing that eats everything up. And I'm not a media hoarder type of person. I guess I have a lot of music that I don't really listen to anymore. But yeah, I don't really collect TV shows or movies or anything like that. The bulk of what I have is server repositories from, like, I have every Solaris patch that Sun ever put out from 1991 to 2005.
This entire volume is nothing but games.
I mean, I probably have about 6 terabytes of data, but I have, oh god, so much storage. I mean, if you want to count the drives that don't have connected, I probably have 20 terabytes of storage.
How about those of you watching this live stream? How much data do you use up? Go ahead and leave a comment. I'm curious to see what some of our viewers eat up for data. It'd be interesting to get a good comparison on this. And to try to ask a question, I missed the repair of the generator. What all turned out to be roasted? It was just the exciter stator, and as it turned out, nothing was actually roasted. It just wasn't varnished enough, and one of the little coils vibrated back and forth so much that it actually broke the wire that between 2 coils. I think I have it still around here.
What's funny is it's probably repairable. If you wanted
Well, it's repairable in the sense that it can be rewound, but where'd it go?
I mean, it's not worth it, is the point.
Oh, okay, it's still here. Oh, I taped the box like an idiot.
Don't worry about it.
Well, there wasn't enough varnish on it. One of the coils broke loose and vibrated back and forth, and thanks to that wonderful thing called work hardening, it broke the copper wire that joins 2 of the coils together, and the exciter stator went open circuit as a result of that, and not so much excitement. But yeah, it's all fixed now, and the voltage regulator worked beautifully, and we're back to pumping out the full 15 kilowatts.
And best of all, I think you're actually wired properly this time instead of Uncle Jim Bob just plugging things in until things work.
The other thing that didn't get really mentioned was that we discovered that one of the contactors had some burnt contacts on it. Now, the generator is very perfectly capable of supplying power to all 3 AC units at once and all that good stuff, but the contactors are only rated for 40 amps. And it was at maximum load when he was running the AC units, the 2 AC units on one of the legs. And so here, they're actually, this camera is a lot better. So, flip this around. That is what one of the contacts looks. That's actually the bridge. And then these are the, that's another bridge. I'm missing one. Oh, it's over here. I was going to say I'm missing like the most burnt looking one. There we go. Interestingly enough, the most burnt set of these was from the neutral. I thought that was kind of interesting. I guess it doesn't really matter. It's all AC. So it's kind of all the same no matter what wire it's on.
Well, it's also about, hey, which one of those has the highest resistance and where it connects. Just happened to be the neutral, I guess.
That's right. And he also had a habit of switching from like shore power to generator or vice versa while the system was loaded. So you got a couple of AC units running on this, and the system's loaded, and yeah, there you go. Burnt contact. So the contactor was riveted into the electrical box. So what I ended up doing, because contactors by design are supposed to be rebuildable, is we bought a new contactor, and I just pulled the contacts and the springs out and replaced the bad contacts. And all is good now. So yeah, if anybody else has any questions this evening, I am doing my best to answer and resolve your questions. And yeah, I guess we had a troll earlier. I mean, whatever. It happens. Hopefully he unsubscribed.
Well, you know, I always hope people like that go away, but the truth is they don't.
You know what? He probably wasn't subscribed in the first place.
Probably not. Somebody probably mentioned my channel was broadcasting on some other network somewhere, and somebody was like, "Oh, I'm bored. I don't have any time, or I have extra time on my hands, and whatever." And there you go.
So, if you want to talk about storage, did you know that we now have a 4 terabyte, 2.5-inch SATA drive?
Really?
You want to guess the price tag?
Firstborn?
It's not SAS, right?
No, it's SATA.
And it's not an enterprise drive, right?
Not an enterprise drive. It's a SanDisk.
It's a SanDisk?
Yep.
Wait, is it solid state or is this?
It's solid state.
Do you have a link to this bad boy?
Yes, I do. Let me grab the link.
I don't know if it's bad boy. But, I'm gonna guess, without looking at the link, that it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $350.
I was going to say about $1,000 or more.
All right, you gotta post a link to them. I'm curious.
Oh God, you are.
Actually, you're wrong. It is SAS, and it is a enterprise drive.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh, it is SAS. Either way, it's still a 2.5-inch drive. But
Still SAS.
feast your eyes on that freaking thing.
Oh my God! You don't.
Amadus or Amadus, I apologize if I got your name wrong, left a comment and said, I have three 1 terabyte hard drives and a 250 gig SSD, and I'm using a total of 2.08 terabytes across all of them. I tend to purge old useless data every once in a while, but I do have stacks of burned CDs and DVDs that really... Why did you cut that off?
By the way, that's what 4 terabytes of SSD
Wow.
looks like.
Someone took one apart.
Oh God, that's too expensive for me to avoid the warranty. Glad someone else did.
It's pretty interesting that they pass a ribbon cable between those.
I mean, it had to be multi-board. There was no way that was single board. Not yet, anyways. But check out the
That could
void
really
sticker
use a
on
pruning
that chip.
again. Ah.
Oh, you're still uploading.
Yeah, I'm uploading and I'm on like Hangouts and I'm browsing the web and it's not killing my fucking internet. Hooray!
Woo! Your frame rate's a little slow, but that being said, I can clearly make out your face and
we can
Julian
hear you.
standing there, and the
And-
audio sounds great.
Yeah, I mean, the video is but the important part is we can hear you.
That's exactly right. Who cares about video when I'm just sitting in front of the camera? You don't want to see my ugly mug anyway.
Oh
It
man,
must
I
have-
say the same thing.
It wasn't a complete win, unfortunately. I've crashed my gateway at home, which I have no means of rebooting from outside my house.
I have returned.
He needs a hard reset button here so he can reboot his gateway every time he crashes it.
I need the damn thing to have a watchdog so it resets itself when the damn thing crashes.
Yeah, but what if the watchdog crashes?
That's what I want. I just need to like get Wake on LAN working properly, but I want to do it right.
You need a Raspberry Pi and a relay to trigger the circuit breaker on the server to actually kick it in the guts. Or just a little solenoid that goes out and pokes the reboot button.
See, screw relays and solenoids. That's right here. Do it right.
Yeah, I've got plenty of them. I'll give him a few SSRs.
These are nice. If only they weren't so expensive.
Yeah, it's got multiple outputs.
Are they very trustable though?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. The SSRs are pretty good.
They're as reliable as contactors.
Yeah. 20 amps per terminal.
Just heat sink them.
Yep, you have to heat sink them. But
Oh.
20 amps per terminal.
I've got a whole bunch of Krauser brand ones which are out of ATMs and things like that, and those things work fine.
Yeah, I have something amazing to show you guys that I just stumbled upon. This is a G4 case mod with a PC in it.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, but I hadn't. That's amazing what they did with that thing, because it looks like a neat computer now.
I heard that as meat computer.
Oh, it's gone up, which is what it used to do before it started dying.
Now it's not pegging your upload.
Yeah. Yeah,
Have
earlier.
you seen,
browse the web and upload at the same time. If I browsed, it'd knock the upload time up. Now it's the opposite. The upload time would stay the static, but it would just.
if you've seen It's My Natural Colors channel, he actually just did a Hackintosh build out of an old Quicksilver.
Yeah.
I'll take a look.
There's also the PowerPC Hub guy. He's about to do a Hackintosh G5, and I said you should take a look at this guy's thing because he just hacked up a G5 but left it a G5. And I linked your video, and he said, "Yeah, I saw that a couple weeks ago. It's quite a beautiful bit of kit, yada yada." So,
where did you link that?
Look up the PowerPC Hub on YouTube. It's the last video they did about the future of the channel. He has two channels: the PowerPC Hub and the PowerPC Hub Note 2.
Noted. I will have to check that out later.
Hey guys, this is Detritus from the IRC channel. I just
Good
thought
to
I'd
see
stop
you,
in and
guy.
say hi. Good to see you for the first time in on camera anyway.
So,
Yay!
Good to see you as
There we
well.
go,
Good
fixed
to
it.
see you as well.
We've talked a lot, and I have never seen you on camera.
Well, you know, there's got to be a first time for everything. But yeah, I've probably been hanging out with you in IRC for a couple of years at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, are those quantum storage boxes behind you? Those are nice.
Yeah, they are. I picked them up at an auction for like $4 a piece, and so I'm trying to get everything organized in there. But if you could see the rest of what the camera's not showing, you'd see I'm basically sitting in a clear spot in a mountain of junk.
You don't have to tell us about sitting in mountains
Right,
of junk.
exactly like that.
Sounds like everyone's workshop.
And unfortunately, my workshop is my bedroom. It doesn't
Well-
end well.
About 20 feet that way is the bed where I sleep.
Right there. Right there. You can see the leg.
Yep.
Oh,
That's why I joined, because I knew I'd feel right at home.
That's it.
we're all defective here in some way or another.
We're all broken in some way.
Nothing quite like going to make breakfast and all you hear is server wine in the morning.
That's right.
No,
You have
I
yours in the kitchen.
I can't go to sleep without hearing fan whine and hard drive whine and CRT whine.
I think
It's
next time
unsettling.
That's why my
go out,
desktop
I'm
is
gonna
turned
make sure it
off
has
at
a raised floor system.
That'll work, yep. Free floor ventilation and cabling all in.
Do you have air conditioning? Yeah, it's that Liebert unit over there.
Heat exchange through the floor for the servers and cabling.
Man, I remember when I was
Yeah.
busy.
Both
I
ways.
found the caddy. I didn't find the rubber condoms or the cover yet.
that's okay. Those are normal. Those are just like you can find those on eBay for like $1.
Playing the drums.
Yeah, hang on to that sucker because I might just get it being a Core i5.
I have had one explode run.
Well, it's sitting here waiting.
The rubber hard drive condoms are like.
I cannot wait to get rid of this laptop. Speaking of that, I don't know what happened. I might have gotten angry because it's slow, but it's kinda. It doesn't close right anymore. It doesn't latch like it's supposed to. It misses the hole by just a bit.
Were you playing Frisbee?
No, the hinges are just fucked up.
Like this?
Yes.
You know what's funny is it closed now.
I'm sure Doogie wasn't quite such a light toss.
It just needed some persuasion, that's all.
I'm sure that the screen's broken now.
No.
Get away with it. It'll be alright.
And the battery's still charged. Let's see.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's fine.
Power password.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's HP. You can get away with that.
Continuing on our thing of storage.
If that was a Dell, it probably would not have survived.
Here's my current stack of 2.5-inch drives.
It was a Dell to be in 2 pieces.
Are you using the 486 or 586? Okay, good.
586 compound now.
So, yeah, I want to shoot this.
Well, at least you fixed the hinge. Is it shut now?
Doogie, look for a get on Gunbroker and look for a what was it, Rossi Overland side-by-side coach gun. That thing is fun, and it makes short work of computer screens and laptops.
And the shoulder blades.
Yeah, and your shoulder if you're a bit lanky like us. It's quite stout, but you put field loads or like number 4 shot in it, and it's a bit of fun.
Nice.
The most painful thing I ever shot was a 10 gauge single barrel break action shotgun a friend of mine picked up, and I'm a big guy, and neither one of us could put more than like about 3 rounds through the thing before your shoulder was just meat. It was just red and
Hey.
yeah.
Hey, did you see carbide bullets that Tal Florida Mouse shot that AVE sent him?
I saw that.
That was amazing.
Hey, guess what? Happy America Day. Happy America Day, everybody. It's America Day.
Is it?
America.
Yeah, it technically is.
Gotta get the cheeseburgers ready now.
Actually, that's a good question. What time zone did they sign it in?
Eastern, because it was in actually.
But you have to keep in mind daylight savings and everything.
Daylight savings time was something that Benjamin Franklin brought up, but it was never implemented yet. So when you think about it,
you actually have to think about this.
Spring ahead, fall behind. But the daylight savings time that he was talking about, we would lose an hour. We did not go forward an hour.
So the question is, when was the Declaration of Independence signed? And in what time zone, and how does it relate to now? So when did America Day begin?
Well, it doesn't relate to anything now. All our rights have been raped from us.
Yeah. But that's quite the point. That still doesn't change the fact that we get to shoot off explosives for no apparent reason, other than apparently to set off brush fires in Arizona.
They get to do it in Russia, too. Hell, in Russia, you can drive on the sidewalk, apparently. That's a thing.
You know, in Russia, I would drive on the sidewalk because I don't want to be driving on the road. Have you seen what happens when you drive on the road in Russia?
Yeah, you get hit by someone with a traffic camera, and then you get in trouble.
Have you seen the YouTube channel Stop a Douchebag?
I gotta go back and watch some of the newer videos. I haven't checked on them in a while.
It was quite interesting. There was one video, it's these group of people that stand on the sidewalk, and then when somebody drives up, they stop them. And
the one where,
he
pulls out an AK-47 and scares the piss out of the guys.
And if a person tries to drive over them, they have these paper stickers. It's like an 18-inch circular sticker, and it says, "I like to disobey traffic laws," or something like that in Russian. But it's paper, and so once they stick it on the windshield, it comes off in thousands of little tiny pieces. And
so anyway, guys, I've seen what happens in Russia on the road.
It takes them a full afternoon to clean it off.
I don't know how these people survive. Maybe they don't.
They probably don't.
Yeah, but we probably have just as many dumb accidents here, but we don't have a fetish of having dash cams.
Well, at this point in Russia, it's so bad they require, if you want insurance in Russia, you have to have a dash cam. That's how.
Okay, well that explains a lot.
Requirement. If you want insurance, it's a requirement. That's why there's so many of them.
I mean, look at this.
Yeah, insurance fraud was a big thing in Russia, so they just said, right, if you want to claim, you need a dash cam and you need footage of it.
I also think that just people who don't care about driving drive in Russia.
What is that person doing?
how about, like, letting traffic through?
Everyone's
That's a mistake a lot of people make. Like, oh, I crashed on the highway. I'm just going to get out of my car in the middle of the highway.
There's boxes of
staying on the road
everywhere. The Nissan X-Trail.
Oh, damn. Yeah, one thing's for sure. I have a plan to put. I'm going to put 4 cameras in my Corrado and come up with a video capture system that allows me to record the drives.
Cleaned up.
I'm subscribed to LiveLeak, and some of the car crash videos that they post on there are amazing.
LiveLeak's a lot more like uncensored and scummy than YouTube.
Yeah, this is just YouTube. This is just what makes it out on YouTube.
The LiveLeak channel on YouTube is what I'm referring to, and like the car accidents that they post are dash cams of ones where people have died. And they're just brutal. Like I posted one the other night of it was in China, and a BMW at like 80 miles an hour just T-bones this Mazda, like completely blows the light and T-bones this Mazda at an intersection. and
Wow.
the Mazda flies like over this bus, this city bus, and wherever the BMW hit it, it sheared it in half, or it was the back half of the car that flew over the bus. But yeah, it's just some of the craziest accidents I've ever seen have come from that YouTube channel. Woo! Why would you?
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, no. Turntables let go. Does he try and turn? No.
Don't hit the brakes! Don't hit the brakes!
He's just accelerating as slow as he can.
Oops.
Oh no. Yeah, dash cams can bring some interesting moments.
Oh God.
I think we got into this discussion a little bit the other night, but one thing I've noticed in Russia is the semi drivers. If somebody's going really slow in front of a semi or cuts off a semi, they're not afraid to like run into the car and push them down the street.
Yeah.
I kind of wish that would happen more often here because there's a lot of people and I get it. Don't get me wrong, speed does kill, but the opposite is also just as true. Like when I drive through Illinois and people come down the on-ramp to a highway and they think that they can't merge or whatever, and they stop at the bottom of the on-ramp, that is the most ridiculous, unsafe thing I've ever seen.
That's just Melbourne traffic in a nutshell. I've had a few of them do that. Touch wood, I've never had an accident, but it's been close a few times. And then you get the ones that want to play with you and actually try and speed up when you're overtaking, like Julian had the other day, and the ones that want to put you into the front of another vehicle as you're overtaking. They're just people like that need to be shot.
I wasn't the one
doing the there goes the tranny van.
I was behind the speeding car doing the overtaking. On double line.
Yeah.
What is this guy doing?
Oops.
I guess we're seeing this one post-accident.
Yeah, bit of a mess. He's upside down completely.
There's not.
Oh, wow.
I don't think that guy lived.
He rolled it bad.
Oh wow, there's a new button in Hangout. That's interesting.
What does it do?
It's a hide participants. That was funny. That's what I was just talking about. There was a car embedded in the semi. Yeah, but there's a hide participants button, which is kind of interesting.
Oh no, that's been there. The hide participants button's been there.
Evidently for a lot longer than the last time I've used it. Can't even say what I want to say. I need another beer. Penalty drink.
Maybe we should create some Hangouts against humanity. Ooh, actually, I do have something I can take apart. Just because it's cool. Give me a second. Let me clear an area here. And I'll go get it.
I wish I had more electronic stuff to share and do on the Hangout tonight, but...
Hey, you know, if you don't have anything to do, you don't have anything to do.
When I get my new cables, I'll have something, but at the moment, all I've got is a power steering rack from a 2006 Camry to tear down. But the thing is, I'm not going to be able to get the camera in close enough or quality high enough that you'll be able to see it.
Could I please borrow a borescope?
You want to go probing things? Where is the borescope?
It's behind your friend. I want to see how much brake pad my car doesn't have left.
Ah, yes, perfect for brake pad inspection. Little probulator camera. There you go.
I need to get one of those where you can, that has like the controls on it so you can turn it around.
Nah, that's just a Harbor Freight one. They're a little bit awkward to use, but it does its job all right.
Yeah, they don't work bad. I've used a Harbor Freight one several times for some really useful stuff. I did a Audi diagnosis video with the cheesy Harbor Freight one, and I got the job done. I was able to diagnose bent valves and the whole bit. So
Helps.
Pretty good. Boy, this laptop's kind of, it's keeping up, I guess. Those of you that are just joining us on YouTube, hello and welcome. It's been a long time since I've done a Super Geek Hangout time, and some of you might wonder what that is. And, it's basically an opportunity for you as the community, like a group of people, to openly come in and discuss any issues or topics, whether that be computers, electronics, science, graphic, or dogs and cats, which apparently some of you, one of
Pets
you
are always welcome.
disagreed with, whatever. It's so funny. So yeah, you can join us live on our Freenode chat room, and that's chat.freenode.net. The room name is #DoogieLabs. There is also a web chat client. If you go to doogielabs.com and you click on the welcome page, there is a live stream player that also has this live stream on it, but there is also information to where you can join into the chat room and you can engage and hang out with us in real time. Since I'm running the Hangout from like 2 separate devices, I am actually able to watch the YouTube comments a little bit more closely. So you are welcome to leave a comment there on the YouTube page. If you have a question, comment, concern, or suggestion, we'd love to hear it. And if you have a camera and a microphone, you are more than welcome to come in and join us on the Hangout and ask questions and stuff.
Yes, the thing is working.
It's weird seeing myself on here. I look like I have
Next are about half of that. So I suggest getting it to you before Christmas.
So what I got here is a Bell & Howell 1580 16mm projector.
Oh, I couldn't work out how to maneuver the camera to look at the rear pads.
What is that LED pad for?
It's all discs, isn't it? You gotta get in there.
Front discs, rear drums.
Oh, drums? No, you gotta take the drum off.
Yeah, no, the back pads on the front.
Bro, how much do you want?
Inner pad.
Oh, no. I
have
only
to
go off
see
the
it.
outer one. Unless the car's pulling to one side a bit, like one pad's grabbing.
Well, it does have a defective worm gear. You do realize that.
Yeah. You'll know.
I need one.
The hardest thing to replace on this projector.
We'll just buy new discs and pads.
Do you know what? I usually buy
200.
discs anyway whenever I do the breaks.
That's exactly right. $200 you've done.
This is the audio section.
Yeah. I rarely have a machine. Costs almost as much to get a machine as it does to buy new ones. So, yeah, new pads. Done. Fresh new car. Fresh new brakes. Oh, you just reminded me I need to get my Bell & Howell sound projector out and do some work on it.
Does it say Unitarian Church on it?
It does.
I got things like this I want to try watching.
Yep. National Audio Visual Center, Washington, D.C. Okay. They old,
Is Intro to Detection. I have no idea what this one actually is, but I have like squirrel cage fan mechanics and just all sorts of awesome little videos, and I don't have a projector to watch them on.
Yeah, I need some films to go into this. I want to get some of the older military training films for this thing, because some of those are just amazing.
Some of those that I've seen uploaded to YouTube, like the one on Transformers and the one on DC motors and stuff.
Yeah,
or
who
not
does that?
DC, but electric motors. Oh, those are amazing videos.
You should also
I have one on electric motors.
It's great too. I think that one was done by the Navy actually for AM and FM radio, but they're great.
Yeah, it's Public Resource Channel that does the old
you go.
DC motor ones and AC generator stuff.
Yeah, the generator one was a really good one too.
Yep.
There you go, right there. This is what it's about.
Oh yeah. Learning Resource Center. Oh yeah. So they're just old training films. That's the kind of stuff that needs to be put into digital and backed up somewhere else in the world.
That's what I want to do. Is I want to play them and record them.
That's it. Record them, back them up, get them down to the world so that somebody at least can make another copy and keep them around. Otherwise, if those tapes or films degrade, they're gone.
Yeah, and these probably haven't been cared for in forever.
Well, even every time you open them, you're exposing.
Gone bad and emulsified and moisture.
That brings me to my next point. If any of you watching this have any old Sun or Silicon graphics software or anything for like VMS or anything like that, I'm trying to get together stuff to maintain an archive of that type of software. And that's an inherently difficult task because there was actually, especially with Sun and Silicon graphics systems, the software was pretty application specific. And like a lot of these systems were used in the military, and they actually had developers in the military write these software programs that did very specific tasks, and whether it be that it was classified or if it was a corporate thing, being that it was intellectual property, a lot of that stuff is lost. And we have these computers now, and yeah, I mean you can use FSN on it and or whatever, and to a point you get to see what the system was like. But I mean, I think there's a fundamental difference between the operating system environment itself and the actual software that they actually used on it. And I think it would be really neat to put together a collection of this software so we have it. You know, for a projector, that's pretty busy inside.
Oh yeah, these things are pretty insane. Now let me get some power in it. But the cool thing is there's a synchronous motor right here. And they got a squirrel cage blower coming right off of it. There's going to be ballast for the lamps over here. And also underneath it is actually the soundboard. I'll show you that in a bit. But you got a run capacitor, because obviously you can run this motor backwards or forwards. The interesting thing is backwards, this motor runs 18 FPS on the film. Forwards, it runs 24 FPS. So, go figure. Unfortunately, most of these gears are nylon and plastic, even though this was, you know, a fairly decent unit. And this is the dreaded worm gear. This thing is in the middle of everything. It has everything to do with the timing and just, you name it. And this worm gear is what cracks. And on mine's not as far gone as other ones you'll see on the internet. But these things just chunk apart, and they have basically a knurled piece of steel or aluminum with a nylon gear covering it. And it's right here. I don't know if you can see it. I might have to fiddle with my camera setting. Yeah, let me go and fiddle with my camera settings.
I'm missing my films. I don't know where the other ones went.
Can you have a second?
I'm sorry, Sudas, I couldn't hear you.
I have a real quick off-topic question for you for just a second. Does your V880 have some sort of lights-out management port on it?
Yes, it does. It's actually a really interesting card. There's a special slot for it. It's called a Sun RSC card. And on that card is a PCM-CIA slot with a Zircom 56K modem in it. And the card supports remote management over 10 or 100 base T, or you can dial into it and manage the system from that modem. And you can remotely power it on, power it off. You can view system statistics like.
So it's pretty much like a dual DRAC.
What was that?
It's like a dual DRAC.
I'm not familiar with that.
The PowerEdge DRAC cards. DRAC.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know what you're talking about now.
Okay, you guys should be able to see a lot better now.
Yeah, all those remote management systems work pretty much.
Yeah, I'm talking to Kari on the Neko Chan RC, and she was like, I was preparing to be utterly horrified at Spark. I'm trying to instill some sort of faith.
Is that so the ballast transformer is the bottom left?
Yeah, let me get my video actually flipped around so I can see what I'm showing you, because Google Hangouts is like that. There we go. Okay, so yeah, the ballast transformer, there's actually two of them. I believe one of them is for the sound light, and one of them is for the main lamp. And you've got the the big synchronous induction motor, the squirrel cage blower, and this belt goes and drives everything, including this. Hang on. Including the worm gear. The worm gear drives both sides. You can see one gear on the bottom, one gear on the top, and that keeps everything in the projector in sync.
Mm-hmm.
What year was that made? Do you know?
I think this is 60s, 70s, but I haven't found any true date codes. I'm gonna need a date code key.
Why?
Soundboard.
Okay.
Is that a Bell and Howell as well?
Yes, this is a Bell and Howell.
Okay. Well, there's my worm gear. Not very happy.
Yeah, the worm gears aren't very happy, and the problem is if you take them out, you have to retime everything.
Oh, okay.
Well, you could take it out and not turn anything.
No, that you can't. I've got to show you what the shutter looks like. I can't take it apart that far, but basically that entire back section is the shutter section. If you take this gear out, you have to take the entire shutter out of the machine, and you have to misalign that gear, and you have to take the part that goes in front of the, I don't know what the word for it is, but basically the part that has the moving sprockets that move the film up.
Yep.
I mean, the gear looks kind of happy, but it looks like it's still engaging.
It's still engaging, but it won't for long.
Yeah, I can see the big crack in it.
Yeah, they explode like this one here. They end up in pieces through the mechanism. That one's just stripped off, and I've got a replacement, but I've got to do the same thing. Take it apart, make sure it's all retimed.
That looks like a job for a 3D printer.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a 3D printer soon.
Anyway, so the kind of cool thing is if it spins this way, this is reverse, you see this whole mechanism moves one way. And if you go forwards, then you can see the whole gear mechanism moves the other way and engages the other set and doesn't engage
So the motor actually stops and reverses direction? There isn't like a gear train that shifts it between forward and reverse?
No, I'll show you. That's why this run cap has so many wires coming off of it. Hang on. Here. I gotta undo the cable. And you gotta plug it in.
So, Guy, I see you have the LED panel down there. What's that for?
It's from a conversion kit for converting various lights in a car to a 12-volt LED panel, and it comes with like a festoon adapter or a T10 adapter or a bayonet adapter. And right now it's plugged into a bench power supply. There's 48 LEDs on there, and you can see they don't all quite ignite at the same voltage. Right now there's about 6.5 volts or 6.8 volts running into it, and they're just barely coming on here. But they do all light, because some of these cheap Chinese modules, it's like some of the chips are dead. But this board is actually just like a piece of circuit board with white solder mask, and those are individual surface mount LEDs on top of it. And I put two of them like in the dome light in my Sprinter, and they're very bright. They don't get overly warm, and I'm pretty happy with them.
Nice.
Yeah.
There was a video recently, I think it was by Ain't Big, Ain't Clever, maybe, where he actually bought, he bought a couple different 100-watt LED modules,
Yep.
and then a 20-watt LED module. I'd like to comment on his video because I found it very helpful and informative, where he was talking about how they're in like series and parallel strings, and that when you have a bunch of them in series, how there can be like an imbalance between them, and they have to pull current through each other, and some of them come on before others, and because of that, you end up potentially burning up individual LEDs in the long run because of that imbalance in current.
I saw that exact same video because you linked to it, which is why I started hooking this up and then looking at it in the first place. And I have one of those really cheap eBay 100-watt modules, and I hooked it up, and I saw the same thing that he did.
Yep.
About 30% of the elements actually ignite, and then there's a luminescent dye around them that spreads the light around. But yeah, I'm getting maybe 30% of the capacity that that was actually rated for, and it's one of those $8 Chinese eBay specials.
Yep, this is the exact same module I have, and I decided that I'm not going to use the Chinese ones in the Corrado headlights. I'm actually going to order some legit Cree 20-watt LEDs. I figure I'll put about 10 each headlight. I'm going to spend like $250 in LEDs just for car headlights, but by my estimation, it's going to be somewhere around 12,000 lumens or more by the time I'm done, which is in my van, I have 4 35-watt HIDs, and those were 2,500 lumens each. So those were 10,000 lumens altogether. So it's going to be considerable light output.
And with this, you're getting a better brand too. One that's like tried and true and reputable.
Now back to the issue of the projector worm gear. I'll show you why it's not that easy. Now, this guy has a really great video on how to replace the worm gear. He leaves out a few steps, but anyway, after you get the shutter assembly out, that's what you see here. You remember the top and down gears. And I'm just going to show you here. Let's see if we can see, there's that worm gear right there. So these both sync up, and that's a timing issue. And to make matters worse, the shaft that this runs on, the worm gear itself, is a timed issue as well. So you actually have to get this back up, mated with that, and let me hopefully get to the front of the unit. And hang on, let's see if I can actually find where the timing marks are. Yeah. Let me just fast forward a little bit. So
oh boy, he has a pair of dollar screwdrivers from Dollar Tree.
Don't care. So there's a marker there, a marker there. Those have to all line up. You have to get everything on the shaft, and this is the important part down there. That's the part that engages the film. Is right underneath there where the little slidey door is. And those are the actual sprockets on the bottom. So the thing is that you can't take that worm gear out without removing all of this stuff, which has to be timed and exact. Otherwise, you chew up the film or it doesn't work right. And see this.
I've heard it's a very complicated little rebuild. That's sort of why I put mine off for so long.
Yeah,
I've got two of these units. Both need worm gears. I've got the parts to do it. I just haven't had the time or the knowledge to do it.
Yeah, this video goes through most of it. He doesn't actually put the worm gear on, but you can figure that out. He goes through everything that's important. Even though this is not the same model I have, I'm sure it's not much different. But the timing is critical on it, because if you don't do that, then, well, everything is screwed and doesn't work properly.
Wow.
But it looks doable, but real projection shops, they charge $300 to do this service.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Is there even such a thing anymore?
Yeah, there are still AV companies in Arizona, at least, that repair these things.
Yeah. Again, I have like 4 or 5 or 6 16mm Bell & Howells in my, I think they're Bell & Howells at the very least. They look like they were, in fact, the way that they're marked, it looks like they were probably at one point Army issue. And
well, what I would do is I would pull the back off of them when you get a chance, and if they have a gray gear, you're golden. They redesigned them and they made the color different so they could tell the difference. And if they have white gears like mine, then you're screwed.
What do you mean that I'm screwed? These were primarily for my great uncle's old silent movie collection. He did
Well,
not
what
like
I
movies
mean
with
is
sound.
that the projector will need a service that costs a lot of money if it has a white one.
I have a year. I have a year on this thing.
Mine are from like the 60s or the 50s, though.
Yeah, I
can
can
read
it. 1979. Because it's blocky. It's Google stuff.
They go up to the 1970s. The film sounds that I have are 1970s.
Now,
I don't know where my other ones are. I have like a yellow one, or like 2 or 3 yellow ones about this big.
Where's the fun in that, you say? We're gonna actually look at the soundboard next, because that's interesting as well on these.
Yeah,
that's a different LED, isn't it? Yeah.
Both of mine run the white gears. One of them's cracked but still works. It makes a clucky sound. The other one, as I showed, is just completely disintegrated and lost time.
Don't feel good.
Yeah, that's the part you need. That's the take up sleeve. I've got the worm gear in there, but various other bits.
The annoying thing for me is I can't find them around here. I can find 8mm projectors all day long at the thrift store. I haven't seen a single 16.
Okay, we're gonna try this again. This is the soundboard, and those are obviously the drivers over there. This is all really old school stuff.
Traces and all.
Module.
It's interesting to see that it's through hole, but still double-sided board.
I'm not sure if it's double-sided, other than having traces on the other side. These are not traces. These show you where the traces go.
Oh, okay. They look like no, they look like traces on the component side.
I think they're silk screen.
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah. Traces themselves, and there's nothing on the other side.
They're not solder pads. Nah. You can see where around the component lead there's an airspace.
No, but these ones are, so don't worry about it. The point is that these have really strange things which I can't see as date codes. Like, hang on, let me actually look at what I'm sending you. Like, there's a Fairchild part there, and I don't understand that.
Oh, that is double-sided.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any. Well, maybe.
That's
I don't
cool.
know.
It's
Anyway.
definitely double-sided.
Yeah, some of it's.
Oh, I see it now. Some of them are there.
Yeah, some silk screen, some of it's.
Oh man, look at that! Look at that diode. That's pretty jank.
Yeah, but you can see the solder well up around the pins as it comes through. It's definitely double-sided.
It is.
That's right. That's pretty cool for something that old.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't pegged the date on this, and this might not be original for the projector because again, it was used in a church.
70,
And they made a lot of
1970.
these parts modular, so you could fit one part into another.
Yeah. Probably
This
970.
Obviously, this has had caps replaced at some point.
Maybe.
The only one I see around here on Craigslist, and they want $90 for it, which just seems a bit excessive.
I'm kind of
About right. These projectors are getting hard to find.
with all this over here. Like, look at that crazy diode. That doesn't even make any sense. Like, how did they end up with that? I mean, that took effort. Look, doing the twist.
Maybe the diodes have been replaced.
The solder work would look out of place compared with the factory solder work. That's usually how I tell if a component's been replaced. It looks like someone's actually gone in there with a soldering iron and replaced it. It hasn't been flowed in en masse.
Also, look at this bodge wire. This is really fascinating. So it comes off of here, goes over here, is heat shrinked onto a resistor. What is going on there? Oh wait, you can't see it. Okay,
No.
so there's two resistors there. There's one resistor, two resistors. There's some heat shrink on that left one. And it goes to that red wire. And then the red wire goes over there.
Strange.
That is a fun bodge wire.
Oh.
Anyway, so
You
the
got
Fairchild, I'm pretty sure that this Fairchild part, if I can figure out how to get it in focus again. Hang on. Let me
It
see.
looks like it said 7411 on it, which would be
It
like...
does say 7411, but I think that's actually, is that the part number, or is that the...
That's the date code.
So hang on, let me see if I can tweak this. That's not what I want to do.
I can guarantee you that's probably a date code, because it's the second number.
Focus.
Give me a second, I'm working on it. The autofocus.
Nathan.
Okay, manual focus mode. There we go. So now the question is,
Wow,
what
vintage Nichicon.
Yep, but what the hell is it, and when the hell is it?
F709 PC 7411.
As far as I'm aware, the 7411 is a date code.
The 11th March 1974.
Yeah. I have Fairchild data books somewhere from that era.
Actually, I think I do too. Well, my dad does.
It's probably an op-amp.
Yeah.
Google search reveals.
Dark in here.
There is a 709 that's in a tin can package with gold leads that's an operational amplifier from 1965.
So that could be, PC could mean, well, that's like, I don't know. F is obviously for Fairchild.
PC is very much very likely plastic.
It's not going to be plastic chip. That's
plastic case.
I forget what the C was. It may be just plastic case.
Mm. Well, this was in the era of ceramic case.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It's very possible they had MC, CC, and PC for metal can, ceramic case, and
Yeah, I'm not sure about that particular 1500 microfarad in the middle, because like everything else is Nichicon in here, but that isn't.
There's a lot of things listed as a UA709, which is a high-performance operational amplifier.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's.
Let's
that's
see if I
the
can see
original
what the
GameStop.
drops say.
More than likely, it's an op-amp. Trace the circuit back and find out.
And there's also, of course, an LM709 that's also an op-amp, 14-pin package.
which, of course, Nat Semi was a spin-off of Fairchild.
These are Motorola.
Cute. I like how there's holes for more of them.
Yeah, if you're running another speaker off of it. This one only runs 2 speakers.
Now, that's not stereo, is it?
It's got 2 channels. I don't think it's, well, it's 16 millimeter, so you'd have to look up. It's optical sound 16 millimeter.
16 millimeter film had 2 optical channels right on the edge of the film.
Yeah.
Actually, we could probably check this out. We could follow the circuits.
It will be stereo. Mine have 2 speakers.
Yeah, it's going to be stereo because it's got separate circuits for each of these power transistors. I'm guessing these are power transistors.
4117 on the Motorola should be 117th day of 74.
There's also an 8 there, I think.
The orange caps should have date codes on them as well.
So that's an M613.
By the way, the data sheet for this fits your timeline.
Sure does.
February 1971, revised 1988.
You know what? Let's get a look at. I wonder why there's 3 of those actually. Kind of strange. There's actually 3 of these in here.
Josh, did you ever pop apart your monorail?
Oh, not yet. I've actually kind of been today. I went back to work today to find that somebody put the batting cage back together that I took apart specifically because it was failing. So then I had to take it apart again.
Why was it failing?
613. What is a 613?
Was it rusting apart or what?
Wait, that one has no nut on it.
No, I just took it off.
Oh, okay.
Now that LED looks balanced really well.
Yeah, that's another module that I picked up from the same place. It's rated as a 9-watt module, and it's got a aluminum heat spreader around it. But you run it at 12.5 volts, and it's consuming 160 milliwatts, or 160 milliamps. So that's 2 watts that it's actually drawing. But it will get hot enough to actually burn you at that kind of draw. But yeah, it looks very well balanced, and it's visually bright. It's way brighter than a incandescent, but typical Chinese stuff, rated 3 or 4 times what it's actually outputting.
Sounds about right.
Now I have a rather basic electronics
Chinese
question.
stuff and run it like the 12-volt stuff. If you run it at 11 volts, it lasts forever.
Mm-hmm.
I use the cheap Chinese LED strings at work, and I just buy switch mode power supplies that have an adjustment on them, and I tone it down to like 11 to 11.5 volts, and they don't get warm, and they just last.
And visually, I bet you don't perceive a lot of brightness difference either.
It's very slight. You can tell when you're turning the pot, but when you just have it set up and running, it looks great.
But you're probably getting 95% brightness out of it, even by kicking the voltage down that much.
Yeah, and it's just, when you look at electronic components and stuff, a lot of times you don't want to run them at their max rating anyways. They'll last longer if you just tone it back a few percent.
Yeah, and that few percent does not equate into a few percent extra brightness usually.
Exactly. Yeah, at that point, you're dumping a lot more power into producing heat than you are lumens.
That's why I don't understand why a lot of people design things the way they do, because they always push it for the rated output, but the rated output isn't exactly the rated current, I should say. And it's like, okay, we want to run everything at 100% all the time. I don't think that's the way you really want to think about it. And when it comes to Chinese stuff, you definitely don't want to think about it like that.
Or it's just simply unattainable.
This aluminum-bodied one is consuming as much power as that larger module that I showed before, and I would be afraid to put it in a system that's producing 12.5 volts, because I think it would melt through a plastic, enclosure that it was attached to. I would want to attach some more heat spreading capacity to it.
Yeah, I've got one of those cheap Chinese modules, and mine lights up unevenly until you hit it with enough power, then they all, saturate and light up.
Yeah, and that's what my other one does.
That thing throws so much light when it's running at current that putting your hand in front of it, literally is painful. And I've been tempted, because you can get the 100-watt modules so cheap, I've literally been tempted to buy 100 of the 100-watt modules and get my hands on a big copper plate that I could use as a water block and make a 10,000-watt LED floodlight just to see if I could. And then, we could go get one of those old lenses from a projection TV and be able to focus all that light.
You want to burn things. I know you.
What are you going to do, retrofit a searchlight out on the coast of Maine or something?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe eco-friendly death ray.
Eco-friendly death.
I mean, unlike photonic induction's death rays, like that flashlight he built.
Remember the HID
What's that you're
one that he
building?
was
Oh, that's
lighting
just my
things on
EMDR.
fire with?
Go gag later all the way.
Like, did he put like a sodium light in a flashlight casing, sort of, that he made with a bunch of batteries?
He
I
put
think that
a.
was LED.
He put.
No,
I
it was
think he
xenon.
put an
It wasn't
HID.
LED, it was xenon.
Didn't he have a 75 watt HID in like a flashlight package?
You can actually buy that. That's the one I'm talking about. My brother bought one of those.
And then he had to make a better one.
He didn't make it. He used a off-the-shelf xenon flashlight. Like, the thing's nuts.
No, I'm saying that he made a different flashlight in another video.
Oh, okay.
He said this isn't going to do.
Which is funny because you could still light things on fire with the xenon flashlight, or at least my brother's you could. He accidentally left it on, or he bumped his backpack or something, and it turned on inside it.
I got a video from like the mid '60s about Doc Edgerton, the guy who designed or came up with the first xenon strobe lights, and they built a system of xenon strobes that would hang under an airplane, and they would fly over Nazi Germany and do nighttime photography of airfields and factories. And the flash system that they came up with was, like a dish about the size of a garbage can. And he had one of these set up in a classroom. And when he would fire it off, he would hold a newspaper in front of it, like 5 feet away, and the whole newspaper would just ignite into flames instantly with one pulse.
That's a lot of energy.
Yeah, I'd love to play with that.
Hell yeah.
I have a small, relatively small professional photo flash that you can set on a piece of paper and ignite it. Unfortunately, right now it doesn't work because it came with a 10 F-cell NiCad pack. It's charging pulls well over 1,000 amp per 20-some second out of the battery.
When the bulb in this fails, we're going to put an HID in here.
Yeah, I really regret leaving mine at home. I'm sure you've seen it at one point or another. Yeah, 10 million candle power. That makes me laugh because, 10 million is actually pretty good. But I had one of those portable spotlights that had like the cheap sealed lead acid battery in it, and I disassembled it and put a 35 watt HID bulb in it with a little cigarette lighter plug. And that thing works fantastic as a spotlight. You can see the beam at night. It looks like a searchlight. You can hit clouds with it and stuff. And
I know
yeah,
this sounds
I
silly,
recommend
but
that over the halogen ones.
I've always wanted to get my hands on one of those flashlights like they always like to use in movies, like Jurassic Park.
Yep.
The big battery with the little coil wire that goes down to the battery pack on the bottom. I've never understood what type of bulb those are.
They're 35 or there's two ones available, 35 and 65 watt HID.
Yeah, Brad B8 Jagnut converted his, I think it was like a 20 watt handheld flashlight that used one of those 12 volt Amazon pack. He converted that to HID with some, well not HID, just a halogen H4, 65 watt. That thing is a searchlight. The reflector is so big, it's just nuts. It's like a 10-inch reflector with a 65 watt plus 4 halogen headlamp bulb in it. And you connect it to a 12 volt car battery via jumper cables, and that thing's just not big.
Those 35 watt HID kits aren't actually that expensive.
No,
That might
not
be worth-
anymore.
That might be worth trying out. Just go get one of those spotlights from the thrift store and modify it.
That's why I have them. Well, actually, and it's pretty funny. What I do is I go to the junkyard and I look for Audis and anything that came factory with HIDs, and I'll go pillage the lights out of it. And I got really lucky the last time I went to the junkyard because there was like a half dozen Audis there, and I walked around to each one, and I couldn't find any headlights. I'm like, what the fuck? And I have this habit, a really good habit, if you're a person that goes to the junkyard. Look in the trunks of cars. And I was in the Chevy section, and I don't own a Chevy or have a reason to really look at Chevys, but I know that people take really nice things and they go stash them in the trunks of fairly irrelevant cars.
Yeah.
And so in the back of some old like Chevy Celebrity or something was all of the HIDs that somebody had stashed from all the Audis that they were going to come back later and get. And I was like,
and you know why they did that, right?
Scooped them all up, and I paid $10 for the whole lot.
That is sweet. You know, it's funny because it really depends on your demeanor to the junk guy, but
yeah,
you can generally get great deals if you're nice to them, and if you're a dick and you're always there, they'll screw you to the wall. This is a guy who got screwed to the wall, and he's going to come back up on half-off day and get them from the trunk.
Yeah.
What?
Pick apart, pull parts off and have half-off days. So that was probably what was going on, I bet.
Oh, you got one of those tower strobe lights.
Carry day, and yeah, people were walking out with like 4 9-inch diffs and shit. Like they literally broke their spines getting this stuff out. But it's like basically all you can carry for $5. And they were walking out with like small engines, diffs, gearboxes, barely managing to carry the things.
But that's when you find out they're having this strong concept from store.
I need to go back by pull apart sometime. I got to get a few little like interior things for the truck because I just broke some plastic bits and need to replace them.
Yeah, the thing with auto wrecking is if it's not moving, it's just worth nothing to you. So you're better off doing budget days and just get rid of the stuff. Keep the stock moving. You've got more cars coming in than you can get rid of.
Some junkyards, like, as far as they're concerned, their stuff is gold. It's insane.
Oh, you'll find plenty like that. And this one's a really slow turnover. There'll be cars sitting there for years getting parted out.
Yep.
There is no shortage of people willing to charge way more money than it's worth.
Although
I used to frequent this one junkyard where on the other side of it there was just like this open field, and a lot of other people before me had obviously figured this out, and they dug a hole under, like there's just the fence, and so there was this hole where you could slide things underneath the fence, and don't get me wrong, I spent a lot of money with these people at this junkyard. Like there was a summer I had to have spent like $700 in parts, plus I got a car for another $1,200, or I found a car, my buddy bought it for $1,200 is what I should say. And thanks to that foot gap at the bottom of that fence, I was also able to procure like a full set of wheels, an engine, a transmission, several grills, several sets of headlights. I had the most badass Ford Escort because I found the Ford Escort GT and just helped myself to all these parts.
Yeah.
They made their money back out of me. Don't get me wrong. I was a very well-paying patron, but oh man, you
here's
pulled our parts.
That I was talking about, not the handheld one.
Both those guys look like they were, ex-Russian weightlifters, and one of them's got a car door with a couple of tires hung off of it and half a dozen hubcaps.
I'm sorry. What's this? What was this about making money back off of someone? What?
You missed it.
Yeah. Don't worry about
what
it.
happened?
Before we're done with the junkyard excursions, one thing that I do, because for some reason, whenever I just pull a sensor or two, or a fuel injector, or 4, they want to charge me an arm and a leg for it. So what I found out with my local pickup part was I get an entire engine harness, and then another one, and I wire them together in whatever way I can, so it looks like one harness, and I just put all the freaking sensors on the wiring harness. and then they charge me less for the entire harness with all the other crap attached than they would just for the sensors.
That was appropriately inappropriate.
True though.
So, when I can get my capacitor bank finished, I think we'll try to fire this. It is a tower strobe.
Do you not have the ballast for it?
I have nothing for it besides
what we see there.
Oh, there we go.
I do have this. This is the thing I need to kick it off. Whatever you call that thing, the trigger transformer.
Ah.
Wow, look at those caps on there.
Not feeling any
Those
better.
doorknob caps. You could actually probably reuse those in RF.
I don't know if those are caps or insulators. I think those are just tie points.
They look like insulators to me.
Are those just insulators? Those are beefy.
I see you've acquired a Kevin. Good evening,
Have
sir.
you gone to any of the junkyards around here yet?
I have not.
The only one I've been to was the pull apart in Charlotte. I don't know of any other ones. There's not too many around here.
Josh?
Is that motorized, Josh? Or I mean, when it's actually installed, is that actually motorized?
Yeah. There's a little.
So they can remotely switch it from red to white. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And yet sick and twisted at the same time when you're playing with it in a disturbing manner.
This doesn't make people laugh.
It's really cool.
Oh, I got a piece of silicone rubber in too for that silly motherboard project I was talking about.
Speaking of playing with things inappropriately.
Something? Okay.
Man, my
Yeah.
sunburn
I
hurts.
said silicone rubber, and I said, speaking of playing with things inappropriately.
Or I mean weld burn.
Aha.
Weld burn slaps.
I was only welding for like 20 minutes. Yeah, so my boss bought a 1950 short school bus. He was driving through South Dakota, I think, and he just saw this thing sitting on the side, or like sitting near the roadside on somebody's farm, and he's like, I gotta have that. So he stops and talks to the guy, offers him $1,000 for it, and so now in July, it's now July, it's actually America Day, but in a couple of weeks,
2 hours of phone calls later trying to figure out who it was.
oh yeah, I guess, yeah, there was an extensive amount of research that went into figuring out the owner of this bus, but he figured it all out, and got a hold of this guy, gave him money for it, and he was going back in a couple of weeks to pick this bus up. And so he bought a 97 Ford F350 Power Stroke, so it's got the 7.3 turbo diesel in it. It's got a chip, and it's got a ATS diesel built transmission and all kinds of other stuff. And so we're going to strip the body and bed off of this F350, and we're going to take the body of the bus and stick it on the F350, and that's going to be the next project that I'll be working on. And so
Convince him that he wants to buy a SWAT van.
Actually, what parts does the actual bus have, or is it a Ford as well?
it's not a Ford. It is or is it a Chevy bus?
I think it's a Chevy.
Yeah, it's a Chevy. So it's going to be a Chevy bus on a Ford F350 chassis.
You know, I'm curious why he doesn't just go
Yeah, short school bus.
a Chevy 572 in the bus.
Oh God, Josh, you said short bus. You have to play shortbus.swift, please.
I said Chord, because it's Chevy and Ford. Chord bus.
Yes, but now it's a short school bus. You have to play shortbus.swift now.
No.
Oh,
Yes.
you could just
I'm
call
wondering why he doesn't go with dumping a big block Chevy 572 in it, because that would be ridiculous, don't you think?
Who's taking the short bus to school?
Convince him that he wants to buy a SWAT van from Ohio.
I would buy a SWAT van too. Trust me, those things are cool.
The only problem with it is that that SWAT van is horribly underpowered. It's
Well armored,
underpowered.
very slow.
He probably knows that you don't feel
I'm going to keep watching it. If the price keeps going down on it, I'm going to keep sending it to people, and I feel like I'm going to keep sending it to somebody who bought a fire truck and see if they want a SWAT van to go with their fire truck.
Oh, they'd have a fundraiser going that day.
I hate to be evil, but it's like a SWAT van would probably be a better thing than their live van, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, that is exactly what I would do, because that live van needs a new transmission. I would buy the SWAT van, I would transfer the mast into the SWAT van, and the generator. Well, it's already got
has a
generators and
mast.
AC and all that. What?
I think the SWAT van has a mast already because there's a robotic camera on top.
Yep.
Oh, I guess I wouldn't be entirely surprised.
They usually do have an external mast on.
I gotta figure out what's wrong with Samba on this Linux server. It keeps like not showing me my directories. It only shows me part of the directory.
I have had such a hard time getting Samba to work with like a Windows 7 box and a Windows 95 box at the same time. It just doesn't want to work.
I'm trying to find a picture of the SWAT van. I bought this little battery pack off of Amazon. I think it was $20. It's rated at 10,000 milliamp hour, but a lot of the people that took it apart said it's, in real world terms, it's more like 7,000.
That's still pretty good.
It's not big, it's not that cumbersome, and it's charging my iPhone pretty well. In fact, it took my iPhone to 34%. It so far still says it's at 100%. Or at least more than 75%.
I should probably do a quick recap. Hello and welcome, all YouTube viewers. If you haven't seen this before, this is Super Geek Hangout time. We're all hanging out together, we're all having fun, we're all showing a little bit of things off, and we're discussing electronics and computers and pretty much whatever you want. So if you are joining us live from YouTube, you can actually head over to doogielabs.com, click on the welcome link, and on the welcome page there's links to join us in the IRC chat, where we actually discuss these things in real time. And so if you have questions, comments, concerns, or suggestions, you can do that. And there's actually a link in the IRC in the topic to join this very hangout. So if you want to come on and hang out with us, you are more than welcome to do so. I see Kevin dropped off, and damn, I hope he comes back. But yeah, so we're here hanging out tonight.
Uploaded. You want me to stop it?
So, anyway, I did forget to show you something cool. So, we're going to kick this thing on in reverse. And that's going at 18 frames a second. But the way they've rigged the rewind mechanism is when you actually put the arm in a different position, it sets a different set of gears. So we're going to take this and we're going to put it in the rewind position and watch what happens. Actually, hang on. You want to do it here. See that? Regular speed, super duper speed.
You're supposed to use ludicrous speed.
That's ludicrous bright.
This is nothing.
This is the thing I swapped out of an arcade machine the other day. It's a actuator. A $2,400 actuator. And if I can find the old one that we scrapped and didn't have to send back to the company, I'm going to autopsy it tonight and show you how fun it was when a ball screw shears a ball bearing in half.
Interesting.
Also, to show you the sound universe.
What the?
Come on, Gateway, please.
Like a dubstep noise-making machine.
Come on, Gateway, come back up. Or I'm in a lot of trouble.
The lamp down now that I've had it on.
Hold on. I'll give you another noise for the dubstep noise-making machine. That's what the bearing sounded like in that batting machine.
Oh, is that why you took it apart?
Yes, and I'll show you what it sounds like with the new pulley with a good bearing in it. In a second. Here we go. Here's after I put it all back together. You'll notice a huge difference in sound.
Oh. Much nicer.
You can barely hear it.
You get to hear the motor start up.
Right, you can actually hear induction motor noises.
So that's it with the new bearing and pulley.
This is right again.
And that's with the old one. It's like you could hear that across the parking lot. I don't know how they skipped over putting it back together like that.
It sounds like you need to utilize the lockout tagout system a little bit more.
We'll end up doing something. My zombie heads are looking cool outside. They made that box, and I put the green lighting in it. And those are the cheap China LEDs. Actually, those are they're still China LEDs, but they're not as cheap. They're the Super Night branded ones, and those ones seem to be okay.
How you doing, Kevin? Good to see you.
Here it is. SWAT van. For anyone who hasn't seen the SWAT van, this is the SWAT van that's for sale.
That would make a neat camper for me.
You know, if you were to like slice the back of that open, you could put all your like displays and things in there too, like with a little ramp.
Well, and see, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a bus or something that has a sleeper and a kitchenette that I can put into it, and then I want to build my electronics lab and computer stuff into it, so I can basically repair things wherever I go, and then I could potentially travel around the country and fix stuff for people and hang out in different places, and I get to see new places and meet new people and be all over the place.
You know, I'm gonna keep watching this right here and see if they keep scribbling out the number and lowering it. Because originally I wanted 32,000 for it.
Have you made an offer?
I haven't. I don't have the money to make an offer.
I would love to make an offer on that. That would be an awesome vehicle.
That's kind of pretty much why I bought that Sprinter. I want to take off and circulate the country for a year.
What the hell is a Grumman? Is that actually
Grumman?
Grumman. They made all the mail vehicles, which is probably why the front end of that thing kind of looks like a mail truck.
Actually, it reminds me more of an International. Like an International.
200 generators are included, and 3 rooftop AC units. And you've got
a lot of that.
Is 200 generators a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure.
It's a good thing.
I don't know. Maybe one's the daily driver and the other one's got the fart cannon on it.
Hondas are good.
Yeah, if you don't modify them, Hondas are great.
Yeah.
Modify them? Why?
And I'm guessing the onboard air compressor is probably for the telescoping roof mount camera.
Maybe not.
Well, that's what the Geek Group one ran off of, was compressed air.
Yes.
A bit of everything. You probably even have CTIs on it, the tyres.
Also, that SWAT van has its own awning. That's what I find funny.
The other thing that would be nice about that is, compared to a bus, is the floor is closer to the ground. In a bus platform, you probably got 4 feet off the ground to the deck.
the one thing I didn't get a picture
I
of is
wonder how many people end up buying that, remaking it as a SWAT van, and then cooking meth in it.
By
Since
the way,
RVs are not a good target anymore.
you guys see the telescoping floodlights and stuff on the back? Like there's a spiral cord here and this floodlight with a big stopper on it. You could have like telescoping floodlights.
Well, they are telescoping floodlights already.
There's
That's
strobe lights on
crazy.
the other side to do the same thing.
The coiled cord almost suggests they're detachable.
It also looks like there may be a big door back here. That might be a giant latch. But the thing's only got 15,000 miles on it, and if you read really close on the side, it says Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority, so it probably sat in a hangar and never really saw the road.
Well, that's actually a good thing and a bad thing, because what was that oil doing whenever they would start it up for a little bit?
Oh, if it's a fleet vehicle, they usually get pretty good maintenance, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but they also have to be run on a regular basis if they're gonna. And this is like Elise's dad had a 80. What was that thing? 86. Yeah, 86 Corvette. So a C4 Corvette that had the LT1 engine in it and all that, and it had 60,000 original miles on it. And basically, what ended up happening to this car is you would drive it on nice days in the summertime, and then it just sat like the rest of the year. And because it sat and it never got ran and never got really driven around, all the seals dried up in the engine. And so it leaked everything out of everywhere. And then, like, little dash bits, like, started breaking, and other things started rotting, and stuff just stopped working. And,
That's all normal for any GM vehicle, though. They build them that way.
No,
That's
but
not-
he's
that's
right.
not being driven.
It's amazingly hard on a vehicle to not have it operated, but I was just thinking, as a fleet vehicle, it probably got oil changes whether it was driven or not, so they would have had to at least turn it over.
And that's why old police cars are not bad investments. Now, don't get me wrong. The cops, a
Beat
lot
the
of police
crap
vehicles,
out of
yeah,
them.
absolutely, yeah, but they are maintained really well. So it just depends. I guess it is still kind of the luck of the draw thing when you buy a retired police car. But
I still really want one to get and hack up the lights on. I want to make it. I want to make the lights work again.
It's a use case where it'd make more sense to have an hour meter than looking at mileage.
absolutely.
Yeah, by the way, there's the camera that's on the roof there.
I'm surprised they don't put hour meters on some of these service vehicles, because they do sit and just run and run and run and run and run.
Yep. Well, it's possible some of them do. I mean, it all depends what their maintenance procedure are. I mean, it's not hard to add a little hour meter to the switch 12-volt line.
Depending on how new the vehicle is, it might just be in the computer.
Yeah.
I have seen newer model Chevys that do have hour meters in the instrument cluster. My brother's Avalanche was a good example of that.
You should run away from that really, 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 really quickly.
Oh, the Avalanche?
Yeah, Avalanche!
Actually, I
Their truck
don't know what
sucks.
it is about Phoenix, Arizona, and people who drive Avalanches, but every single one, at least out here, that drives one is a complete dick asshole in traffic. It's like they think they have more cars than they do, and they often put themselves in very bad positions. Like,
Every
I
state
thought I was
I've
crazy.
learned has like a different car for that. Like in Colorado, the anyone who drives a Toyota usually falls under the category of someone who doesn't pay attention while they're driving, and that includes like driving really slow, always talking on the phone, not using their turn signal, just all kinds of ridiculous stuff. And at least in that case, that's just in that particular area of the U.S. that's a really popular car for people who explicitly choose to buy cars that get them from point A to point B. They want a car that doesn't have any personality necessarily because they're not really into driving.
Right.
It's just an appliance. and if you treat your car like an appliance, there's a really good chance that you treat your driving as like a mundane task. I'm just going from A to B, hence you don't pay attention and we have problems. You're watching us on the live stream right now. Write in and comment, what car do you think in your particular area is a vehicle that might fall into that category?
Well, let's see. For me, in Phoenix, Arizona, that category falls strictly on Sunday to people driving Crown Vics, Grand Marquis, and rear-wheel drive Ford products that are cars.
I think the reflex action of those particular individuals could be measured in minutes instead of seconds.
You're absolutely right. We call them Sunday drivers.
Senior citizens.
Honestly, though, the Prius drivers and the Honda Insight drivers, oh my, they're busy playing their video game of fuel economy. Oh God, it's a nightmare.
It's interesting in Colorado with Prius drivers. I've seen my fair share of appliance Prius drivers, but if you go into Boulder, there's a lot of people that own Priuses that like to go like 90 miles an hour down Highway 36. It's kind of weird.
That's a lot better than here where they go 55 and a 65 or 45 and a 65 because they think they're getting better fuel economy, and maybe they are, but they're getting it everybody's way while doing it.
The worst drivers around here got to be the police. They drive fast, they don't look where they're going, and I've been nearly run over at least 3 times while walking my dogs by police coming out of a parking lot at high speed, not looking where they're going.
There's a reason why cop cars don't have hubcaps.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's a good reason for that.
I almost got clipped by a cop on the highway. He passed me to go after somebody. He didn't have his lights on, and he came flying up next to me and almost clipped my front end when he pulled in front of me. I wish my dash cam had been running.
I brought up the Avalanche drivers because they're aggressively stupid here, as opposed to passively dumb.
This picture is slightly related because one of our managers was leaving work to become a cop, and he doesn't like donuts.
Actually, I got another one for you, dude. V6 Mustang convertible.
There's a guy that lives next door to where I'm at that likes to tool around in his Mustang, and it's got a V8. But whatever he did to the exhaust, the thing just sounds like... It sounds like Honda had a love child with a Ford motor, and it came out really, really bad and with half the IQ.
It's gone horribly wrong.
Like, it sounds good until he gets into it. And when he gets into it, it just sounds like... It's like annoying, but it's a V8. And it's like, how do you make a V8 sound bad?
Have you heard the new Camaros when you weigh into one? I don't get it.
The V6 or the V8?
The V8 Camaro, when you weigh into it, it just sounds like...
Like blowing through a straw really hard?
That would be an improvement, I think, over what I because they have so many resonators on them that they just...
I've seen them.
Yay, emissions regulations.
It's just awful.
I need to actually research this. My boss wants to buy a Harley, and he's been looking at these $15,000 to $20,000 slightly used but customized Harleys, and
you have to find one that's stock. That's going to be difficult.
He doesn't necessarily want one that's stock because...
No. I'm talking to the guy who's looking for what the Camaro sound like.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Go to the auto parts store and get some oil and kerosene and stuff. I'll see you when I see you.
Okay, we'll catch you later. But yeah, so he's looking at Harleys, and he's been reading on forums that people are complaining that the newest model Harley Davidsons are kind of crap because they have a bunch of emissions control stuff on them. And I'm really wondering what they mean by that, because when I think about a motorcycle engine, I'm thinking to myself, there isn't really much room to cram a lot of stuff on. So half of me is like, are they just complaining about the fact that it's fuel injected now? Or is there like actually catalytic converters on these things now or some stupid thing?
I think
it seems like for about the past 40 years, people have blamed any car problem they have on the emissions crap, even when it's often not due to the emissions. It's just like this thing that started 40 years ago when they started actually putting emissions on cars. It was just something people could blame if there was anything about the car they didn't like. And of course, the solution was take all those vacuum hoses and just rip them off, because that's got to be the problem. You know, they have no understanding of what it actually all does and stuff, but they're just convinced, oh, it's got to be the emissions, it's got to be the problem. So it could be that. Maybe it isn't, but it could be.
God, it is hard finding one that is just the stock V8 and not the SS.
Well, here's the V6.
I mean, because the reality is, if you have proper air-to-fuel ratio, it's not only good for performance, it also happens to be generally good for emissions. I mean, an efficient engine is also one that's going to burn reasonably clean. The exception being when you lay into it on full throttle and you have to run a little rich. But during normal operation, a well-running engine, an efficient running engine, is also going to have decent emissions.
Yep. Yeah, and so that was kind of what I was wondering with these Harley guys, is if they're like just a bunch of old people kind of stuck in the camp of, oh, it's fuel injected, so that must be the emissions crap that is not as fast as...
I will say...
That being said, there were some pretty jank early emissions devices, like the variable Venturi carburetor that Ford put together that was somewhat computer controlled.
Don't forget about the computerized carb that Delco had. You know,
the Cadillac multi-cylinder system that would turn off some of the cylinders in a V8. Some of the early attempts at doing some things that are actually good ideas were just awful.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. The early attempts were bad because it was all done with largely pneumatics and at the most crude electronics and crude oxygen sensors and crude catalysts. The government was pushing things way too fast. The technology... the simple answer is we needed electronic fuel injection to have something that can truly tweak an engine's performance over its entire lifetime.
Yes.
Because those old methods couldn't compensate for wear. All the vacuum lines would get crusty and they leak, and then all your emissions goes to hell. And I mean, we needed electronics to really get things right. But the reality is we have that now. Modern fuel injection for a car that's driven under all temperatures and environments is far superior to any carburetor.
Completely agree.
Carburetor excels when you have a specific condition, when you have specific temperature, barometric pressure, RPM range. Yes, a carb can perform well, but when you have a general purpose vehicle, you cannot beat even the simplest of electronic fuel injection.
Especially on a car. Now, there are a couple of things I will mention that were teething problems that were hilarious. Ford Broncos, when they introduced fuel injection to the Broncos, they had a funny problem. Whenever they'd go off-road, they'd lose power. And what was happening, and the dealer had to figure this out, they actually hooked up their systems going off-road in the cars to figure out what the hell was going on. Well, it was taking timing out. What was happening were rocks were hitting the bottom of the oil pan, setting off the NOx sensor.
Yeah, NOx sensors are a really difficult technology to make work well because there's so many things that can false trigger them.
But yeah, rocks were causing the NOx sensor, and that was returning the timing when you absolutely needed it.
It's going to be interesting when I go to set up Megasport 3 and have to deal with the NOx sensor, because that is something that I do want to have work. I don't know how well it's going to work, though.
Well, the answer is you get a GM NOx sensor and you put it in, and you use whichever one goes with the circuitry the best.
Yeah, I don't know how much of that is the signal processing or is the sensor, and
it's a piezoelectric crystal, no matter what.
Well, It's really tricky because they're sensitive to all kinds of things, like where it's placed on the block and the torque of how you torque down the sensor. If it's not the proper torque, it's either not going to work or it's going to false trigger. There's all kinds of little details that lead up to it just having a signal that's not even usable.
Yep.
You know, and like if you have a push-rod engine, you can have valve train noise setting the thing off, and there's all kinds of stuff that can false trigger them.
Now, the other thing I'm trying to remember was, oh yeah, this is a good one. You know the big gas V8 460, 74, whatever Ford called it when they were in the 80s? They had
it was still a 460.
Anyway, they had an EGR valve on it, all right? And it was so big. And they also had extra oxygen being pumped in by an air pump into the catalytic converter.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And if you've ever been around one of these, it's got this valve that always fails called a backfire preventer valve. And what it does is when you lift off the accelerator, it shuts the oxygen going to the catalytic converter. Because, you know, generally once you just lift off, it's going to be a rich mixture coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And without that valve functioning, it just shoves oxygen in there. Boom!
Now we have overrun for that type of situation.
Oh, man, I mean, if you've never heard the backfire from one of those, it's amazing. It's like better than the best backfire you've ever heard in your life. It just rattles everything around it.
It's like turbo anti-lag. I love turbo anti-lag. Oh, it's fun.
Actually, there was a kid at my high school who used to have a pickup truck and had a really big stack, one big, like, 6-inch stack coming out the middle of the bed. And he would sit there in the morning, and he would cut the ignition in and out on the vehicle while it was running, and let that stack fill up with gas and then get it to ignite. And it would sound like rifle fire in the parking lot.
Hello, gentlemen.
Like, it was loud. But he would let that whole pipe just fill up with gas and, like, set it off.
How are we doing tonight?
Doing all right. I haven't done a live broadcast in a while, so it's good to do one.
I was on earlier, but my network kind of just derped. So I finally got that sorted out.
Proper anti-lag, or sideways stereo. It's good to see you on, by the way. No, not. I'm talking proper turbo anti-lag. Two-step ignition cut is, and for those who are unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, there's two types of launch control, and these functions do have other features besides just launch control. But the primary purpose in aftermarket applications is launch control. You can have a two-step rev limit. Basically means that you have an overall rev limiter, which is when your engine reaches its maximum RPM. The ignition limits the engine from going past that maximum RPM to prevent damage to your engine. And then using a switch input, so whether that be your clutch pedal is depressed, or you can like hook it to your e-brake or whatever, if your clutch is depressed, a second rev limit or the two-step rev limit comes into play, and so that RPM setting is a lot lower than the overall engine damage RPM limit that you could potentially reach. So in a car that's typically like 4,000, 5,000 RPM. And so what that means is that with your shifter in first gear and the clutch pedal depressed, you just hold the pedal all the way to the floor, and the engine will not go past 4,000 RPMs until you release the clutch, at which point you light the tires and you go. Now, turbo anti-lag is bit more interesting. On turbocharged cars, part of what, or I should say, what makes a turbocharger spool or overcome the fact that air is just moving through it, it makes it put out air pressure, is heat. So the expansion of the heat inside that, inside the turbine housing, is what actually does that. And so with turbo anti-lag, what they do is you have a two-step rev limiter, but they retard the timing. And so what happens when you're retarding the timing is you're firing the air-fuel charge in the cylinder a lot later than you normally would. And so this combustion is still happening as the exhaust valve is opening, or it happens when the exhaust valve is open. And so that all that heat energy goes into the turbocharger and actually spools the turbocharger. And then you can leave really hard when you launch. The difference, like on an Eagle Talon, the difference, if you just use two-step without turbo anti-lag, you can build like 3 or 4 pounds of boost. And if you use turbo anti-lag, like one car in particular I set up, the wastegate was set up for 24 psi, so maximum boost pressure if you were not running the boost controller but just sitting on the wastegate was 24 psi. We usually had it set around 30 in that instance. And with turbo anti-lag enabled, he would build 18 pounds of boost, and then as soon as he dumped the clutch, right to 24 or 30 or wherever his boost controller was set to. And since it was an Eagle Talon, he had an all-wheel drive one, and it would just light all 4 tires every time, leaving the light. It was just a super violent launch, and when you're already in power and you're good to go, like it doesn't bog down or anything, you're just gone. It was one of the I loved riding that car because that was one of the few cars I've ridden in that would light all 4 tires through the first 3 gears. If you power shifted it, you could stay sideways all the way through 3rd gear.
Anyway, I'm going to get off here so a couple other people can get on, and we'll see how it goes. You take it easy. I'll just leave you from now on.
Have a good night, C-Pro. It was good having you on.
Yep, I think I'm gonna drop off too, but I'll still be listening, but and give someone else a chance. But it was nice hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, it's good to see your face.
Good to see you. Good to have new people.
Yes.
Have a good evening. I have wonderful blue goodness. It's very expensive.
Look, he's got a tow cook.
It's an Alex.
This guy's
I
like,
stole the slot.
What's the blue thing? I missed the blue thing.
Aye?
The blue thing?
Kerosene. Get the kerosene heater going as well as the heat pump.
Ah.
These are $21 a bottle now. I had no idea it was that expensive anymore.
Wow, for kerosene, that's
I had to buy it.
crazy.
I used to get dregs of Jet A1 from the helicopter depot. I haven't had that. They had that in about 2 years now. So, yeah, there's about $40 worth of kerosene in 2 bottles, which is kind of scary.
This was really weird to me because in Colorado we didn't have this. If I wanted kerosene, I'd have to go to Home Depot and get like a 3-gallon can. But out here, it's like a primary source of heat for a lot of people. So when I go to the gas station, there's actually a separate gas pump in front of the building where you can you buy kerosene like you buy gas. You just take your little gas can and you put it in there.
That's crazy. Yeah, same thing here. We have several gas stations. You just go and fill up your little, 5-gallon or whatever got can with kerosene for your ready heater and stuff.
And I think it's like $3.75 a gallon here or something like
I remember when I was a kid, I'd go to Bitten Motors, and they'd have an aluminum tank on a stand with a hand-operated pump to fill your kerosene heater jug up, and it was about 50 cents a litre or something. Yeah, kerosene's just so. I guess the lack of demand for kerosene's pushing the price up, as well as just your usual oil company push-ups like pushing the price up every time it's a public holiday. I gather you get that over there. When it's a public holiday, the price of fuel goes up 20 cents a litre.
Oh yeah. Well, and the biggest thing here is summertime driving. People want to go places in the summer, and so gas goes up by $1 a gallon usually.
Oh crap!
So a full, and easily a full 1/3 of its normal price, it increases. So it's fairly substantial. So it's been
When we were on a road trip, our last road trip, when we made it, when we were in that, when we went on a road trip, the last road, when we were in that position where you, where you didn't have a gas, it's like last gas for like 250 miles or something.
Yep.
And it said like
pay 3 times as much for it.
It went back. I mean, the last gas station we saw was like what, 370 something, but like it came back, it was like $1.75 more than than what you would originally see, and it was like, holy crap.
You'll get that in Australia too. If it's the last gas station for 250, 300 kilometres, yeah, you'll pay another $1 or $2 more per litre. Fair enough, they're barely way out there, so the tanker prices, like freight prices, do go up, but not that much per litre. I mean, really,
there's definitely some price gouging going on.
it's just stabbing people for money.
Yep.
The freight cost might go up 25 or 50 cents a litre. There's no need to put it up $2 a litre, just because it's the last one for 300 Ks.
So what's been happening here?
Everything.
We seem to have idlers and people watching YouTube.
The YouTube's actually not bad entertainment for those that are watching the live stream because, well, my face is not all that pretty.
This it's also related to what we were talking about.
It does give a variety.
Variety.
Yeah,
I'm attempting to install Miami DX, which is the TCP stack on the Amiga, and then I'm going to connect it to the internet through the big server with SLIP, and then I'm going to attempt to download AMIRC and see if I can get a 1989 model computer on IRC.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Oh,
that
no,
reminds me, I need to buy a microchannel network card.
Did you see the Dell laptop I picked up?
I haven't seen it yet. I remember you mentioning that you bought it.
I don't have it yet.
You still don't have it yet.
It might actually be here because they told me there was a box too heavy to deliver to my apartment door. So I have to get it from the office Monday.
From your apartment's office?
Yes.
Interesting.
So it's either going to be the frequency counter or it's going to be a giant box of stuff from Cleveland that has the laptop in it.
Man, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that kind of stuff. That would suck.
Well, it's kind of nice because there's always people here to sign for your packages. So if one of these idiots sends you one that requires an adult signature or an in-person signature, the office can sign for it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I guess that is a benefit.
Because back where I used to live, I used to have to drive to the FedEx store all the time to pick up my packages. Actually, I do have some unboxed.
3 or 4 packages a day, or not a day, per week. 3 or 4 packages a week just for me. It's my default shipping address now because no one gives a shit. At least then you don't have to drive to the depot and get it, or drive to Australia Post and stand in line for half an hour to get it. Right. My work doesn't mind.
I'm just gonna have my stuff sent to the animal clinic up the street. That's all. My boss has all his shit shipped there, and so now they call me. They're like, "Hey, car parts are here." I'm like, cool. I'll be right over it. I go drive 3.5 minutes to go pick up whatever. Actually, I think on Monday that Dell server might show up there. That'll be pretty exciting. Yeah. So basically, he's got a half-dozen clinics with 10-year-old plus computer hardware, and it all needs upgraded. So we're going to an application server with some thin clients, and so I configured and built
a $7,000 server on Dell's website, and he ordered it, and so it should be. I think it'll be here on Monday. At which point, I get to set it up and configure it for all their needs, and then I get to pick the weekend and implement it. So that'll be a good project. What is that? Is that a heat?
It's not a heat pad, but it's silicone sheet, 70 durameter.
Oh, I think we had this discussion. Isn't that the stuff that I should order from Amazon and start using as gasket material?
I don't think we had that discussion, but this stuff is sold as gasket material. What I'm going to do is, I don't know how many of you have seen the heatsink mounts for a socket 604 or some of the 771 motherboards, but the super micro cases and stuff, and some of the other cases, if you want to adapt it to take that heatsink mount, you got to put this metal plate under the board that mounts to the case. Well, some of my cases don't have that mount for that metal plate, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this nice silicone electrically insulating sheet, and I'm going to cut it out, and I'm going to put it under the plate, and I'm going to spring mount the heat sinks so that it pulls the plate to the motherboard without flexing the motherboard.
Nice.
A couple people were telling me that's not how they mount, but I'm like, and they're like, you're going to damage the board. And I'm like, how am I going to damage the board? I'm putting this between it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that doesn't conduct electricity. Last
And
time
it's
I
not going to
checked.
flex the board. It's actually going to make the board flat once it pulls hard against it. And the reason I'm using silicone between the metal plate and the board too is any surface mount components that are under the board will be able to press into this and make their own little space. It's just soft enough that it'll take little dents.
Right.
But yeah, this was like $10, and it's a 12 by 12 sheet, and it's 8-inch thick.
Fairly expensive, but it's well worth it.
And it's silicone. It's not neoprene like the original plan. I was originally going to buy neoprene.
The paper gasket material shit that the auto parts store sells. It is not good enough.
I wonder how this would stand up, because they have a pressure rating for this. It was like some stupid pressure rating. But I got another box here, and I think Ed will be interested in what's in this one. Oh god, it's in box. It's box in box. This is something I bought purely to play with.
Oh,
it
you
got there.
lucky guy. If that's what's actually in the box.
Yeah.
He
got it finally.
It's a $500 or $600 drive in Australia.
How much did you pay for it, Josh?
$50.
Oh,
That's
it's
nutty
so
cheap.
cute.
That's nutty cheap. Like that's, yeah.
I really want to experiment with making an electric car out of one of those, because all a VFD really does, or it often the case, is they take three-phase AC in or single-phase AC in, and then they convert it to high-voltage DC. So it seems to me like it really wouldn't be too far-fetched to put together a battery pack that was the same DC voltage as the high-voltage DC bus in one of those, and just feed it power from there.
That 15 kilowatt VFD that I've got, I had a bit of a look under the hood. Literally, power comes in, gets rectified, gets dumped into caps, and then goes out from there. If you disconnect the three-phase supply while it's running, it will actually keep running the motor for about 3 seconds at idle off the caps. So it doesn't actually sense the AC at all, because you unplug the AC, the thing keeps running until the cap's dry.
Most of them you have to tell it that there's a three-phase connection. Some of them actually have a direct DC input, which is really handy. Otherwise, you've got to trick it into thinking that there is still a three-phase AC connection, which is probably not that hard. But you're right, it goes straight into a three-phase bridge rectifier and then straight into the DC bus, and that's it. So you get about 450 volts, 500 volts DC into the rectifier, or out of the rectifier, and then bang, done.
Here's your ratings if you want to see them.
Oh yeah, little baby one.
Yeah, this is a little one compared to the PDL I have.
This
Yeah,
is
that
for like a single horsepower.
Little automation motors.
I kind of
That's
just
probably
want
like
to play with because it runs
up to half a horsepower. You could run up to half a horsepower on that, maybe 3/4.
It looks like I could get 2.6 amps out of it.
Car project.
So 300.
What was that, Ed?
Have you seen that big VFD that I've got for a car project? I haven't finished repairing it, but it's I think it's 15 horsepower.
Oh man.
Big aluminium.
Yeah, I think I do remember that actually.
A long time ago. It's been in storage since. It just has an issue detecting phasing. When you plug it in, it says phase drop error. So I've just got to delete all that and either go direct DC in, or trick it into thinking all the phases are working. But yeah, it's a big, heavy thing. 2 eye bolts to lift the thing.
I'm just kind of tickled that this is brand new.
$50 brand new. That's about that's $500 or $600 drive in your lap there.
That's cool.
So, yeah, the other ones all sold for $80, and mine I happened to bid on the one that was ending after all those, and it went for 50, I think 56.
Nice.
So, I feel like if I don't like it or I can't find a practical use for it, I could resell it. Let me go get the big one I have. I don't think I've ever showed you guys the big one I've had, like, to really look at.
I'd really love to make a small electric car and electric go-kart out of that stuff. Well, a 3-phase AC motor and electric car is really the way to go, but some of those big DC motors, like those Warp 9s and stuff that they've used in some of the race cars, like the drag race cars and stuff, those are some amazing motors. And actually, we were talking about this the other night on the Hangouts, I think with C-Pro. They have a, what was it, like a 250 kilowatt motor and a 180 pound package or something like that. Just insane now.
Okay, so I've got the bigger one. This is surprisingly the one I got for $14, and it works. Let's see.
Let's say extrovert.
Yes. Let me. It's gonna be awkward to hold the camera because this thing is heavy. And I can run this down here because I've got a transformer. I can step voltages up, and this will run off a single phase.
$16 amps. I need one twice that size that can make my air conditioning work.
Now, interesting, it says 3-phase input, but if you go down to the wiring panel on it, and I've run this off a single phase. It says 3-phase input, but you come down here, in the supply connections, have a space to just do single phase instead of 3-phase.
L1, L2. Or okay, UVW for the motor. That's interesting.
And I need to figure out where you put a potentiometer in here to, I think it's on here actually. I got the whole schematic, or the whole setup for all the terminals. I want to put a potentiometer on there so I can play with it. Analog output. Yeah, you could do, if this has an analog output, you could like bridge a bunch of these together. So then you just put on the analog input in the next one.
Oh yeah. I can run a motor at each wheel.
Possibly, if you flick enough switches or program it to do so.
Yeah, this one. The only thing that makes me sad about this is something bumped this button and it's got a rip in the membrane. So it still works, but slightly sad about that. But I do have videos of this one running, and this one was. I set this one up without a manual. I just kind of started pressing buttons, and when it wouldn't run, I looked on this and I found the. Where was it? There's a safety here somewhere or something. You have to. I think it's this trip input you have to have hooked up. I eventually just found out I could set this for the motor, and I got it running, and it runs the motor. It's just, I want to see if this one will do more than 200 hertz, because this one seems to cut out at 200 hertz. I don't know if that's a software thing I can change, or if that's actually a limit of the device. But this looks like it has some massive transistors or IGBTs in there.
Yeah, another thing I've kind of wondered about those is I wonder how difficult it would be to take one of those and kind of hook up my own microcontroller in there and just completely override any of the programming or inbuilt safety features and implement my own software and do what I want at that point. Because all the stuff required, all the ancillary stuff required to keep the IGBTs from eating themselves and everything is pretty much in there, as long as you're reasonable with the frequencies that you attempt to drive it at.
Yeah, I think what it really boils down to is if you have a specific purpose, using a microcontroller would probably be incredibly easy, because you just have to deal with the specific purpose, whereas this box as a unit, if sold, is something you could plug like 1 million different motors into and make them run.
That's right.
So if you have a specific purpose, designing that probably is not as bad as designing this thing. But yeah, this was $14. I'm sure it was probably a grand new.
Tell you what, mate, for $50 you can't complain, eh? You really can't complain.
The baby was the $50 one. This one was $14.
Hey?
The little baby one was $14 or $50, and this one was $14.
And how many horsepower is that one?
What's that?
It was my VFX.
Holy shit! I forgot how big that was.
Oh yeah.
It rips out the big dick.
This one's rated for 16 amps. So whatever.
Oh, that's pretty big. Is that 15 kilowatt, Ed?
Something like that.
That's pretty big. It must be a bit bigger than the one I've got, because the one I've got is 15 kilowatt, and it's a lot smaller than that.
This one's probably about 7 kilowatt at max, if you were to put 480 into it. So I'd probably say this is probably like a 2 to 5 kilowatt unit.
I'm going to get a power output for it.
Let's poke it. The model number is X716. That's easy enough.
I wish I lived in the country where I had 3-phase to the house. Who knows?
Oh boy, Water Fox just locked up. Yay!
Nice whistle.
You're a nuclear vessels.
Nuclear whistles. Indeed.
Oh, yeah. Where are the nuclear vessels?
Yeah, this one at 400 volts. This one will do 7.5 kilowatt. 10 horse. So that's not bad. That's a big motor. My thought was to take one of these and then get an old drill press that doesn't work and attach a 3-phase motor to it and have a variable speed drill press without all the gear and belt changing.
Uh-huh.
Pretty much.
And actually, also, you get nice things like soft start and soft stop.
Yeah.
That's a good question, actually. That little VFD I got runs on 110 volts wall voltage, like what I get here out of the wall, single phase. Can I find a little, like, fractional horsepower three-phase motor that's like this big?
Yeah.
Yep.
You can get them about that big. About 1/8 of a horsepower.
Because if I can find that, I have a drill press that needs a motor. I can totally make this a reality really quick.
Yeah. Well, if you can find an automated, well, you can attach like a servo motor to the lever that makes the quill go up and down. Then you just get a couple of ball screws for X and Y.
Oh, gee.
Now you've got a CNC machine.
Oh boy, water puck's broke.
Here, I'll screen share this data sheet real quick. Mine is the 716 down at the bottom there.
Yes, I am one of the few people that works on the 4th of July.
It doesn't have overload current until it hits 24 amps. That's a lot.
I'm just looking at the technical data. Bandpass 3500 series 3516. Output current 46 to 50.6 amps per phase. That's a lot.
How much? How much was that? 50 amps?
Almost 50 amps per phase. That's more than 15. It's bigger. Output current, motor cable length, shaft output.
Just talk about shaft.
I'm talking about shaft, all right. Oh wait, no, that was 220. No, that was 220. 415 volts. It is 24 amps. Input cable current, cross section fuses. I've got the whole data sheet on the thing. I just need to find out what the motor ratings are.
So Kevin, how did your floating point printf alternative code go over the forum? Did people test it out and find it to actually be about 60 times faster?
Not surprisingly, it was mostly ignored. That occasionally happens with things I post that are probably a bit too narrowly focused to be immediately useful to anyone. It's more appealing to, say, people interested in computer science than any application they may be working on. What I'm doing right now is probably going to be the same thing. It's just like yeah.
Speaking of Kevin, you guys just reminded me, and I'm sorry to interrupt everybody, but would you mind if I send you one of these access points to try to hack?
Hell no. I can. I mean, although hacking it's going to be limited to basically just trying to get it to work. I mean, I'm not going to try to like put alternative firmware on it or anything.
No. It's Linux based. We're trying to just use them as it is without
without licenses and stuff.
Yeah, I'm very interested in that. I've been hoping you'd get the thing up and running because the feature set of that is very nice. It's just an issue of making use of it.
Yeah, supposedly you can get the
those
controllers
things
for
have
cheap.
like a hard drive in them, like a compact flash or something.
It's just a flash chip.
It's just a flash chip. It's a PowerPC chip with 256 megs of RAM, and supposedly if once you use more than 2 of them, you need a license.
And you have to.
I was thinking maybe if it just had a compact flash or something, you could rip it out and then just mount it in another machine and then hack the password. Just change the password file.
No, it's not a matter of changing the password. It's just a matter of getting it to do anything else through SSH and then configuring it through SSH, for instance, or at least messing around with it so that it does not need a just the controller module.
Yeah, I've got.
I would not mind taking a crack at that.
Well, I've got 4 more. If someone wants to fix them, I'll give them to you at a fraction of what I gave them to you for, but I'll send them out for you guys just to play with. And if you make it work and you want to keep it, just toss me a few bones or trade me something. That's all I want.
Oh. Hey, Josh, the pot on that VFD, I think, was 16 and 17. You go the wiper, I think, went to 16, and one side of the coil goes to 16, and the other side goes to plus 12.
Yeah, I saw that. I gotta sit and play with it some night. We'll get the 3-phase motor out. We'll do a VFD night. But this is the motherboard I was talking about using that pad on. If you notice, there's nothing
dual socket
attached to it. Now I'm gonna put the pad here, and then put the metal mounting plate there, and then spring mount the heat sinks from the other side. So that's
interesting.
what I'm dealing with, because I don't have the case that this board goes in.
Any plug?
You might want to cut some reliefs in the rubber for some of the larger caps that are under there.
Yeah, but this still has some play in it, so it should be able to push in.
Yeah.
Right now, the only thing I'm worried about is this feels staticky, and I'm not going to touch it to the board right now.
I know.
It smells interesting.
Yeah, silicone always smells pretty different.
And this stuff is actually sold as an electrical insulator, so that's a plus. I did buy another pad that's too soft. It's made by Shopbox. It's going to end up being used for like liners on drawers or something. It's anti-vibration mat. I'm just trying to find that damn plate. I don't know where the plate went.
Alex, that drive is 25 horsepower, 61 amps.
What's that, bud?
The drive that I have is 25 horsepower, 65
Yeah.
amps. That's according to the sheet.
That'd work pretty well. That'd work pretty well. Direct drive to a bloody diff.
Yep. Yeah, no, the only issue it has is detecting phasers. So I've got to bypass all that shit and just hard run it.
We were really almost out of receipt paper.
Mind you, a driver this capacity, very old school drive.
Alright guys, I'm really sad to do this, but I have to be to work at 9 in the morning, so I'm going to duck off here. But with that being said, I'm going to leave the broadcast going and the Hangout open, and I encourage other people to continue to watch and participate and enjoy yourselves. If you are just
How
joining
long
us,
can the Hangout continue going, though? I mean, not the stream.
the broadcast goes for like between 8 and 10 hours. So.
Well, shit. There goes my night. I'm joking.
So it'll be interesting.
I'll probably duck off here in a few hours. But
now I have to go back and watch my own live stream to see what I missed, because there's just so much awesome packed into this. Yeah, see, we went from talking about dogs to this. So, that's what you get for unsubscribing. You missed all the good shit. Oh! Alright, well, y'all have a good night. Happy America Day.
America.
I will definitely
Enjoy your America Day. Blow something up for me.
I need to find it.
We do need to.
I have to find the flash.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna come on the Hangout tomorrow and we're gonna blow something up.
To the table with a handful of beer and a cheeseburger. Would you enjoy the cheeseburger?
That loop is funny.
Alright. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
I have something to show you.
What is it? Oh, God. It's like the 5th time I've had it.
Where is it?
What you break?
What happened? So,
See, the next thing you'll tell me this is the wrong Dan Foss.
Dan Foss.
Dan Foss.
Yeah, that's the right one.
I found it in the Lost.com stuff at work, so I'm going to thoroughly wash it in hot water, and I'll be able to have the Dan Foss hat. I also found a Vault Boy hat as well. I'm like, yes, Vault Boy winter hat. I will wear this. But yeah, this silly little battery pack's nice. I'm actually somewhat impressed.
Let's stop the looping.
I don't know who's got the loop.
There it is.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Nathan!
I didn't realize the other tablet next to it.
I really wish this had push to talk so bad.
Oh god, this is too loud.
I kind of emulate that by using mute half the time.
I'm just gonna get everybody to talk at one time.
On the count of 3, everyone say...
On the count of 3, everyone forgot.
I'm sorry, you lose both the 3-piece and your youngest daughter. Actually, we could call it cable porn night. We could like reorganize my cable rack over there. My switching rack. It's a mess.
I don't know if I should play this or not because we're on live and it's copyright infringement and all that stuff. I can probably play it without sound, I guess.
America. I would really like to find some of those servers you have, Alex. I'm kind of jelly.
Hi?
Those servers you have are quite interesting.
The beefy ones.
Yeah.
America. They're doing the supercomputing task of trying to connect the Amiga to the internet right now. That's certainly a good use of their capabilities, I'm sure.
I got a new Xeon running here. It's not anywhere near as beefy as that, but for a single chip, it's pretty beefy.
You got to remember, these things aren't particularly beefy in a single unit. It's the fact that there's 12 sockets.
Here, I'll show you what I've got online now. Give me 1 second to screen share it. This is going to be my like gaming server and my secondary file server.
Yeah, see, that's a much more modern machine, I think. Yeah, much more.
It's around the era of first gen i7, and it's only one CPU. I'd like to get a dual board for it. The cool part is even though the CPU is rated at 3.4 gigahertz, when you put it under load, as long as it stays cool, it'll turbo boost up to 3.7.
Well,
these machines are 2.4 gigahertz. I've got the 2.9 gigahertz upgrade CPUs, which are nearly as fast as the next generation. But I need 4 more before I can install them. I've only got 8 of them. I need 12.
So you have to fill it out symmetrically to have it fully merge.
Oh god,
Yeah,
Nathan,
they all have to have the same CPUs for it to connect together, yeah.
I don't know what happened, Nathan, but you went like full telephone.
Old telephone. I love it.
Way it was holding.
He's on the phone or something, probably.
See, there's the thing I don't got. I don't got any RAM.
I'm in bed already.
Wheels of fire in night.
I like how it comes through on here that it's Hitachi drives on the SCSI array.
What is going on?
What is that? That they needed because the array.
What happened?
A little broken.
Wheels of fire. Oh.
Hey, here's an interesting thing. Let's see what happens to the screen when I pull data off of the share. Something just dinged at me for some reason. Ding 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 dong. Actually, I need to test these here things now. I'm thinking about it. Well, that's pretty fast and fairly accurate. I'm slightly disappointed. The Netgear Ethernet over powerline adapters are actually running slower than the TP-Link ones.
I have been rather surprised by much of the TP-Link hardware that I've used. Pretty much everything I've used is dirt cheap, but worked well.
Well, hey, Alex, you're echoing.
Hi?
Yeah, you're echoing. Do you have headphones?
Do I have headphones?
Yeah, you are echoing.
Damn it!
We've had Mako for long before Alex joined.
Yeah, but it's coming from Alex. Pretty sure.
I don't think it's me. I just checked.
Test, test. Test, test.
Let's try me.
Test, test. Yeah, it's coming from Alex.
You bastards!
Hey, you're
My camera's noise cancellation occasionally drops out. I just plug and unplug and it seems to come back again.
My cancellation for noise is dropping out on mine because there's a server sitting next to my desk with the fans gently wafting air by the camera.
Hold on. I'm gonna mute myself and then I'm gonna go get the headphones and see if I can make this fixed.
You're
Okay.
fine now, Alex.
No, he's not. Now we're okay because now it's. Now it's not active. All he has to do is plug it in and unplug it, and we're good, I guess.
Well, Josh muted himself and then.
Josh always mutes himself though because he has a server on his desk and the fan is blowing right at the thing and causing buffeting that's making the noise
I can
cancellation.
only assume that.
Afternoon, gentlemen.
Sup?
Look at that network speed.
Even more brain rot.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
That network speed. Oh.
Now, which camera's going to come up?
More brain rot than just having me around.
Where's Specky? I gotta bring up Specky because I've got two teamed network things on here. I gotta bring that up. Let it do its thing and here, you know what? I'll just screen share it right now. Why not? Here, I'm screen shared too.
You'll just have to let it chooch.
Here, what? Look at how hot I'm chooching right now. 51, 50, 54. 58. It's chooching. That fan is actually keeping it under 60 degrees Celsius at the moment.
That fan is chooching.
42 degrees Celsius on the 650 Ti boost.
I think
all my hard drives are ooh.
That's what I'm getting right now, and this is I
see to 36.
This is what I'm getting right now, but I'm not entirely sure.
Is there a layer of dust on? Oh my God, there is. Here, let's fix that.
I don't know if I'm getting an actual accurate reading out of this, but it's telling me this on 3 different measurements.
I'm getting some nice temps.
Who is?
Who's that? Me. Mr. Josh.
Yeah, it's not that cold down here right now because it's summer, but it's still under where I would consider to be a big problem.
It's 66 degrees outside here. I'm pumping cold air into my apartment like there's no tomorrow. I'm going to sleep like a rock tonight. I sleep so much better in the cold. But yeah, I would love to get a dual socket motherboard for this server, but for now I'm just stuck with the single socket.
Yep.
I wonder
Just
how my
jumping around.
computer's doing.
I mean, whoa! Look at that. When I'm talking, it actually goes way the hell up. Jeez.
There we go.
Talk. Google is taking my voice and they're recording it for their otherworldly uses.
They're recording it and then they're excreting it out your Ethernet port.
And then flushing it down the toilet.
Don't they always, though? That's the big thing about it.
But there you go. 25, 37, 31, and 48.
Could that be considered a digital VU meter?
Does your i5 have a stock heatsink on, or do you actually have a tower cooler on it?
It's non-stock heatsink.
But is it a tower cooler, or what is it?
Define tower cooler as in blow straight down.
No, like an actual
not like a stock heatsink, but or anything like that that's blowing directly onto the motherboard. I'm talking like an aftermarket tower heatsink that has heat pipes that goes up. You have like a 120mm fan on it or something.
No. Just a bog standard stock cooler.
See these right here? These
That's
two
not
right
the
here?
Intel cooler.
These two have Zalman heatsinks on them, and they stay reasonably cool in the winter when I'm like not putting any load on them. You know what would probably help?
Yeah, I'm not even loading right now.
Although I am cheating a little bit.
Gee.
17.4 degrees Celsius.
11.4.
It's pretty easy for my shit to stay cool.
Speaking of keeping things cool, we have acquired the the person with the Celeron that they haven't changed their water in 9 years or something. Oh boy.
The face of Max just screamed mischief.
This.
Beware of the electric pressure.
Speaking of things, I have to shut down
That
the...
machine died, actually, the Celeron.
Oh, poor thing. I'm so sorry.
Well,
Did you?
I mean, it was just the 250 gig Seagate that was in it, and I just haven't had the care to put it back together yet.
Okay.
Especially
So
with
Humpty
my
Dumpty died
beloved
because no one had the care to put him back together again.
Here's the other guy here. There's my prized engineering sample, X3320. Oh.
I'm actually going to try and do some precise stuff tonight. Make a nicer cover for my sewing machine.
Absolutely nothing.
Where did you get the shirt?
From the team.
That's awesome.
See, Doogie drops off, and all of the cool kids drop in.
Oh, you're so nice.
I'm cool.
Ah.
Can I have what you're smoking?
I have nothing to smoke, I'm sorry.
I think it's a mixture of thermal paste and something else.
You shut up. You shut right the hell up. Oh.
Love.
Oh. Beauty! Check out that.
Okay, you gotta be smoking thermal paste, and you're watching Dave Jones.
Did you finally switch? Did you finally switch your builds, Sudas?
No.
Oh.
Actually, I'm about to shut this one down.
I will, at some point here, I will probably stream it, but I am going to be putting these in 2 of my computers.
Nice.
I get a 4790 and a 4790K. Because I didn't feel like paying $80 for the extra. Well, I didn't feel like paying the extra $40 for the extra speed on my machine that runs 24/7.
Speaking of i7s, I found my box.
Oh God. Speaking of America.
I finally found my box. I was looking frantically for this thing.
Yeah, I need to get a socket 2011 system at some point.
Here, speaking of America, check IRC.
Let's check IRC. I'm not on IRC. What is this?
It gets quite a bit wider at the back. Son of a bitch.
Sure, I'll pop it in Hangout chat too.
Oh, it's this guy again.
America.
Only America.
Only in America can you listen to the Star Spangled Banner on 8 floppy drives.
Oh, that is awesome.
Ed, I like your hat.
He has a cajillion other videos where he's doing stuff like Duke Nukem and stuff, though.
No, but they're taking their national pride so far.
This is actually unprecedented for him. He usually does video game stuff.
Did someone give him a nice warm cup of patriotism?
Published July 3rd. Good job, YouTube time zones.
July 3rd.
Yeah, that sounded awesome. Floppy orchestra for the win.
Alright. So I've got a rough footprint of my sewing machine. And it turns out that it's 2 pieces of A4 paper wide.
If anyone wants my hat, they're on eBay out of a company in London. It's only a reproduction. It's like $7.95 reproduction. but you can even get the original USSR ones for like $40 with the badges and everything.
Mm.
This is only an $8 reproduction, so I wear it
That's
at work
pretty-
and everywhere else. I keep the original USSR ones as collectibles.
Yeah, somebody's selling the. I don't know if they're realer or if they're repros, but somebody's selling the badges that were given to the guys that helped clean up the reactor at Chernobyl.
Okay.
I keep seeing those, and I'm really tempted to buy one, and I'm wondering if they're reproductions or if they're like legit.
Probably reproductions.
Let me see if I can spot one.
It was something that was very cheaply and poorly given out after the fact anyway. I think they only paid him $100 to do the whole thing and gave him a certificate as a liquidator. The whole reactor cleanup was a bit of a mess.
Yeah, look, liquidator badges.
Okay.
Question is are they real?
Yeah.
If they are, I would totally totally be into like having one of these just because collector's piece.
$12 seems a little too cheap. Something.
Here.
My original.
I have another funny video.
The hats that I'm getting out of the Ukraine are original because they've had the markings wiped off them. You can
This
tell
one-
that they've
this-
been demonetized or at least had the serial numbers scrubbed off them.
Al Jazeera. What the hell?
I'd be curious to buy one of these to just see if it's legit or not.
Yeah.
The
Sort of
craftsmanship-
collectible regard. They're charging too much when it's actually not original, then there's a problem. I wouldn't mind paying $5 for a reproduction badge, but if it's $50 or $60 and they're claiming it's original and it's not, then I'd be pissed off.
They're
yeah.
they're claiming $10 for this one, and there's two here for $12, and these ones are coming from the UK. So I'm curious if these are real. They're set up the same way. It's like $12 for two of them plus $6 shipping. I could like totally get this now.
Although you'd be mighty pissed if you spent X amount of money on it, comes in and it's like made in China.
Yeah. No, look, there's every chance that they're original. There is still a tremendous amount of Cold War, Soviet era stuff getting around. There's so much of it that it's not worth anything. It's like my original Red Army and NKVD hats are original, but there are just millions of them made. They made enough to basically supply 1,000 of their army. So they're still coming out of surplus. But certain specific medallions that were issued to the liquidators of Chernobyl, that's something I'd question because there are only so many people involved in it. It wasn't the entire USSR. It was just several thousand or tens of thousands, not millions. And there's an original leather overcoat that I want from the Ukraine, but no guarantee that it's original, and they want $500 for it.
Here's the one they want $50 for, and that hardware and everything looks to be about proper at least. That pin and everything. And you look at these, and they're kind of built the same way, so these might be legit. This is a tiny little thing.
This is one of those things that take your turn.
They're all so far all the ones I've seen, whether they're coming from the Ukraine or whether they're coming from New Jersey, all seem to have the same stamps and everything on them. Like there's a little make.
The stamp's pretty easy to clone.
If you're building up a collection to sell later on, you want to be particularly careful of what you buy. If you've got a personal collection you don't care about, it doesn't matter if it's a reproduction. Buy the cheapest one out there.
Yeah, it's kind of I want one of these things to put on the wall just because it's, whether it's a repro or it's a real one, it's a piece of history.
Just buy the $4.99 one. It's not. It'd be nice if it was original, but again, if you're not doing it as an investment, don't worry about the fact that they're original or not. Like what I pay for hats, I pay $30 for a original Red Army officer's cap. At that price, I don't really care if it's coming in as a reproduction. It's got all the signs of a genuine one that's had the serial numbers rubbed off it and the manufacturer number rubbed off it. But it could well be a reproduction, but I don't really care. Yeah, Militaria and that sort of stuff. Militaria is a really, really interesting shopping market because you'll find stuff that's genuine, stuff that's genuinely faked, or stuff that they don't really care if you know it's fake.
Oh god. Bishop BCM put up a video that's just titled More Retrobrite. M-O-A-R Retrobrite. More Retrobrite! We need more! He's retrobriting the rest of the 2GS, the image writer, and the RGB monitor. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to watch that tomorrow.
I'm starting a really bad habit of collecting high voltage signs and other industrial warning signs.
Yeah, you need to stop making that collection habit and start collecting other things, like electronics that are going to become worth something in, like, a year.
No, but it's fun watching the real estate agent freak the fuck out when they go to touch a door and it says high voltage.
Look, you see that? That's like the similar sign that I have on my desk, and they're asking $84 for it, and I paid $20 for mine.
Yeah. Depends on the seller and the eBay market.
Steampunk!
eBay is really good for that.
It's a steampunk sign, it's worth more!
Let's glue some gears on it. We call it steampunk. We'll take a pile of this 1980s junk. See, look, that's the one I have on my desk, and they're asking high dollar amounts for them now. That's all that's here. They don't have any of the cheap ones anymore. Which, what I think is happening is once they go up, if people don't pay attention, they sell cheap. Because I bought mine on Thanksgiving Day, so nobody was watching eBay, at least in the States. And I happened to get it for $26, and like all the other ones that were in that lot that sold the day before and the day after sold for $78. So I think I was just lucky that I got a day that people weren't paying attention. And now I've got it on my desk, and it's awesome. Here, it's for those who haven't seen it. It's hanging right here.
Achtung!
Wow.
Achtung.
Is that the sound that Nazis make when they touch the wrong cable?
That sounds like it belongs in Wolfenstein.
No, if you touch the wrong cable, it's Scheisse.
Scheisse.
Yeah. Mein Scheiß!
Do you remember what lead it is? Liet!
Mein Leben!
I've probably told this joke way too many times, but do you know why French wine is called blanc? Because that's the sound that the drunk Frenchman make when he falls off the pier. Blanc.
Blanc. Yeah, that works.
Blanc. Was it Blanc? Oh, yes. Oui.
Yeah.
I really want like a porcelain sign of this.
Achtung, alles Luckenspiepers. Das Maschine schmeckt. Okay. I can't even.
Das Computermaschine ist nicht für Fingerpoken und Mittengraben. Ist easy, they're snapping, they're springen, working, blowing, fusing und poppen, korken mit Spitzensparken. Ist nicht für working by das Dunkaufen, das Rubbernecken, Sightseeing, keeping das Cotton picking hands in das Pockets, relaxing and watch das blinking lights.
That's awesome.
That is a mouthful.
Look at his peepers.
In the interest of keeping this live stream mature, I will keep my mouth shut.
That's
I know, just keep your... It's okay, it doesn't have to be mature. We're not looking to, like...
Computer machine is not fear.
You can swear all you want. Just don't swear... Just don't swear anything that you won't want to,
You
we'll take back later.
your finger poking.
I like
Watch
the
for your finger poking your finger, yo.
I like popping cork if it spits and spark.
Download it anymore. I'm not quite sure where my
Oh, hey, Julian.
Hello.
How's things?
So I'm gonna commission a new gateway tonight. Alright.
Ooh. Make sure you don't have DNS open to the internet. Don't do dumb shit like me.
I have just about
no
enough
laptop beep.
what VPNs were invented for.
Ah, I was going to say, I wonder where my craft knife got to, and I'm just like waiting for me as I'm digging around in my drawers to go, ah, shit, there it is.
Wow. I might be shopping, but I'm not buying that one. $2,000 for a diving helmet.
It works.
Looks nice,
It was
though. I'd love to own a diving helmet.
Switches.
Was it sourced
Now
by an
it's shutting
idiot who
down.
forgot to plug in the hose? Cause of death,
We are
asphyxiation,
shutting down Tinder laughing
due
top.
to inability to read instructions.
Pretty much. It's got everything on it.
Her laughing top and his shutter down or something. I can't into German. Just remember that everything ends with spiel, and I guess you'll be okay.
I'm ding-a-ling-a-ding-ding-ding.
Computer spiel.
So it looks like there was over 300,000 liquidators during the Chernobyl cleanup. So the prices on those badges might not be too far off, considering that many numbers. Although who knows if every single one of them got a badge.
They probably manufacture a lot more than they distributed.
They probably made their way to eBay somehow.
Yeah,
Or if
I'd say
they still have people liquidating Chernobyl.
MacBook!
distributed.
Your MacBook is on.
Now the next thing would be is to get one of those badges and then check it with a Geiger counter.
Yeah. Gets radon poisoning from an antique.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jester's been collecting tons of like randomly like mildly radioactive things, and he keeps testing it with the Geiger counter.
Alright, I've got 3 of the 4 panels done. So I just need to stick together the last piece, and then I've got my template for my cover.
I can spend so much money on SovietPower.com. They've got so many nice uniforms. Got Marshal's uniforms, Colonel uniform, Fleet Captain, Fleet Admiral, Soviet Naval Aviation uniform. Wow. And they also sell vacuum tubes.
Nice.
Other items, military badges. There we go, tubes, Soviet tubes, number 15. Yep, there you go. Full selection of Soviet vacuum tubes.
I like the old Soviet knockoff ICs. I actually want some of those. Oh, where's my Soviet Russia calculator? It makes me math.
Yeah, SovietPower.com. I want the original NKVD leather overcoat.
Here it is.
It's just menacing.
You gotta get your hands
one
on.
of my favorites. Gas mask.
I don't know if this is Soviet era, but this is definitely old calculator.
You do not make the calculation makes you.
Calculator does not do math. The calculator makes you do math.
What kind of display does that have? Is it LED or VFD?
I believe it is a little tiny glass VFD.
Cool.
The question is, what the hell kind of battery does this take? Because, dear Lord, I've never seen a battery compartment that looks like that. It takes something weird.
They probably had a battery holder that fits in there.
Maybe.
Doesn't have the battery holder.
Hey, I found a combine mask.
Really? How much?
$20.
Oh, that's cool.
There's Stalker, there you go. Stalker mask.
Please pick up the can. About that beer I owed you.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that threw the can at the combine and then ran away.
Oh, I threw the can and ran really, really far, and he still chased me and smacked me. It was funny.
Oh, yeah.
I think this blade is blunt.
That's cool. This one has a water flask on it.
Can you take the can back out of the trash can once you put it in? Because if that's the case, you can just throw it at him.
Combine should be grateful that it was in a Soviet drink can, because if it was a Soviet drink can, it would have drunk him.
Yeah.
That was tough to swallow.
That's what she said. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, there's the outfit that I want.
Oh god.
All leather.
Well, someone on the Neko Chan IRC just tried to load ITS onto a Galileo module. Incompatible time sharing system. They just tried to boot it up on a Galileo module, and now something has just happened. // source cnv.h line 281 line 8, the error token equals is not valid in preprocessor extensions. What? It's doing that thing where it's complaining about stuff I didn't change again.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah. Also, there's a box of SGI Indie cams. I'm talking with someone. Supposedly, I'm going to trade my 030 card for the Amiga 2000. I'm going to trade that off, and I'm going to get an Ultra 10. I'm going to have two Ultra 10s that way. Yay! I may still buy the Westlife, so we'll see what happens.
Wake up and smell the ashes.
Wake up and smell the ashes? What?
Ashes.
We have a running joke at work. Some of our
By the way, Pseudos.
What?
So, Rise and shine, Dr. Freeman. Fuck off, G-Man. You're 3 hours early.
One of these days, Pseudos, we're gonna have to figure out what kind of goodies you can send me.
We'll figure that out. Sometime this month, what's his face is supposed to be driving up here with the 2 IPXs, so.
Oh, YouTube calculator.
YouTube calculator.
I like the description on this item. The winter tankman helmet with World of Tanks. Worn by special military USSR, Soviet tankmen, and World of Tanks players.
Yeah. So they've probably marked that price up a bit.
At least it has built-in headphones and front microphone.
Okay, so there are points where I like messing with these guys, because you can like grab the can here, get through the turnstile.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's angry! Oh, he's angry! Ah, he's afraid to come through his own turnstile.
LOL.
Whee!
Yeah, because his boss will kick his ass for sleeping in the floor.
Wait. Let's break the glass bottle on him. That's like the ultimate insult right there.
Run!
Is that because he can't see through the turnstile, maybe?
She's like, stop that!
No, careful, his mate will come from behind and then beat you silly with his stick.
Why didn't you throw the shoe at the combine? This guy will probably do it. Nope.
Don't drink the water, they put something in it to make you forget.
That's a pretty one.
Oh, I hit him from here and he doesn't know what to do. I hit him, he turned and he took the wand out, but he...
Run!
Oh, this is too good. Well, his response was, cut it out.
Throw it at the combine.
Cut it out, you're making me look stupid.
Throw it at the guy that's going through the cage. Throw it at the guy that's about to go through the cage.
I have a better idea.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
That one has a lot of digits. Holy crap.
Oh, I can almost do it. I'm holding it through the fence. Oh, I dropped it. Maybe get another one. There'll be another bottle or something here.
There's a milk thing back there. Go back. I can. This'll do!
Suitcase.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Actually, what I tried to do before was to jam the door with the suitcase.
I wonder where one can get disposable scalpels from.
Not allowed to leave his post! Oh, fuck. Oh.
Touch!
What happens if you just try talking to him? What happens if you just try talking to him?
He'll curb stomp you into the ground.
Oh, now that's interesting. If you hit the other one, he comes after you.
You should put it right blocking his path too. Put one right in front of you, and then take the other one.
At least in summer now you have to.
You know, if anyone else
Right
has
in the middle,
Half-Life 2, we
right in
can
the
play
middle.
Synergy.
Right in the middle. No, right in the middle.
It's a multiplayer mod.
Oh, I've been doing it wrong. Good. Fuck, I'm an idiot. What do I do?
Fuck!
Ow!
Oh.
Ow! See what you do? You get me beat, Pseudos.
Derp. Derp.
Now hold on to the package going into the other gate. Throw it! You gotta throw it right. So it doesn't close the other door.
I'm just waiting for you to get the shit beaten out of you by the Combine.
Now. I think you're good. Okay, now. Aha!
I never tried that before.
You win!
I won! Look at I'm escaping! Should be like an Easter egg down here or something.
Fuck, I'm an idiot. I went to print something from Office and I printed it from Livestream.
Hey, Ed, look, I made it through the door. I win.
They have to get it out of a war zone, you know?
Yeah. On the airplane. Yeah.
This needs to be an animated GIF.
Try touching the control panel.
Ed, don't do anything.
You're jumping on it. Woohoo! Oh, glitching.
Oh, you're outside of the.
Yeah, I threw a suitcase in the door and it actually stopped the door and I was able to get through.
Little leaks.
Even that dude won't touch it.
He doesn't know what to do because the coders never thought about that one.
I think I just found something they completely forgot about. Hey, you know, I'm going to take one of these with me. Oh, that door went through it.
Throw it at him. Oh. About that beer I owe you.
Huh.
It's me,
Gordon. It's me, Gordon. Barney from Black Mesa.
Sorry for the scare.
Just when we get to the point where I pick up the can. He's behind on his beating quota.
The game's fun. I don't even have it installed on the shop PC at the moment.
Can't put a bucket on his head. I'm sorry.
It's just coming out of defrost again.
Ah, you tripped over the suitcase.
Ah. Get back in there, you bastard.
Aww.
Watch me stick myself in the hand with a needle.
Take a bottle. Ding.
Or break a needle, one of the two.
I do get a slight kick out of how fast this thing loads in this machine. And the fact that this machine's doing all this stuff and I'm playing Half-Life 2 in the background. Alright, here comes the can. Get some audio back for that. Alright.
You can jump over his head.
Really?
You can also put it in the other trash can.
I don't think it's making enough heads actually. It's pretty damn old.
Ah! Cock.
We could lag more. Did you go outside?
Oh! Oh! Ah! Ah!
Stop resisting!
Stop resisting's fun!
Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, you're fucked, you're fucked, you're fucked.
I'm gonna do it this way. Does this have a battery yet?
I slammed the door on him.
But I was trying.
Okay, so this idea of mine's not going to work. Well, it's dinner time.
Put it under the vending machine. Put the crate under the vending machine and take all the bottles.
I have no 9-volt battery floating around. Or your 9-volt.
You know, I don't think I've ever done this before.
That's because you didn't have me around.
Hey, there's an idea. We're gonna try playing ball in a cup, but it's gonna be can in a basket. And get it to stand back up. There we go.
And the combine with his stun stick is the referee.
No!
No goal!
Alright. Ha! I caught it! Oh, 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 oh! I lost it!
Who got played? Okay.
Look, Adam inventing mini-games inside Half-Life.
Oh, this have for a 9-volt battery, but none of those have batteries.
Woo!
Right, that's another shit idea from moi. Oh, that's right, Max. Chuck a paper ball and have it land right in front of a heater.
No, you don't get to go that way.
It's hot. The legs, right.
It's hot.
Pardon me. Ooh, USB extension lead. So I can actually get
Where'd
my.
you get the gun from? No, not you. Oh, you cheated.
I remember playing roleplay in that map, City 17.
Anyone can join this server if they download Synergy and have Half-Life 2.
Oh god, I can only see this going badly. You're meant to be saving them, not killing them. You monster!
Wait, get the thing ready. Get the thing ready. Get the thing ready. No, rocket launcher. You gotta do the rocket launcher. Thing's gonna come past.
Impulse 101. Oh, you.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker!
The big thing's about to come past, isn't it? Here it is. It's about to come past. Kill them.
Well, guys, I'm gonna head off now.
Kill the other two.
Bloody combine flashbangs. They look like they're about to hang a shit out in front of the house.
Kill the combine!
I love how the combines just don't give a shit.
That's because they don't perceive you as a threat yet. Haha, the baby! Bye bye, baby! Haha. Mama! 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 Bye, baby. Now do that with the brick.
That was even better than I expected. Hold on. It fell off.
Put the brick. Put the cinder block on it.
Here, watch.
Whee! No, put the cinder block on the. Put the cinder block on the seesaw.
Cinder block.
Now jump on it.
That almost worked.
It almost worked.
See you soon, guys.
See you later.
Yay! Whee!
Like wedge yourself into this.
The only entertainment you'll get the entire game.
Kills himself with the bloody merry-go-round.
He has way too much health for that.
Hey, wait, that'll be fun in the next area. It's really small and enclosed.
If you have enough of them.
I know where I'm going to do this. Right inside this little tiny room.
You're gonna die. You're going to die. You know that, right?
I'm not going to die.
If it hits you, you die.
Hit him about 6 or 7 times and it didn't kill him.
I was like, oh, hi.
Just kill him.
Those items are not breakable. Not a single fuck was given.
Throw it into the next room. Where the guy's sitting at the table. No, underneath the thing, underneath into the next room where the guy is. Bye-bye.
Not a single fuck was given.
You don't give no fucks. Hello, what do you want?
Bye-bye, kitchen.
More grenades!
Today, we're demonstrating Josh's new form of kitchen renovation called Granada.
No, wait, stop.
Aw, invisible wall.
You'd make a horrible house guest. Smashing shit, blowing shit up.
Weren't you just here?
I ran back downstairs. They're getting beat up, it sounds like.
But they're not. Get more weapons.
What?
More weapons.
More weapons?
More weapons.
More?
More?
Here, combine. Told you to watch some television.
I realize
this is the part where you can't actually. Yeah, this is the part where you can't actually shoot them. Oh wait, it is.
It tries to do parkour. Oh! Shrek
I
dies
do
'cause he tripped over a
parkour!
fucking paint tin. That's hilarious. He dies because he
You know
tripped
they're
over
gonna shoot
a
at
fucking
you, right?
paint tin.
There it is! They're shooting at you!
I just like how it's like this little pathetic little and it's just pump.
I should do this with Gary's mod. This would be more entertaining.
Hello.
Say hello to my little friend.
You just broke it.
I didn't break anything.
Hey Alex.
I'm on the wireless headphones now. Woo!
Nice. Where's my Bluetooth headset? Who wants to hear me sound like I'm in a bathroom?
Do I sound like I'm in a bathroom?
You do sound like that a little bit. You should have seen it earlier. He goes to jump over the paint and trips and falls to his death.
That this is
Oh, there
where
we
you
go, death
actually
by
have
pigeon.
to. This is where you actually have to get hit, and you can continue it on.
Isn't this like a little action tutorial where it's like, hey, you're taking damage?
I hate those stupid things that take your picture.
Stop. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
Oh, no, you didn't. First you tried to hit me, then you tried to beat me.
No, I need the Windex.
Oh,
Hello,
no.
can you give me Windex? Can you give me Windex? I need real Windex, not this stuff. No.
I think if I ever have kids and one of them's a girl, I'm gonna name him Alex, and it's gonna be Alex with a Y.
No.
Careful, you'll give her a headache. If you're not careful, you'll probably kill yourself.
Yeah. Is there a way to get rid of your weapons now that you have them, or do you have to actually like have your weapons for good now? She's backing up. Oop oop, all over that ass too fast.
She's backing up. She's backing up. She's backing up.
She's backing up. She's backing up. Do, do, do. She's backing up. She's in the middle of
And she just looks at her like, go on, grow up.
It don't fit. It don't fit. Oh, no, well, into the trash can. Let me buy you a drink. Forget it. Forget it. Just flush her in.
Not a single fuck was given.
Uh-oh.
I would laugh if, like, you did that and, like, a combine came out and beat the shit out of you. Stand on it, stand on it.
Oh, I need more junk. And Gordon, you stirred up their hive.
Now you need to stand on it.
I'd laugh if he telefragged himself.
I still have nightmares about that cat.
What cat? Nope, you can't do it.
Well, I need more. I need.
Oh, great Scott!
Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! Kill the head crab! You killed the head crab. He's crazy! He's crazy!
The doctor's lost his shit.
Charge up your zoot suit. What was that? Nope, you gotta... You've got to get the suit on.
I can't get the suit on. I already have the suit.
Exactly. Exactly. You fucked up.
I like how it's
Alright, guys.
printing and going right into the trash can.
I'm gonna go and cook some well, I'm gonna clean up my dishes first, then I'm gonna cook some dinner.
I need to get Gary's mod on this machine. Hit the trash can cop with the can. Oh, I'm surprised I don't have a copy of Gary's mod for this computer. As much as I would like to stick around and do stuff, I think I'm going to go to bed because there's a parade in the morning at like 9 o'clock. Or no, 12 o'clock. 10? Something like that.
America Parade!
Yes, maybe I'll take my little video camera out and I'll videotape the whole thing and then speed it up and you guys can see it.
Totally.
Actually, I might just do that. Here's the little camera.
Put it on the charge, make sure there's a card in it, and then go.
1.21 gigawatts. Check lens cover. Okay. But she needs charged. I wonder if this would charge off a USB power. That's the curiosity. Because it does have a regular adapter. God, did I really beat that up that bad? I did. I beat it up that bad.
Get your hand off it, mate.
5.2 volts. So yes, every year they have the parade. I usually wake up to the sound of the fire trucks coming, and then I just go stand out there and watch it. Because literally the parade's in front of my house. Or, well, my apartment. Beep up it up. But, yeah, I think I'm gonna drop off and I'm gonna go get some sleeps. And, maybe see you guys tomorrow. I didn't say I wanted it tomorrow. I want it today. Let me see how much space is on this card real quick. Ah. Air is not good, Sponge Patrick. Air is not good. Oh, 47 gigs free. I can record the whole parade with that.
Depending how many hours does 47 gigs mean?
Hold on a second.
And for me, 16 gigs is like 4 hours.
I have a total of 44 minutes.
Is that the same camera that they use for stop motion? Oh, sorry, not for stop motion. For whatchamacallit, footage over at the lab or no?
Of what?
Is that the same camera that they use for time lapses?
No, that's the little camera. This is the same camera that Doogie uses for his blogs and stuff.
Hmm.
Beep, bop, bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. I got 44 minutes in 5 gigabytes, so I think I'm pretty good when I have 64 gigs.
I think you'll be fine.
Oh, yeah.
If you drop it down to 720, you'll be alright.
Now I'm leaving right where it is.
Alright.
We'll see how long it lasts. Maybe I'll take the tripod out and look like a total creeper while I'm at it. Alright, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Well,
you too. I'm
see you later,
so
Alex.
slow.
Bye, Kevin.
I'm gonna keep around because I'm not sleepy yet.
You drink too much coffee.
I know. I'm still here. Kevin is probably still here, but he's drunk. We can tell that. Ha ha ha.
Whee! Good night.
Wait, Kevin, are you here?
Yeah, you just talked.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm very drunk because I started a day early this week.
Okay. Night, Josh.
Good night.
Good night. Kevin, I've been thinking about what you said earlier, a couple days ago about the getting another Pogo Plug thing, and I think that's what I'm going to do.
Yes, I think for you it's a good way to go because you're familiar with hacking it, they're readily available, they're cheap, and it'll get the job done, and it's a little box. So it's like win-win-win.
Yeah. I stopped over at Walmart yesterday, 2 days ago. I think we talked about this like 2-3 days ago, and a couple days ago I went over to Walmart and I picked up another 16 gig flash drive, like I've got here. Just a Toshiba 16 gig flash drive. It's funny because right on the package, I picked this up for like $7, it kind of scares me because I remember when $9 got you 32 megabytes.
Yeah.
Like 10 years ago.
I remember paying $50 for a like 8 megabyte card for my camera. So yeah, flash memory is dirt cheap now.
It's funny because on the package here it has a little thing here, an M sort of thing on its side, and it says inventor of flash memory. Like that's going to make it more of a selling point to buy the Toshiba one. If I'm not mistaken, it wasn't Toshiba, was it? That made it? It was Intel, wasn't it?
Oh wow, this gets kind of murky because there's many different kinds of flash memory. The two common categories being NOR and NAND type memory.
Yeah, when it comes I understand that, but I mean,
yeah,
which one is Toshiba trying to claim over? I think it's NAND, right?
Yeah, the NAND, which is higher density but slower. NOR is typically lower density but faster, and I think as a general Intel is attributed with inventing NOR. But this is the kind of thing where historically, if you look at who's credited with inventing something, it's often not the person who invented it, but rather the person who made it popular. It was more of a marketing thing, really, than actually inventing it. And this has gone out throughout history. I mean, like, we credit Alexander Graham Bell with inventing the telephone. Well,
He didn't. There was a patent war between him and someone else, and then they bought out the other company.
And also, I mean, everything that led up to that, I mean, it's kind of, where do you draw the line between the technology for the telephone and the actual telephone? And the same is true of radio and television and all these things. It's like, it wasn't just one person that totally independently created the whole deal. It was based upon things that other people did, and there were others who kind of concurrently invented it. And so it's the same thing with flash memory. Who invented it? Well, you have to go back to like E squared and some other earlier technologies, and you can see how it always evolved. But when it comes to marketing, the companies that usually get attributed are Intel for NOR memory and SanDisk/Toshiba, because SanDisk and Toshiba collaborated on developing the first practical NAND memory. It was a collaboration between
Hold on. SanDisk or SunDisk?
Well, okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you know your history, okay. But anyhow, it was a collaboration that kind of led to, again, the first marketing, the first practical mass marketing of NAND memory suitable for mass storage. But of course, now the major players in NAND memory are still Toshiba, Samsung, Micron, which of course Micron is in partnership with Intel with some of it, and I mean, so there's a few major players, and they all make good stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna go that route and just gonna. I think I could just get any old, any cheapo USB serial adapter should do what I want. I'm only gonna be doing like 9600 baud, I think.
Right. The tricky thing there is, whatever Linux distro you're running on, it either is going to have the driver built in, or you're going to have to cross-compile it and get it on there somehow.
It's going to be Debian.
Okay, then yeah, if it's a reasonable solid Debian, that supports like pretty much anything you can imagine as far as USB to
It's
serial.
going to be Debian. It's not going to be Arch, because now you can just drop Debian on them just like you can Arch. So it's going to just be Debian.
Yeah, and I noticed people come up with ways to like boot it off SD card and stuff now too.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that because of stuff. I have mine right now. Originally, the way I had it was I had it booting off of a flash drive for about a year, and then when I went and I dropped Debian on it, I fucked up U-boot, and then I had to either figure out a way to I fucked up U-boot because I was stupid, and I ended up making it instead just boot right off the hard drive instead. So now it boots and runs right off the hard drive, no problems. But when that hard drive goes, I'm fucked with it.
So what version is your hardware? Is it the current Rev 4 or one of the Rev 2s?
Yeah, it's a Rev 4, V4 A301, not A1. A1's just the USB 2 version. Mine has USB 3 and SATA.
Right. Yeah, that's I think
and a single USB 2 port.
Isn't the one with USB 2 only known as the mobile version or something?
Yeah, the one with USB 2 is the mobile version. However, they are exactly the same, and they do still have the SATA controller. All you have to do is populate the SATA pin thing. Yes.
Yeah, I was looking at pictures of the board, and I saw the mobile version. It clearly has the SATA connector, but I couldn't see on the board where it has the pinout for the top-facing USB connector, which is.
It does not.
So it's not literally the identical board. It just so happens the mobile has the SATA connector on it.
It has a SATA connector on it. Otherwise, the hardware is almost identical, and you can still do the exact same things.
Almost. Because I was curious if it would be possible. I wasn't really interested in hacking a SATA connector into the mobile. I was interested in hacking another USB 2 port into the mobile, but it looks like that's a no-go.
It's a no-go. Just use a hub.
Yeah. Well, I just get the non-mobile version for another $4 or whatever it is.
Exactly, yeah, and you get it from Eldorado Camera out of Elizabeth, New Jersey. They're reputable.
Yep.
I'm looking at. I'm going to pop that in IRC right there. I'm looking at that particular serial adapter. It looks like it just might be a generic knockoff FTDI, but I don't know.
Well, these translucent. Well, basically, if it's a translucent blue thing, it's basically the worst thing you can buy. And the chips they've used in those over the years keep changing. For a while, it was most recently they were cheap. They were knockoff prolific chips, and they may still be knockoff prolifics. But you never know what you're going to get in a translucent blue thing. They're just it could be anything in there.
Yeah. I mean, I have one that's an actual genuine prolific thing. That's the translucent blue one, but mine's old. like old. So I don't know.
Well, the thing about the prolific chips is they're the only chip I know of, USB to serial chip, that implements the CDC ACM standard, but they extend the standard a little bit because the standard is lacking a few things. So that's why they have their own drivers rather than just using the built-in, Windows, Linux, or Mac drivers, because they like the CDC ACM standard doesn't support all the handshake lines, which is really dumb. So just to support all the handshake lines, they needed to write their own driver, but their driver is basically just an implementation of CDC ACM. And it doesn't matter how old the prolific chip is. They've always done that. So when you're running like Linux, the age of it is irrelevant because it all uses the same driver. They've been very consistent.
Yeah. I just want to make sure that the one that I end up putting in here is going to just work right out of the box, no problems, no issues. I would assume the prolific driver is built into the kernel by now.
Oh yeah, it's like a full Linux distro has drivers for pretty much every USB to serial chip ever made, which is about a dozen. There haven't been all that many of them. Of course, there's been lots of variations of, like Prolific has made themselves a dozen variations, but the driver, if you look at the code path on the driver, they all work essentially the same. Same with FTDI. FTDI has numerous chips, but they fundamentally all have worked the same for the past 15 years.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I should just be going for one of these junky ones. And this is one right out of California, so it's like not coming from China, or at least not can I tell.
Well, that's where it originated from originally.
Yeah.
Obviously.
No, I mean this one's coming out of California. It's not coming it's not coming from China. I mean, obviously you can tell it came from China, but it's in a warehouse here in the U.S.
Yeah, so it's not going to take forever to get it. Yeah, I got it. But yeah, if you got any old USB to serial adapter lying around, it should work fine.
Yeah, I have one here that's in here someplace, but I want to use that for actually using stuff because it is a genuine chip. I don't want to use that for something else. I want to have that as my go-to serial adapter for stuff. And then everything else I want to just have a couple junky ones around, but I want to make sure that they're actually decent stuff. Or at least decent enough that I can use them.
Yeah. I found some of those blue ones, I don't know how common it is, but some of them just don't support the handshake lines at all. They do transmit and receive data, and some of them they don't even have proper RS-232 levels on transmit or on the transmit data. They basically output 5-volt logic, which for short cables actually works fine. But I mean, they really play fast and loose with the RS-232 standards to the extent the output isn't even RS-232. But they work. Sort of.
I'd be using this with the Ultra 10 though, so I got to make sure everything's nice and happy.
Yeah. The tricky part, just make sure you got whether you need a null modem or not null modem, or that's.
Yeah, that's gonna be the thing.
Yeah, because especially being Sun, who knows what pinout they used.
Exactly. That's why I'm trying to figure out what the deal is here. Looks like I can just use with it does have a full 25 pin A in the back, so I have to use that and a null modem thing, and I should be okay. Yeah, I think I'll be alright. So I need to get myself another, because I'm gonna have my one here, and I'm gonna have this one, which is gonna be dedicated to that. I'm gonna have to do with this time. It's gonna be a short run, 25 pin to 9-pin adapter, and we'll run with it. That's what I was forgetting. Okay, I need DB25 to DB9 null adapter. Let's get that off you. Oh, look at this! Vaster. Manufactured with pride. Rainbows. No, there's no real rainbows. I'm gonna pop this in IRC here in a second, and I'll see if this is alright. Because this is just gonna be a null adapter, but this one seems to be probably handmade, because it's actually in a casing thing. You could open the assembly shell to adjust the inside wire pin out to meet your customized needs accordingly. And it's coming from Diamond Bar, California. It's just a little too more expensive than I'd like.
Yeah, the
$7 shipping, no thank you. Oh, that's why it was on Best Match. Price plus shipping, lowest first, please. Ah!
The Sun is
wow.
The Sun has a male connector on it?
I believe so.
Okay.
It's a standard Sun 25-pin serial. I think that's what I'm looking at here. Pretty sure.
I think, as a practical matter, a 9 to 25 adapter with a 9 to 9 no modem cable might actually end up being cheaper.
Hey, I'm trying to get a PPP link working over a USB to serial, and I don't think it's working properly. Do you think it might be the fact it's the USB to serial, not a real serial port?
Probably. No, it's probably more along the chip.
No, it's protocol or handshaking.
Did you say it's probably my workmanship?
It's definitely your workmanship. Obviously, no. Yeah, what Kevin said, it's probably the protocol or handshaking. Are you sure it's on the right speed, for one?
Yeah, it's just when I start PPPD on the Linux machine, it doesn't actually send anything to the serial port. It detaches from the terminal and keeps running, and then nothing comes over the serial port. But if I use the serial port on a Getty line to log it in and through a terminal, then that works fine.
Okay.
So something's just sucked somewhere.
Something's wonky.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I used PPPD.
No shit, it's been about 15 years for me.
That used to be like 20 years ago. That was, I mean, using that over a modem is how you connected to the internet.
I used to run internet providers with bloody racks of modems and Stallion boards. Remember the Stallion board?
I don't remember that. The boards I'm familiar with were like Digi, Comtrol, the Galacticom, Galactibox, that kind of stuff.
Why do they only have male to male and male to and female to female serial null adapters? What the shit?
Because
Here
you're connecting to two things that are the same pin out on each end, meaning they're going to be.
No, here we go. No, I need a male to female null adapter, and that's what I need. So not a null dealing with one that I can actually pass through, not one that has the same two genders on it. Oh my god. Oh. There we go. $3.58 shipping out of Hayward, California. Added. And now I just need a 25 to 9. Give me 25.
I'm gonna try log in through the serial terminal, and then start PPP without detaching it from the terminal and see if that works. What do you reckon about that?
Maybe. Ha! Here's one. Serial DB9 USB serial port with DB25 adapter, USB RS232 adapter cable. And it comes with a translucent blue piece of shit wire.
Then you can get one of those little no modem adapter thingies put in there. Not the cable, but the don't know how to describe it.
They don't actually. It's not with null, but
it looks like a gender changer, but it's internally it's no modem.
I just put one of those in my cart just about like a minute ago.
Yeah.
That's what I was looking at. Here's a couple that have the old radio. This one has the old Radio Shack logo on it from the 80s and early 90s. Radio Shack port adapter, DB9 to DB25 serial cable, female to female. No, thank you. No wonder it hasn't sold.
Yeah, the way I usually do, whenever I need an oddball cable, I have these 9 and 25 pin to 8 pin modular adapters that you can just poke the wires into the pins and build up an adapter, and then just connect the two with a Cat5 cable. So whenever I need an oddball cable, I just build up each end and plug them together with Ethernet cable.
Yeah, I haven't had a I didn't even need to go that far with it yet. I'm just looking for something cheap that I can just buy all the pieces from here in the U.S. and not worry about it.
Yeah.
I don't want female, I don't want male. Those are the cheapest, though. Here we go. DB25 pin male to DB9 pin male now. There we go. That's what I need. Yeah, they have DB25 female on the back of the Suns. So I need a DB25 male to DB9 female. And then work from there. And that way, I can just plug the serial cable directly into it. I don't, so the USB to serial cable into it, I don't need an extra long bit of wire.
Yep.
At least that's my reasoning behind it, I think.
God damn it! Now I think my bloody serial terminal doesn't even work anymore. Bastard.
Oh no. $3.69. Don't mind if I do. Add to cart. What's in my cart, yo? What's in my cart? What's in my cart? That's way too much money for my cart. What's in my cart that I can get rid of?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
No,
There's a $15 item in here that I can get rid of.
Hey?
I was thinking that if I had the extra money, I was going to be able to get the miscellaneous cape for the Beagle and Black that I've been eyeing for the better part of 6 months. So I'm just gonna remove that and get it later. $15.
Gotta go, fellas. I've got someone at my gate. I'll talk to you later.
See ya. Yes. No, I don't want OneDrive. I want my bank's online banking, please. There we go. I have. Wow, I would have been over by like 4 cents. Good thing I got rid of that. Alright, looks like I'm going to be set if I go ahead and get that, and the pogo plug. Then I'm not going to have any sort of money to spend on anything else. At least not until next week. Because next week I go back to the guy that has the very nice Impala, and I clone his hard drive over, and hopefully everything turns out okay, I guess. Then I get another bit of money, and everything is wonderful. This one seller's name is Big Lobster. And now all I can think about is Rock Lobster.
Rock Lobster, exactly.
Can't think of anything.
And of course, you're thinking of the Family Guy version, right?
I might be.
or you are now.
Thanks. Oh God. Oh, now I've gotta. Where is it? Here it is.
Is Family Guy still on, or is that ended?
I know it's still on.
Okay. I should set up my computer, record that. I watch almost no TV anymore.
Little song that kept me going when I had troubles. We were at the beach. Everybody had magic towels. Somebody went under a dock, and there they saw a rock. But it wasn't a rock. It was a rock lobster. Rock lobster.
Oh god.
Rock lobster.
Oh god. Oh, I haven't thought about that in so long. Oh god. Oh man.
That's one of those shows that there's certain things in there that stick in your mind forever.
Oh man.
Like the whole Cool Whip thing.
Cool Whip.
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 Cool Whip.
Cool Whip. I know where I'd like to go when I want to relax. Where are they? Where are they? Yes. Every single one of these.
I need your urine. Really? Yeah, Joe's doing a drug test, and if I give him some of mine, he's going to know I've been smoking pot, so I need some of your urine so I can... You don't have to be naked for this. But I don't have to not be naked for it either. What the hell is this?
Oh, hi, Stewie. We were just leaving.
I say, what the devil is all the fuss about? I don't get it. What's in there? Bing bong! Hello! Hey, Lewis, a little less yakety yak, a little more cutting up my banana. What am I supposed to do? Stick the whole thing in my mouth? I mean, hello. I know where I want to relax. I know the guy that owns this place. What? I said I know the guy that... I'll tell you later. I love this song.
Peter, why are there so many bottles of milk in the refrigerator?
Oh, thanks for reminding me. Everyone, some of the milk in the fridge is not milk, it's horse sperm. I'm a horse breeder now.
So he's just looking at it like puts it in his mouth and continues to eat.
Don't you have your cell phone with you? You're right. Low battery. Make this
Oh
call
god,
count.
the wallpaper.
All right, let's do it. Wow, look at how gay we are. I am so gay with my gayness. Me too. I'm a homo. Any room for one more? Hell yeah.
Oh god. It's one of those sequences with Rupert. Oh god, my fan just turned all the way up. 73 degrees Celsius!
I want you to know I love you. I'm trying to get excited about it. And through Medicare, you may be eligible for a pay.
Well, have fun.
Oh god. I can't. Oh. Just way too much. Oh. Oh, oh. I haven't watched TV in so long. I forget half of these things even exist.
I just add a Family Guy to Windows Media Center, so it'll record that for me now.
Oh god.
That'll be amongst the 2 terabytes of other stuff I never watch.
Great. The bad part is, yeah, it still continues on, and they're still doing it, but some people are like, no, it doesn't have the same charm as it used to. But
yeah, like The Simpsons, it was great for the first 80 years, and
we don't talk about The Simpsons.
Yeah.
It's the Family Guy episode, though. That ended horribly. That should have ended a lot better. but we don't talk about that. And I saw that episode because they played it on FXX when they did the Simpsons marathon. They also had the Simpsons movie on. I didn't get to watch that, though. I still have, to this day, not yet seen the Simpsons movie.
I didn't even know there was one.
2007. Spider Pig does whatever a Spider Pig does. It was all over the place. It was a big thing.
I have a music CD of The Simpsons that came out a long, long time ago. It was actually pretty good. We used it for car audio demos back in the day. That's how old it was. This is like, God, this has to be like early 90s, maybe late 80s even.
Spider Pig. Does whatever a Spider Pig does. Spider Pig. That was
So
a thing.
How many MacBooks did you get running? Did you just have the one, or did you like make two?
I have the one that I was able to get running from the one that I got for free. The late 06 that I picked up off of eBay was it was dead. The logic board from the other one, it doesn't charge batteries, and no matter what I've been trying to do, I've been trying to find the source of the problem, and I have not yet been able to find it. So I'm just saying that they're both pooched, and whatever parts I get out of it, I'm just going to keep for this one. I have the other one that we got off from the thrift shop back a couple months ago. That one is A-OK and running. I replaced a couple parts on that were kind of bleh, and everything's okay there. One of the things that I did pick up from the one other MacBook that I got off eBay, the keyboard, I'm going to give another soak in a few days because it's a nice black keyboard that doesn't have any missing plastic for the most part, and it doesn't have peeling plastic syndrome. And I want to use it because it's nicer than the other one that I have on it right now that's white with some black keys because, yeah, I wanted to do that. I think it'll be a lot nicer to have this on there so it contrasts a little better, I think. Give the appearance that I'm still using a black MacBook when I have it open, but just the bottom would be white then. The only other thing that the sale gave me that I did not already have was a working and intact, genuine Apple power supply for myself. One of the MagSafe ones. So I have that now.
That's a good thing to have.
Yeah, I already know. My mom's late 07 she still uses a third-party adapter that she got from like eBay off of somebody back in 2010. It works a-okay. It just gets really hot when you charge it and use it at the same time. So don't ever do the two together, or else you're going to start a fire.
Yeah,
and don't ever use it with it either way, because you're probably going to start a fire too. But she still doesn't listen to me.
I think every power supply of any kind, which has been mostly like, well, I don't know. I bought a variety of power supplies off eBay, but
there's a couple of good ones. I mean, there's a couple of good third-party ones, like the Macaulay ones are usually okay in quality and stuff.
Oh yeah. Macaulay is good stuff for the most part. But I mean, like
I have a 24-volt one.
Your generic Chinese stuff off eBay. If I get any kind of a power supply, I expect that it will probably meet half its amperage rating, but no more. And this has proven to be true of everything I've bought off eBay. You buy like a 5 amp supply, you can get 2.5 out of it before the thing like melts. And it's just, yeah, they build them to like make half the rated amperage. That's it. And they get really hot when you push them beyond that.
Yay! Yeah.
It's like I'm powering I have two monitors that will draw at most 6 amps each if like the brightness is cranked all the way up. So I thought, well, that's 12 amps. A 30 amp power supply should handle it, and it does barely.
Barely.
Yeah, but of course I got that because the power bricks they came with lasted a couple years, and then they just stopped working. So I bought just a industrial type 30 amp 12 volt supply, and it manages to do 15 amps, which is enough to power two monitors and some other stuff I got hanging off it too.
Oh, what is this?
And
Watch reminder.
I originally bought a 40 amp that was fan cooled, which sounded like a good idea, and it was. Just the fan was a bit, even though the fan was thermally controlled, it was a bit noisier than I wanted. So I found this 30 amp that apparently they made a pricing mistake on because it was like $10 less than it should be. And it works fine after I replaced the transistors and a few capacitors. It works fine now.
So eBay just reminded me that I was looking at one of the SODIMM cards for the Mini 1010 that had the Z520 with 2 gigs of RAM for the Mini 1010, and looks like I might be able to afford that with everything else. Not sure if should go along with or just forget the hell about. But having 2 gigs of RAM would be a hell of a lot better once everything starts going my way, I guess, with that particular laptop.
Yeah, those things need all the help they can get.
Yeah, the Mini 1010, I think I'm going to have to drop back down to XP because with Windows 7, it's great. Yeah, with Windows 7, it's great, but the thing lags to shit when you try doing anything with it. And it's unlike any other Atom netbook that I've ever owned where it usually does it within a reasonable amount of time and gets things like Firefox open and anything else. And with the Mini 1010, which is a Z530 at 1.6, not an N270. I mean, the let's put it like this. The N230 that I have in the eMachines case that I popped in, at 1.6 with 2 gigs of RAM, it's able to handle Windows 7 just fine. I drop Windows 7 on this piece of shit, it can't do jack shit. It doesn't take too long to start up, but once you get it started up, then you start having problems. I want to sort of take that into account with the fact that it does have 1 gig of RAM, and I'm thinking that once I up it to 2, I should be okay. But after that, if it still is pretty laggy, I'm probably either going to drop Linux back on it or even drop down to XP.
Yeah, I used to have a Mini 9 that I ran XP on, and the first thing I did when I got it was put 2 gig of RAM in it. I don't think I even powered it up with a 512 meg it came, but yeah, with 2 gig of RAM XP, it was tolerable. But I just had it for like servicing phone systems and network switches and things where I just needed something small and cheap and just to use as a terminal basically, and it was okay.
Yeah, this thing is supposedly, with the current CPU and RAM and everything, and the hard drive that I popped into it, says it will last about 6 to 7 hours on the battery that it has. The battery only has like 3% wear on it. And it's a battery bump. So, I mean, it's generally nice. I mean, the only thing that I don't like about it is that it's got the pearl blue back, so it's like, I don't know. I think it's like really girly. That's not something.
Oh yeah, mine was all black.
This is like pearl blue, glossy pearl blue, and it's all scuffed and stuff. It's not really my type of color that I go with, but I mean, in a pinch, this could be good as a last resort thing to take with me if I need to. I mean, it's generally I like the keyboard and stuff. The only thing that I really don't like about it is the click pad is a real piece of shit.
Yeah.
And if I try to click without nothing else touching the keyboard, the trackpad, it moves the mouse. If I'm too close to the corner over to the bottom of the screen, when I click, it opens the start menu.
I just hate trackpads on PCs. They're awesome on a Mac. On a PC, God, they suck. You've never gotten that right. I just like the pointer thingy, the IBM or Dell or whatever version of it. That's the only pointing device.
Dell's usually use Alps, except in some rare cases, and IBM and other derivatives like that, like Toshiba, most of the time, when they do have them, usually use Synaptics. I don't think I've ever seen anybody have a pointing stick other than Synaptics or Alps. The Alps ones are sort of okay. They finally got them right at the end of when they were putting them in laptops for the most part. At least the Dell Latitudes and Precisions. I know they still have them in the Precisions and stuff to an extent, but not all of them. I think Dell actually moved away from Alps and went to Synaptics, though. And IBM Lenovo, it's always been okay, no problems. They release regular updates to the UltraNav stuff for anything T60, T61 and above, and they're generally really nice. Same thing with the Lenovo Power Manager. It wasn't always good, but then it started being good. They've been constantly upgrading it because of stuff, and you're able to pop the latest version right onto a T60 or T61 running Windows 7, no problems. And it just generally it's really nice. And after they did the one update and TV Fan Control got their asses out of their well, I want to say asses out of their mouths and their heads out of their asses, both which ways. They were going full retard there for a bit because TV Fan Control wasn't really playing nice with some things on the Lenovo Power Manager, so they released a 0.63, I think, or 0.62 or something along those lines, version that used a different thing or didn't mess around with Power Manager too much, and it just works, no problems. So, I mean, everything's happy. It's just Alp's touchpads have been I usually turn off all of the stupid tapping and touching features so I can use actual mouse buttons.
Yeah.
I don't see the point of tapping in anything. It makes me feel dumb. And yeah, and otherwise everything seems to just work. With this Dell, it's really weird because if I don't have a finger on the touchpad over the or on the click pad over the designated button area for the button, and I put the finger there later after I'm done touching, and my finger's just right above the touchpad because the thing is way too sensitive, it moves the mouse around. It's just like, what the hell are you doing? I'm trying to click, not move the damn mouse. And I think once I get 2 gigs in this thing, I'll start messing around with the mouse driver and see what that does, and if anything starts finally behaving. And if it doesn't, then fuck it. And to be honest, this thing is a piece of shit anyway. I need to upgrade the Wi-Fi to something a little better already, because right now it's only got 802.11g. It's a 4312, I think, 4312 or 4318 low power card. And I'm just gonna pop I think I have a Spirit Air 9285 chip around here someplace. That'll work a hell of a lot better. If it's not Air 9285, it's probably a raw link. What the hell is this? I don't know what the hell this is, but I'm going to find out. Come on, Ken, come right off. I said come right off, damn it. If there's ever a time to express hate for these little mini PCI Express half-mini wireless cards, now is the time. Ugh. Like, I can't take the can off to figure out what the hell you are, and it's soldered on one side. Wonderful!
Yeah, they usually are soldered.
Oh no, it's not soldered, it's just sitting there. Just sitting there weird. No, this has a removable can, it's just I saw the mounts in it was a little over it, and I thought it was actually soldered on one spot. I'm like, why are they soldered? The rest of them are just tabs. Oh, fuck this, I'm using a screwdriver. Fuck it, I'm not getting this out alive, looks like. Like, I'm usually able to get them off with my fingernails, but this time it's not working. There we go. Okay, the rest of those are not. Come on, off the tabs. And last but not least, you. There we go. This is a Realtek.
Ooh, top quality. Monkey's favorite.
8191. I don't know, I may actually go with this because it's an 8191 and I really don't have another choice right now. This is the only mini card I can get my hands on at the moment. What's that other one that I had down here? I know I had a couple of them. I just didn't know what. Oh, there is another one. What's you? What are you? You are. AR5B95, exactly what I was looking for. Now, if I'm not mistaken, AR5B95 is an AR9285. Let's find out. Can't find out. This one's actually soldered on. Hooray! Let's go to the thing. Athros.cz. They know. AR5B95. Yep, AR9285. That's what I'm looking for. Hooray! Shit, I have to look that up and see where exactly that is inside. Images. Looks like the wireless adapter is underneath the keyboard. Wonderful! So no other surgery is required other than to remove the keyboard, so I'm going to do it. I totally forgot. Yeah, I tore this thing fully apart, and yet I forgot where the wireless card was. I was half under the impression, because I've just been so busy with other things, that it was under the palm rest or something. And I don't know why I thought that, because there's supposed to be an extra mini PCI Express slot to the immediate right of it that has the WAN card in it on some models. Mine does not. Let's remedy this. Just stick a... That's one. Almost. Come on. Come on, get the hell in there. One, two, and it comes right up. Yay, wireless! Ah, I did not tell you to turn on, you piece of shit. What are you doing? One antenna. Two antenna. Red antenna, blue antenna. Where is... Are you a Phillips head? Yes, you are a Phillips head. You. Antenna. There. Screw one. Unscrew them all. Okay, where's my... Magnetic. Ugh. Just get that right out of there. And we just go right ahead and pop in. Yeah, you'll be okay. The contacts are okay. Okay, looks like we are full and set to go along with this thing. Get out of the way, antennas. In the way. Okay. One screw, two screw. Come on, there we go. One, two. Wonderful. Get plugged in right there. Ah, you get plugged in right there. Ah, we're still alive and it's dead in here. For those of you playing at home, Yugi went to sleep a couple hours ago. So don't mind us, we're just bullshitting on the stream. Ha ha. Did I just break that? Or is that just not sitting in there properly? These stupid connectors just never fit in there just right, don't they? Always want to fight you. That's it, you're getting the pliers. Don't say I didn't warn you. I didn't warn you, you're just getting the pliers. There we go. All nice and happy and stuff. Okay, so that wasn't making proper contact either. What the shit? There is... Aha! This will do just nicely. There we go. Take this. Place it right there. That will work. Totally. Okay, power on. Everything seems to be starting up okay. Doesn't mean everything's fine though. I hear laughter upstairs. Laughter isn't good. Do 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 do. Meow. Now I gotta go over and get the Atheros drivers from atheros.cz. I'm gonna have to get the stupid ones through Windows Update. Do that in a little bit. Okay. Get the lit one. you, and finally you. Okay. All this set there. Device driver software was not successfully installed. No driver found. Yeah, you can shut right the hell up. Close. Where's my network cable? Honey, where's my super suit? Okay, let's put this in there. Right click, open network and sharing center. Change adapter settings. Enable. No, I don't want to open the start menu. Piece of shit. Open up Firefox. Now we have internet access. Hooray. Let's see. What's happening over here? 8 watching now. Hello, 8 of you watching. I might be one of those. I'm not Doogie. I'm Sudas. I'm a regular. How are you? Your 7 comments. What game is that? That was Half-Life 2. So yes, hello to the 6 watching now. Doogie's asleep. So I just happen to be here. Don't mind me. Well, mind me all you want, I guess. And then we've got Kevin here too. And he's just like there. And then stuff.
What happened to Tadpole Cam?
Tadpole Cam is on the other stream right now still, I think.
Oh, okay.
Fairly certain. So, if you're going to be up when the thing says off air, you're more than welcome to pop into the other Hangout and continue Tadpole Cam.
No, I just wondering if they were all released into the wild or.
A lot of them were that were frogs. He released them into the wild over wherever, and I don't know what the deal is past that. Athros.cz changed your thing. Wireless drivers, Windows 7 and newer, yeah, but you list them for XP still too. They have the Windows 10 section still, which is funny. Or 5B95. That's what I want. Click for download. Searching file, please wait. No, you're not searching file. You're getting file. Save file. Next that. There's my download. This. And right click. .7-zip. Extract to. Win. Okay, There's the folders. We'll put that right in C. Goody. Now, dev, C. 5 hours, 19 minutes remaining. Right click. Disable. We don't need no stinking Ethernets no more. Now the device manager is doing its thing. Exit that. MacBook. Put this on top of the MacBook. Network controller. Right click. Update driver software. Browse my computer. Let me pick. Show all devices. Have disk. Browse. Computer. C. 17. 8th hard. F. Look at that, it found it. Next. At least now this thing is N150. If this driver installation goes smoothly, that is. Let's find out. How many clicks does it take to get to the center of a Delman? Delman Mini? The world may never know. Come on. Install the damn driver already, you piece of shit. You can do it! You can do it! Any day now. Man, this thing is slower than my X120E, and that thing is pretty slow when it wants to be. But that's a Sempron dual core at the base, and this is an Atom. Ugh.
Yeah, the old Atoms, they got off to a rough start. They were not all that great in the first few generations.
Although I will say the E240 is still a piece of shit.
Yeah, they're radically different now, though, for the most part.
It's finished! Hooray! And now I can go back in once it refreshes. Okay. Go in, double click. Power management. Do not allow the computer to turn off this device to save power. Thank you very much. Blah, 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 blah. Nothing to change in there because the authorized drivers for this card are a piece of shit in terms of advanced settings. But that's just how it is. Okay, now we're good. Clickety. Double click. Put in the Wi-Fi password. When do we have their Wi-Fi's? Click. Right click. Status. And status shows I am connected at 65 megabits. Wonderful. There's obviously some internet usage going on upstairs. But I don't give a shit about that. Come on. You can do it. Add block image. Try the world's fastest VPN today from Speedify. Totally. Because you're going to put that on some sort of a thing there that I can't see. Speed Test is doing their own ad campaigning stuff now. I'm just going to block that with a filter. Ha ha ha. Begin test. Now you can't do shit, huh? Huh? Let's see how this speed test turns out. That is actually reasonably well. See, the fun thing about this is it's horribly slow with Windows 7. However, when you open up a media player thing and try to decode HD video, it does it fine. No problems. But only if you're doing 720p. If you try to do 1080 on it, it bogs the hell down because it's a PowerVR chipset. What are you expecting?
What's this on?
The GMA 500 on in the Mini 1010. It's PowerVR based. Poulsbo.
Huh.
Poulsbo, whatever, however you say it. Poulsbo. Poulsbo.
Yeah.
It's actually to the point that we're only just now, after 6 years of the GMA 500 and GMA 600 plaguing the Linux user base with being incarnate from something and being in these laptops, we're only just now, 6 years later, finally getting to the point of a reverse engineered driver for hardware acceleration. For 2D and 3D hardware acceleration. It's so laughably bad. Getting 25.65 down and 10.67 up over Wi-Fi. That is not bad. I'm going to have to take this upstairs with me and do some testing on the actual main AP with... I can get like 90-something out of that. So, I think our testing here is done. I think I have surpassed... Now it's sitting 4 hours 47 minutes at 95%. Goody. I think we're all happy and swell here now. Yep, AR9285. One of the better Atheros chipsets because it's fully supported by the Linux kernel and all that stuff. You don't have to add in any sort of stupid firmware. I don't think you have to add in a firmware Atheros package or anything like that. At least I've never had to. I think this one's actually supported by the I think this one's the ATH9K driver. Because AR9 XXX. So now, huh? Well, that was my day, I guess. That was one of the things that I had to figure out doing when I had time. So, that's done. Hooray! There is not much else to do except, well, try to catch up on other things. But I don't think anything else needs to be caught up on. Well, I think that's about it. It's 4:30 and the sun is not up yet. Why am I still up at 4:30 though? Gee. Oh boy. Oh boy. See, that's the fun thing. People are actually like showing up to the stream now because now they see, oh, there's a live stream, and they're actually joining in and they're just asking weird questions. Hooray. You're like, no, don't do that. Drop that down. There we go. Either the worst insult is to be called a basement dweller instead, but we own that label too. Obviously. Obviously own that label, because half of us actually live in our basements for the most part. Yay! Ow. That hurts. No, don't just idly... Yeah. Note to self, don't just idly start flicking the heat shrink lighter for no good reason. It's fun though! It makes fire! It makes fire! Oh my god, fire! Fire! No. I don't know why I even keep this out on my desk. I should probably put that like in my desk or something. Although I don't even actually have a desk to put it in. I have like a drawer. But then I'd lose it in the drawer. I think that's about it. There's nothing else really happening. Now, there's a couple other different ways that I can go about it with the Pogo Plug 4 serial. I can just do one of those USB to serial adapters. Or I could possibly solder on some wires onto the onboard serial.
Yeah. Then you got all the console activity on boot up going out the port.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have console activity going out. And then I'd have to figure out how to turn off the actual serial, like Getty and stuff. I'd have to turn off that, and it'd be really weird, and I don't even want to do that.
Yeah, that was one of the things I thought of too, but it's just the problem is there's already activity on that port, and it wouldn't necessarily be a problem, but it's ugly.
Yeah.
Because whenever the little Pogo Plug would boot up, we'd just be cramming a whole bunch of stuff out the port to the sun, and yeah, probably it wouldn't really do any harm, but it's just ugly.
Yeah. I don't want to like make it a big thing or anything like that. I'm probably just gonna go the simple way. I mean, I'm already when I get the second Pogo Plug, I'm already going to have to do the exact same bit of stuff that I've already come to know and love with my current Pogo Plug, which is open it up, add a copper plate onto the I can't even think right now, onto the Kirkwood, and then put a thermal pad between the copper plate and the steel plate on the bottom for weight. Boom, insta heatsink. A little couple more steps than I would like, but it works.
What clock rate does that run at?
800 megahertz.
Wow.
Yeah. It's laughably slow, but at 800 megahertz, it still generates a lot of heat.
To me, 800 megahertz is fast for what it is.
Yeah. The older Pogo Plugs ran them at 1.2.
I mean, it used to take liquid nitrogen cooling to hit 800 megahertz.
The Shiba plug runs it at, I think, 1.1 or 1.2, and they get laughably hot. I have a friend that's been running a Shiva plug for like 7-something years now, 5-6 years now. It's been sitting in a wall someplace, and it's been doing really well. I mean, there's a couple bad blocks of some sort of NAND in it someplace, but shit if I have a clue about it. When the thing dies, he says he's going to like give the thing a proper burial because it's like the longest lived machine, or longest lived always on appliance that he's had. Like he's not going to replace it because he has a nice server in a data center someplace already, decked out with like two quad cores with like 8 threads each. So he's got like 8 cores, 16 threads or something. 192 gigs of RAM. I think he has like 20 terabytes of hard drive space, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, he's already well and decked out for what he could get his hands on, and it cost him like just the RAM and the hard drive. That's all it cost him, was the RAM and the hard drives. So the server itself he got out of the trash, non-working. Turns out one bad stick of RAM, remove it, boom, it's up and running again. But the people who were managing that particular thing, they just wanted it gone because they didn't know what was wrong with it, they didn't know how to fix it, and it's not the people in the data center's job to fix the people's computers unless it's their own equipment. So they just kind of threw it out. Oh well. Their loss is gain. So once the Shiva plug goes down, it'll be down for good. Until then, it does something. But yeah, they go up to 1.2 gigahertz from what I can see, and they run really hot at 1.2. Like, they actually need a heatsink at 1.2. At 800 megahertz, it's okay, but the problem is that the way that it's set out on mine, or in the Pogo plugs themselves, the actual Kirkwood is not on top of the board, it's on the bottom. So when I originally opened my Pogo plug up, I did not originally see the Kirkwood chip. I thought that the little Kirkwood chip was this little tiny thing on the board right by the USB thing when I opened mine up a year ago, but I was pretty naive about it then. Then I finally saw someone take apart the V4 properly, put a serial adapter on it, and whoa, there's the Kirkwood right there. It's that big-ass chip on the bottom. Yeah. Whoa! I put a heatsink on the wrong chip.
With the flash memory right next to it. Well, at least your USB 3 runs cool.
No, the chip that I put the chip that I put the heatsink on turned out to be, I think it was the SATA chip.
I think there's a PCI Express to USB 3 controller chip that's by the USB ports.
Yeah, but that's in the back. This one was right smack dab in the middle, right in front of the USB 2 port and right behind the SATA port.
Oh yeah, okay, I know the one you're talking about. Yeah, it is right in the center. Yep.
I think that's either the USB 2 controller or that's probably the SATA controller.
Yeah.
That's the one that I put a heatsink on, and the heatsink was just a flat Phillips head screw that was sort of long, but not long enough to pierce the or go up to the top of the plastic, and it just sat on there with some a teeny tiny, like, not even rice grain size thing of thermal compound and some super glue around it. And it sits right on there doing nothing. And I thought that was it, and I was sort of, I guess the entire year I was sort of placeboed about it.
I'm looking at a picture of it right now. Actually, I think that's the USB 3 controller. I think SATA is built into the Kirkwood chip. Because I know they need a chip for USB 3. And I think that's it, right in the center of the board there.
Here, I can actually SSH over to mine right now and tell you what the...
Because on the bottom of the board, it's just basically the flash and the Kirkwood and the RAM. Flash, RAM, and power.
I'm seeing on On the PCI bridge. The PCI bridge is the Kirkwood. 88F6281 ARM SoC. And then there's USB controller, Fresco Logic FL1009 USB 3.0 host controller. What about and I guess the chip all the way at the top right is, I think, is there? I think that's the serial chip, or is that going straight to the Kirkwood too?
You mean on the bottom?
No, on the top.
Yeah, on the top there's a chip. Well, there's the transformer by the Ethernet jack, and then there's the one chip in the middle, and then on the right it looks like there's a little 8-pin chip that could be E-squared or something. That's the only thing I'm seeing on the top.
Let me get my keyboard back up on here and let's see, let's look up. I can do some looking myself. There we go. Yeah, the chip that I'm looking at, the one that I put on is right there. I thought that was the Kirkwood because that was the biggest chip in the middle there.
Yeah.
There is no serial port there. There's no serial port up there, so it might be on the other side there. There's also provisions for a button on the back there, but they never put that there.
Yep.
There's another 6-pin header on the front that they never did anything with.
Do you know what
that was.
Any idea what that is?
No idea.
Huh.
Absolutely zero idea.
It could be JTAG. Well, it's too few pins for JTAG, really.
There it is.
Would have been nice if the mobile version.
Okay, the Fresco Logic USB 3 adapter is on the. If you take a look at the bottom, where you're looking at probably the. Are you looking at the bottom of the board on mhassan.me? Is that the one you're looking at the board on?
Yeah, Kirkwood left center, flash and RAM front. Yeah. So the back left corner
top
is
top left corner is the Fresco Logic, and you can see the traces going to the USB hub thing there.
Ah, okay, yeah, you're right. Okay.
Because to the immediate right of that is the Ethernet, and I believe that's built into the Kirkwood chip.
Okay, so top.
If I'm not mistaken.
Data, then. Huh, interesting.
And you can see right there, there's some traces going to underneath where that chip would be on the other side, and that chip might actually be the SATA controller.
Yep.
Because I don't see anything going through the holes there from the Kirkwood to the SATA. It just goes underneath to where that chip would be, or in that vicinity. Although I'm not so sure on the other side. I have to take a look at a top-down look at that board, pretty much. Would be the way to go.
Although if that
then
is,
you've got a label in the front.
if that is a SATA controller,
Here it is.
They would have not populated that on the mobile.
Here's a top-down. Okay, top-down, zoom in. Yeah, that goes straight to SATA. Looks like. No. Yeah, that's for power, and the data. No, that's. That's for data. Data goes. Looks like data goes underneath and over to the Kirkwood probably. The data lines just go straight over. No, the top chip. The top chip is the Ethernet controller.
Yep. Yeah,
the Marco Ethernet controller. If you take a look at the way that the lines go through, and then they go through the HN24 either.
I'm looking at a picture of the mobile version, and I can see it clearly on the mobile version. Because if that was a SATA chip, it seems like they wouldn't have populated that on the mobile, but it is. But yeah, I can see the four differential pairs going to the Ethernet transformer. So that's Ethernet. It's Ethernet PHY.
Yeah.
Okay, mystery solved.
Then I guess the MMC goes through, and that goes straight to the Kirkwood as well. Probably. Looking at the other side here, underneath where that would be, it goes straight all the way over from that end, all the way over and into squiggly, and into the Kirkwood. And supposedly, I'm not so sure if what I've heard is correct, but I believe that with newer versions of... I'm not so sure if this is correct, but I think with newer kernels of Linux and stuff, with the right stuff, you can get SDXC cards to work on that MMC slot. The SD card slot there.
Yeah.
But I'm not so sure if that's really the case or not, because Kirkwood. And that chip was deprecated in 2008 even.
Really?
Ugh. Yeah,
Wow.
that chip was old in 2008.
Huh.
By the time 2008 came along, they had better chips on the market that could do a whole lot more with not that much power, but they keep it around because so many products still use it. There's a couple that I know of, like the NAS 320, I think uses that as well. The DNS 320 or 323 or something. That's a D-Link, I think. Either way, there's a couple of different ones that use the Kirkwood as a thing, and people have dropped Debian and Arch on it and all that stuff, and even NetBSD, because Kirkwood is a thing, and they're all supported under that. And that reminds me though that I have to get my D-Link DSMG 600 running with NetBSD. I think that's what I'm going to do with it, because otherwise it's just completely useless. Not only that, but NetBSD actually does a... Did you actually see the page that I linked about that?
Don't think so, no.
You got to see this. Okay, how to NetBSD, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and I need NetBSD SandPoint. Okay, the NetBSD/SandPoint page. Aw, they fixed it! Aww. It was really nice, and then they fixed it. Oh well, I'll still show it anyway. You pop this in IRC here. It's supported if you look underneath D-Link DSMG 600 Revision B. They fixed it so it's rev.b instead of rev:B. And when it did that, or it had revision B in parentheses, and B right parenthesis showed up as a smiley face. If you go history,
yeah,
and go to
do the markup, yeah.
There it is, 1.10, and yeah, it says right here, 1.11. Hopefully fix an error in the conversion to IKIWiki. Avoid turning B parenthesis into a stupid smiley graphic. Is there a way to show the actual page as it gets done? I don't want select for diffs. I want annotated, maybe? No.
Oh, this is PowerPC. Wow.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, that was a thing for a while, and it just kind of disappeared for the most part.
Yeah, it's a SandPoint reference chip, and it's used by quite a few different things, and it's pretty nice. I mean, mine. You go to DSM-G600, dsm-g600.info, which is no longer up. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Yeah, regular dsm-g600.info by itself. It actually shows its little site about it, and there's some other things, and yada yada yada. I did a couple of posts in the forum stupidly before I fully understood what I was doing. It uses an 8-card IDE controller. It has 32 megs of RAM, and supposedly if you add more RAM to it, you do have to edit U-boot about it. But it does use a a Freescale Motorola Freescale PowerPC chip. It's nice. It does use an IC Plus IP1000A gigabit thing, but I'm not sure how good that is, seeing as how shit it looks. It's 2005 after all. I'm sure it'll only at best get out like 100 megabit. And then there's an NEC USB 2 controller for the 2 USB ports on the back. It does have a spot for a NAND flash, but mine did not come with it, and none of them came with it to my knowledge. It has a little, if you take a look in the bottom right, it has a SyncMOS chip for the serial connection there. I believe it's the one closest to the battery is the actual serial connections, and the other one is just something else. That SyncMOS chip only does that particular serial thing, and it does nothing else except drive that and the LEDs. That's all it does. I'm fairly certain that it also drives the power button in the front, but I'm not so sure about that. Maybe it does. Yeah, it does. There was talk about some sort of a Linux driver for that, and then that got lost to development hell, and nobody ever really shared how that worked. They come with like a Realtek based, like I think they came with a Realtek 8187 or something. The main site has something about that. Yeah, it came with a no, it was a Rawlink RT2560. And if you replace that with an N controller, you do have to have a different operating system on it, because the version of Linux that it comes with is really bad. It runs on like 2.4.21 pre-4. Like it wasn't an actual stable release of 2.4.21 or something. I don't think. Unless that pre-4 means something else. PPC benchmarks. It's a 170 megahertz chip. And they ran it against other things. DNS 323 at 500 megahertz, which I believe is Kirkwood. It's really bad. Oh man, is that bad. We go over to forum. And here we go. Oh no, the 323 is something else. The DNS 320 and 325 are Kirkwood. Everything else is ARM9 based or something. That is, if I'm reading that right. Which I'm probably not. I'm probably not reading that right at all. Other ones, they have the DNS 313, which is based on some sort of Gemini CPU. They have DNS 343, which is based on an Orion CPU, and the NSA 220, or NAS 220, I would guess. Let's see, I think it might actually be NSA, and that's based on Orion as well. I'm not sure what those are, because not anything I've ever had to look up. So I don't know if you know more about that than I, or if they're talking about an Orion CPU or something. No idea. No clue. No need for me to worry about it. As it's a back burner project, and I'm probably never going to get done with it. I'd like to, though. Because having something that runs NetBSD out of the box would be pretty nice. Just to have around. The problem is that the thing sounds like shit, because the fan, which is always on, runs really freaking loud. I don't have any sort of a good replacement for it that doesn't sound like it has a whole bunch of rocks in the bearings. And it just sucks. I don't know. Okay, so there's a how-to FBSD guide, which I'm probably going to need. Now we watch. Bargle, bargle, bark. Okay. Anything else fun happening here? Nothing else fun happening here. Nothing else fun happening here. Yay. Anything else fun happening here? Wow. Nothing interesting is happening on YouTube tonight. Not at all. Nothing's happening there, nothing's happening there. Everybody seems to have gone to sleep. It's now 5 a.m. I may have to consider doing the same soon. In fact, I'm sure that time has well and truly passed. You know what? While I have this moment, let's take a look at the battery for this gateway. I want to see if I could crack this open and remove the cells, or if it's fused together. I need screwdriver, screwdriver. Nope, that's not fused together at all. I could probably pop that open. It's just held together by some clips. Okay, that's good. That's very good. I get the model number off this too. Don't think there's any of these on eBay. Hey, there is! Brand new, 1208 shipping. Sorry, 1208 plus shipping. And yet, it's not. That doesn't look like the battery I want. Could that just be a stock image? No, that's -QC.MA1. That's TA1. That's not it. That's not it either. Gee, none of these are what I'm looking for. Okay. Solo 3100 battery. Gee, just the CMOS battery. That's great. Of course, no one's going to have my battery. That's the CMOS and resume battery. That's not what I need. Which way do I have? Just a regular Solo 3100. SG1. Of course, none of these are going to be the thing that I want. There's a new SG1 laptop for parts on eBay. Sorry, old, used. Still, no batteries. So I guess the only way to go about this is to repack the battery. Wonderful. Fun part is I'm too scared to repack it myself. And I guess I have a reason to be, because lithium ion and heat do not mix well. Now, I don't necessarily know that from experience, but I've seen the horrors. I've seen many horrors. I don't need to see any more. No. No. Just no. Because no. Alright. I think I'm gonna get off here and go to bed.
Yeah, me too.
Alright. I'll see you later.
Good night.
To everybody that is watching, I'm sorry. I hope we were some sort of entertainment for your night. For those of you that are left. If you still want some more entertainment and looking for something else to do, well, there's still a hell of a lot of people up, including people such as Aussie50 and his cohorts on IRC right now. It's a lot of Australian people on the IRC channel right now, for the most part, and those in other countries that are actually awake right now, and not the US. In fact, I'm sure that because it's Saturday and because it's Merc Day, most other people, like myself, in the US will be sleeping for a reasonable amount of time if they don't have to work. Dookie does have to work tomorrow, so he will be on sometime around, oh, hell if I know. He might even get off work early because it's the 4th of July. So, shit, I don't know. And Dookie, when you watch this later, hello. So I'm gonna get off. A couple other people have been in and out, as has been happening. For those of you that are sort of wondering and have just joined in or whatever, this was a Super Geek Hangout and has turned into everybody going to sleep and nobody being in the hangout. So that's pretty much it. For now, if you're looking for something else to do instead of watching the stream, I heavily suggest you go over to the Doogie Labs IRC channel on Freenode. You can get to it via chat.freenode.net through your web browser. Connect via an IRC client to irc.freenode.net and join the channel Doogie Labs with a pound or hashtag, whatever you want to call it. And that's pretty much it. If you also go to Doogie's website, I believe it's doogielabs.com/welcome, or there is some sort of a welcome page on there. There is a thing where the live stream is up, also broadcasting this, and there is a little web chat thing in the bottom there, which goes straight to Freenode. You can also do that. And in the coming months, this should change. I'm working with Doogie behind the scenes. We're sort of working on an IRC server to move to eventually, and probably have an IRC bouncer bot that, not a bouncer bot, but a relay bot that communicates between the Freenode channel and the Doogie Labs IRC Network's Doogie Labs channel as things go on. So that particular IRC network is still in the testing stages. I recently recompiled it to accommodate SSL connections with the latest version of OpenSSL 1.0.2c, and I'm sure that as new things come out and new vulnerabilities are found, I'm going to have to recompile it every so often, and it's going to be a pain, but hey, whatever. It's the way it has to go, I guess. So, I guess later on I'm going to have to figure out a way to instead enable, or not enable, I'm sorry, recompile GNU-TLS to be the backend for it instead of OpenSSL, because one of the things that I want to do with that is to make it so that you can only connect via TLS 1.2 only, so it's less of a security risk, and there's less of a chance of somebody being able to come in and exploit something that would be very, very otherwise bad. I understand Doogie has a lot of haters, and likewise for other things. So, yeah, that's the way it has to go. Until next time, though, I'm going to get off. For anybody still watching, again, I am the last person in here that's actually coherent enough to actually say this. This is pretty much the end of the thing, even though it's still live. I suggest instead, if you want to continue hanging out with us and well, talking to people, including myself, I'm going to be up for a little while longer on IRC. I suggest you go over to the IRC channel at Freenode, irc.freenode.net, chat.freenode.net through your web browser to get to an IRC client there, or use a normal standard desktop client and point it at irc.freenode.net and join channel Doogie Labs. And again, doogielabs.com, go to the welcome page, and you have a web chat right there too with the live stream that is on via Ustream, also streaming this Hangout out. So, I guess that's it. I'm going to go to bed and be in IRC for a little while longer, and I will be off. Good night to you all.